All right, welcome
Mhm.
in everyone. We are live now. Well, we were live, and we were setting things up. You guys know how it goes. Hopefully, the audio stuff is all good. As you guys can see, today my guest of honor is the King of Lightning. There's some
Ooh.
interesting things that transpired over the last few weeks, and I just me and Cole, we needed a round two after what it was like a 4 hour stream on your channel. It was like
Yeah,
a
yeah, yeah. Yeah, on my streaming channel, we did a pretty big conversation about like hidden power systems, and we talked about various things like that, and talked a lot about various things that could be going down in the future in terms of like power systems for various characters, Luffy and Zoro, and other characters like that. And it was a pretty good conversation. I think people liked the conversation, though people wanted a lot more power scale in the conversation, but that's fine. You don't have to necessarily go down those treacherous roads. I mean, I frequent them all the damn time. It's like Don't Be's ghetto power scale, and like, we pulling up. So you have to have like a certain amount of energy, but that's fine. Like I'm not gonna stress it. Like we're all good.
right.
We're all good.
Yeah, we also got into some of the some of the Godfather Shanks stuff that stream, which is
Yep.
primarily how we got
Yep.
derailed, right?
Yep. Because that
Which
was a very good conversation. I'm not gonna lie to you, but yeah, yeah. Well, outside of that, I think everything was pretty cool with that conversation for sure, without a doubt.
Yeah, and I mean, the other thing was when we had that conversation, it was before Film Red, and so I'm gonna do a poll in the YouTube chat, and I'm gonna pin it at the top to see how many people have watched Film Red, because at the very end I might include a conversation regarding Film Red, depending on how much of you guys are there, because I don't want to spoil you guys if you didn't, but it's been like a month and a half ish by now ish, I
Is it
think.
still being rolled out globally?
I think it's
I
already
think it is.
global, right? Yeah, I think it is
Yeah,
global.
yeah, but I think that some countries still are waiting for it. I think like some countries in like the Middle East may be waiting for it still. I could be wrong with that one.
Yeah,
Um,
so we'll
but
check
most folks should have
regardless.
seen it. Most of us who could have seen it probably have seen it by now.
Yeah. So let me see. Okay, I put that poll up in the YouTube chat. Let me know, guys. It'll just be pinned at, well, it'll be there for the entire stream, and I'll be watching it and seeing if we can include some Film Red topics. But part of the reason was last time we talked about Shanks a lot, and then the movie about Shanks,
Mhm.
or with Shanks, more appropriately, came out, and there was a lot of talking points, and I
A
heard you really
lot.
like it. I heard you watch it
Yeah.
like 20 times or
No, 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 no. We're not. I tried 19. I was really, really close. But I mean, in reality, I could only go see the movie 5 times.
Mhm.
But I would have seen him more if there was showcases that were near me. But the showcase that actually, because around the time Wakanda Forever popped up
Ooh.
was when those showcases actually started to go away. So that was unfortunate. Like at least near me, like I had to go out of my way to like the cities actually the film, which I could have. By the time I was too busy to kind of do that kind of stuff. So, but I personally did enjoy the movie. I thought the movie was. I think it is my favorite One Piece film of all time. So that
Okay.
includes even Stampede, even Film Z, even even Strong World. That is my number One Piece film. Period. Full
So
stop.
without spoiling it, what would you say was what would put it above the other movies for you?
So I would say, well, one of the things is that obviously Shanks is in the film, duh,
Mhm.
and because the God King is in the film, it's kind of like it's like what happened with, let's say, Demon Slayer, where Demon Slayer has the Mugen Train film, and then it was kind of like the next arc. And because it was like the next arc, folks were more incentivized to watch that movie, which is why it did so good. You could argue with other like anime films. The same
Mhm.
thing is kind of here with Film Red, where we're getting content in Film Red that does not exist in the manga at this point in time. Only Otis comments and also data information has that content for Shanks, but we're actually seeing this content for Shanks and his whole crew, at least snippets of that in the movie. So I
Right.
thought that was like of course like the main driver. And then obviously the movie I thought had very, very, very strong character components. Like Uta is a much better character than I thought she was going through the film. And then after that too, the movie does a really good job, I think, low key in world building components. Because I have a video coming out in the future about that stuff, but it does really good for world building if you're willing to like dig deep into it and kind of parse out how some of these things have to be relevant for the future story, like the actual canon story.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, I mean, have you done like a film
Oh,
red
and Katakuri. I gotta
And
agree.
have you
I
done
agree.
like a film read specific like discussion or stream yet? Or
I've done a film read general thoughts on like why the movie was my best. So I've done 2 videos so far. I still have
Mhm.
like a few more planned. Because I'm trying to like roll them out in like proper fashion. And we're like work out like a better schedule because I need to mix and match, video recording and editing and research, and then I need to do streaming as well. So that's been like a very tough thing to work out over the past year, working out a proper streaming schedule, and then actually recording, researching, and doing videos. But I've done 2 videos so far on Film Red. One talking about my general thoughts on the movie as to why it was my best movie for One Piece, and then number
Gotcha.
2 was just a video focused on Shanks, just how Shanks I thought was epic. It was a pure power scaling ish video.
Mhm.
Shanks was just amazing. Like in that movie,
Yeah.
Shanks just like, yo, like I'm sold. I
Right.
get it, it's not a canon movie, quote canon, but I don't give a fuck. That was amazing. Wow. Oh,
So I mean,
agenda piece.
we talked about a lot of things in on your stream regarding power stuff and Shanks, and our conversation got to a theoretical place where we were both kind of like on two different roads. And I want to
Yeah.
talk about that because my stance was like, I know what I'm saying sounds crazy regarding the elemental hockey and how some of the hockey stuff that we see, or that I'm theorizing is currently
We
not
can't
available.
spoil yet, so I'm not
Yeah,
gonna,
not spoiling, but more so of like creating the interest in the movie, because I think like a lot of people don't recognize that like one thing that's really important about this movie, and I'm gonna put out a video too, is that the director of the movie knows the ending of One Piece. And so if you take that into consideration, it's like if you watch the movie, then you get a window into someone who has that perspective. None of us have that perspective. And then if you watch the movie and you don't like it, I think you should also look at the fact that maybe some of the parts that you don't like might come from the part where we don't see what he saw or understands. And if you had that view, maybe you would have made that same movie. And I think that when I went to the screening in October, Crunchyroll
that
had,
early.
yeah, and so the director was there. He flew into from Japan, and he brought in like a whole team, and he was talking about it. And the way he was talking about it, I was just like, okay, so this is like I knew.
So did he say at that point in time that he actually? Because I thought that like the idea that he knew the ending, that was something that he tweeted like in an interview with Oda, or did he actually say at Comic-Con that he knows the ending? I got a curiosity.
I think he tweeted it at, like, I think this was known before, but the way I feel like the way he doubled down on it, just because this is like my paraphrasing of what he said. He was essentially saying, seeing all your guys' faces is really, and your reactions is really cute. And it pains me, and it's very difficult for me to be here and know the ending of One Piece, and you guys don't, and I have to wait for like, I have to hold on to the ending for however many years. And so the way he said that, it's like, it's almost like this movie was a peer into that, you know what I mean? And so adding that context that he had in that interview, I was just like, okay, all right, okay, I see you. And I think like people are fair to not like the movie. People are gonna like movies for different reasons,
Of course,
right?
yeah, it is what it is, yeah.
But I think at the bottom, I think like my takeaway is like, I want more and more people to watch the movie for that reason, that like, hey, technically this is a guy who like made a fan fiction knowing the ending of One Piece. And I say fan fiction loosely because, like you said, there are canon elements to that thing, and one of the main canon elements that we knew ahead of time was like a lot of the stuff regarding Shanks, like that stuff would be the canon elements. But yeah, so when we were talking about Shanks earlier on, we got into this conversation about theoretical powers, and I really like the thing that you said where it's like, you expect One Piece to go to a nature science meeting, like crossroads.
That's made the most sense, because I am very strict on the idea that magic isn't real in One Piece. I know folks want to believe it's magic, but there's no magic in One Piece. And I think that the fact that we're seeing someone like Vegapunk do a lot of these things that they've been doing, and it's pure tech, meaning it's their understanding of the actual world, or so things that are actually genuinely real. Arguably, you can argue things that for the most part, the foundations like what we have in today's day and age, it's upscaled to like a crazy proportion in One Piece. So it's kind of like, let's say, a Star Trekky, Star Wars sort of look into things. Then I think it makes a lot more sense to say, okay, magic isn't real, but there are some degree of extraordinary powers. Like just how in Star Wars, there's no real magic per se, but you have the Force and you have crazy battleships. Like what we see in Lucia Kingdom could be akin to an actual gigantic Star Wars like Death Destroyer,
Right.
And they have anti-gravity tech. It's like you have hologram touching gauntlet glove. Everything can be explained with tech, or hockey, or souls, or devil fruits, and that's really it. There's nothing else.
Right. And like I think the way I synthesize that is that like when people talk about them like, oh, this person has tech, this person has that, and the way I view it is that at the end of the story it's all going to be synonymous. Like at one point in the story we're going to regard all these things in, it's basically the same thing, just different font, and I really like that because it's like,
maybe not hockey, but I agree with like everything else.
Yeah, and I think that the hockey one is like the main thing that I think by the end of this conversation we'll focus in on. And so before we jump into the full conversation, I just want to say to chat, if you a Cole viewer, if you're my viewer, we have King of Lightning here for Voice of All Things episode 29. Typically what we do on these episodes is just talk about topics that aren't really connected to the chapter, unless the chapter is so like immense. And to be fair, all of Egghead has been very, very massive for me.
There's been a lot of story progression. There's been so much story leaps, and subtle and also major in Egghead. It's been always been going full force after One Country. It's crazy.
Right. And like I think one thing about the recent chapters is that like there's so much to talk about that like even if you continue to talk about the chapter, it's not stale. And that's kind of why I did these, where it's like, by the time TCB drops the chapter and everyone does a reaction, everyone's talking about it, I feel like you get burnt out on the chapter. And then by the time we get to this stream, it's typically like on my Sunday normal schedule on Sunday, it's typically like, hey, let's talk about Fishman Island right now. Let's talk about this concept that was brought up in Skypiea. Let's talk about this thing in Thriller Bark or whatever.
Yeah.
And I really like doing that because it changes it keeps it fresh, keeps the chapter exciting. It might be connected, and I think that's what's really cool, is that we end up finding more and more connections to the current story that way. And again, going back to the current story right now, Oda's doing a great job of doing all that work for us, because there's like even with the last chapter where it was like it didn't feel like the heaviest chapter in the latest releases, but you still ended up being able to talk about like anything and everything, and
yes,
the conversations never ended. So
yes,
and so just want to say thank you guys for tuning into the Voice of All Things. If you guys have, I'll be reading the chats. Me and Cole will like go through a conversation, and if there are super chats that I see that are like line up with our conversation, I'll add them in. If not, we'll address them all at the end. And if Cole has to leave at a certain time, whenever it is, I'll still go through them.
I'll let you know. No doubt.
I'll still go through them, and we'll be solid. But so, I mean, it's kind of, Cole is the big fish here, and so if you guys somehow don't know Cole's channel, which is crazy to me, because after talking to all of the content creators I know or I've talked to on the channel, so you guys can go to my second channel, Part Vision VODs, and see all the creators I've talked to, and I've asked them, I said, like, whose stream do you guys tune into? Because we don't, One Piece creators don't tune into a lot of streams or content in general, because we're making our own content.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
But Cole's name has been name dropped every single time, because his reaction streams, whether they admit it or not, you can go to Morge, you can go to whoever, you can ask them, and they'll probably be like, oh, well, I don't watch streams. But you'll be surprised how many people might be lurking in Cole's reaction stream, just waiting to see a great.
I'm telling you, I am the pioneer of, hey, well, not maybe the pioneer, but I am like the apex of the One Piece reaction stream. Like, this is my bread and butter right now. Like, people come, they flock through, especially like a hype chapter. Oh yeah, people are coming to mass. Like, what's going on with Clayton? And mind you, I have a long system too. It's like I don't go into chapter immediately. Like,
right.
Yeah, fuck that bullshit, yo. I will milk this to the high heavens. I will have a whole routine, and I will do discussions in the middle of that stream too. I will make sure that you get your money's worth, your time's worth, for damn sure,
Yeah,
So,
I remember
hey, I
one
got
time me and Morge were both in the stream, but we were both lurking, and I forget what chapter number it was, but you started like an hour later because you were reacting, but then also like your streams, whenever I tune in, it's like Schrodinger's cat a little bit, where it's like I don't know if like the Twitch and YouTube chats like pop off with the donos and subs because I'm not there, but whenever I'm there, bro, you click go live and then it's just like 1,000 gifted subs. I'm like, what the and then there was one time where I just clicked on your channel and then
good time, yo, man.
I saw you doing the drums of liberation on your belly, and I'm like, oh, where are we?
Yo, streaming, dude. Like, see, because I wish I could do more streaming in a general sense, but I just enjoy streaming on like when I can for like content that I really appreciate, like One Piece stuff that I really appreciate, of course, like other manga that I read, like Hunter x Hunter, One Punch Man. Like, you should see my reactions. Like, if you follow One Punch Man, you should see my reactions like earlier in the year for like the One Punch Man shit. The One Piece shit was crazy with Luffy and Kaido. The One Punch Man shit was like, yo, this is like some absolute, like, I can't be contained right now. Like, and thank God I got some new headphones too, because one of my issues too, it was a low-key issue, but one of my issues was that I actually had like a wire plugged in headphone. Now I have Bluetooth shit, which means that I have more fucking freedom. I can do shit. I can move around more.
Yeah.
But either way, like, I try to have like a fun time, because for me, it's like, it's almost like an event, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Like, you're going to like someone's concert, but instead it's my fucking reaction stream, and we just talk about the chapter. We go into greater detail. I try to get everybody if I can. So because obviously there's a lot of cats that want to say X, Y, Z, and other. That's why like a lot of cats like donate sometimes too. But all I gotta just try and do more of that stuff. Like, even like, let's say for other streams, like when I do, like, rarely sometimes, but I need to do more of that with other content creators, or let's say with my tier 3 guys, where let's say I go over, let's say, some One Piece related content, like the best girls of One Piece, or let's say the best arcs of One Piece, or like later this year, the top 30. That's gonna be Cancerous too. It's gonna be like probably like a 10-hour stream. It's like, okay, here we go. Like, we're gonna, like, it's gonna be nothing but Cancer. Like, saddle up, get ready. And then it's always funny also coming back to like the stream later on and then seeing like people's comments on YouTube. It's like, yo, this stream was hella toxic but mad fun.
Yeah.
It's on the point, you know.
I think the vibes you put off are, 1, unique, 2, a breath of fresh air, and 3, you like, you can tell that you're having fun and you're doing it for the fun, and you're giving a lot of people like happiness, you know what I mean? And that's kind of like every content creator, I think, tries to do that, bring happiness to their community. And I feel like yours, I've spoken about it at least in the last few conversations with other creators, where it's like the pure, I forgot what analogy I used for you with Jay. Oh my god, it was actually, no, there's actually a spoiler for something me and Jay might talk to you about later on, because hold it in.
Hold it in.
But I already got some super chats. I want to shout out a few of them right now. I see Mr. Bushido, I see Ziz, so the Hidden Island with a $10 super chat. He says, love to see this right now. So Hidden Island, another content creator, he'll be showing up at the Reverie that got announced. So wait, actually, did you know about the Reverie?
Yeah, I did, but did he announce it already?
Yeah, Randy announced it already. Well, it was kind of like Roger's Base kind of like didn't know about it. Then when they streamed together, he's just like, oh, I wonder when the next Reverie is. And then Randy was kind of like pushed.
Yeah, no, but they talked about they talked about it in the DM. Okay, like, cool.
Yeah, Randy talked about it on my stream, and then his stream.
Oh, but hold on, did Randy do like an official? Let me see here. Did he do like an official post? Okay, let me see.
Well, I don't know if he did an official post, but he on his last chapter reaction, he announced it to everybody. So.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I think he's gonna slate out the date.
You're one of the few content creators that I actually know that actually watches everyone else's content, like, for real. Like, because normally I watch Randy when I can, like when I have time, but you actively go to everyone other. Like, most, like, I know Braga doesn't do that. Like, he rarely does that. I know other cats don't do that. Like, Sawyer definitely doesn't do that shit. But I mean, it's like, I'm impressed in a way. I'm really impressed. Like, you actually do that. Like, you actually do your research, like your due diligence. Like, shit.
I mean, this is a good place to start because it'll come in a little bit later. Where for me, one, like, I love the One Piece so much. And you know, people may not believe it, but I feel like my love for One Piece was equal even when I wasn't a content creator. I had no idea the community existed, but now that I know that it exists and I see how many different essentially versions of me, like I that's how I kind of look at it. Like, I look at all these different content creators who love this series in their own way, and I like to see how they, you know, how they package their love, you know what I mean? And then that's what we were just talking about with you, where it's just like it's the love unleashed. And so, and that's also like why I really try to do my live reactions as soon as possible, because then I have the privilege of, then if I'm able to, jump in for like 5-10 minutes on the thing, or I have it up on the side while I'm doing other work.
Right.
And get, like, you know, the pulse of the community. And a lot of times I write, like, so the video that I we're gonna talk about today, when 1067 came out, I did my live reaction because the chapter came out like at 3 p.m. or something like that, and then right after I got off, I recorded, like, it was a 20-minute script. I wrote it up, recorded it, edited it all within like 8 hours. I stayed up, and I was like dead. And then I woke, I like slept for like 2 hours, and I woke up, and then I think I caught I'm D King, Jay, Randy, and I was just looking at it, and I was just like, the one thing I was saying about this theory, and I said it to my stream, because that stream went wild, because we started from here, and then we ended up all the way over here, almost like how that
happens.
one of those streams we had when we had the 16 holy lights, and then I tuned into your stream and you were counting cactuses on Whiskey Peak, like,
bro, I'm telling you, man, we were we were getting there.
Yeah. And so one of the things that I said to my stream because I told my stream the theory, like, live reaction, it was like a live, that's also the reason why I like doing live reaction, so I could like spit out the theory just like as soon as I like comes to my mind, and then I craft it, and then I write it, whatever. And I said, I don't think there is another content creator who's going to take this chapter and go to the moon with it. And that's where, when I posted my video, I think a few hours later, maybe the next day, and I don't know if your thing was particularly spurred on by 1067, but it was the fact that it was so close in proximity. I was like, oh my god, Cole talked about the moon right after 1067, and then I clicked on it, I watched it, and we talked about it from completely different angles, and I was like,
probably, yeah.
And that just excited me, because exactly what I said before, it's like a different version of me. There was King of Lightning, read the chapter, and we both went to the moon. I have to talk to him about it.
Yeah, all roads lead to the moon. This is a good sign. Like, if there's other viewpoints that can get us to the moon, I'm cool with that. As long as we get to the moon, bet. Like, Oda's on the right path. But yeah, we hit it. I'm pretty sure we hit it from different angles, based on what you're saying here. Because for me, the idea didn't necessarily come from 1067. It came from 1065. Okay. Because the idea of like the Undying Flame stuff was like the most, because this Undying Flame that Liv talked about, that they all seem to be like infatuated, like this ancient power, I think is going to be like, it has to tie, I think, directly in some way to the One Piece itself. I don't know how, I'm sure it's not working out in my mind, but I think it has to have some direct roots, because we're starting off this final saga with something that's so pivotal for the Ancient Kingdom. And the Ancient Kingdom that essentially were the ones that had this era of, like, I think it's called the Age of Heaven that Robin refers to, if she was telling the truth in some ways during Alabasta. Mm-hmm. So this, I think, has to kind of involve a lot of different things with the story that have to be addressed. And of course, one of the things I've always been thinking about is, how do we have an army on the moon with NL, and that's never going to be addressed at all in the actual story itself? That makes no sense to me. So right. I thought that there had to be something to do with that, and just seeing Egg Island itself, seeing the space features and all kind of stuff, I'm like, hold on, this could be happening much sooner than we actually anticipate. So, right. But that's where I kind of got from. So the Undying Flame thing was, for me, the key thing. But what was your key thing, out of curiosity? What happened in 1067 specifically that got you to the moon?
So 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 I just want to show everybody the like the thumbnails too, because it's funny because you even have like a Nell on there, and your moon thumbnail is like really cracked. I really loved it when I saw. I was like, I didn't
We've
even
been
need
having
to
fun with these thumbnails, yo. We having fun with these thumbnails, man. It's been funny as hell. Yeah.
When I saw yours, I was like, I got so much like serotonin. I was like, yo, someone else is talking about the moon. And then so mine in 1067, it didn't start at the moon, but it ended at the moon, because essentially what we were looking at was something, to summarize it, because I want to walk from your video to my video, because I think that's the best way to portray it to the chat.
Yeah, because I didn't watch your video, but you watched my video, so
yeah.
I needed, so you can let me know what happened exactly, like what your thought process was.
Yeah. So in 1067, I think what I was looking for was something that connected the entire verse, and that's where I landed on the moon with. And the context of that we'll get into in a little bit, but I want you to just let the chat know real quick, like a kind of a summary of like that video, essentially, so that like we could just rush through.
Okay.
Yeah.
Bet. All right. So basically, in that video for the moon, my general thesis is that Vegapunk, she's trying to look for alternate sources of power. I kind of got that idea through Lilith, where she talked about how she wanted this undying flame. So for me, that was a sign of like, okay, they want this undying flame so they can have this power. And then she states that, okay, well, with this energy, we could essentially create our own sun. So the idea of creating a sun is a pretty far out there, like scientific, a science fiction-y sort of idea, where it's like, in some of these scientific shows, like they actually have it, like for example, I think it was in Stargate universe, where like there is a civilization that's so advanced in their technology, they can actually create their own sun. And tech in One Piece has done some of the craziest, gnarliest things we've seen so far. So maybe the idea of actually making a sun isn't so that far out there, but it depends on like how exactly it's quote created. So it's like, let's say Different Awakening, like someone like the Merman no Mi awakens their abilities and like they make an Entei like Ace did, but then just kind of stays there. But is that really infinite power in the same way that Vegapunk and Lilith are talking about? But what about, let's say, like the baseline idea would be like, let's say nuclear fusion, because nuclear fusion is what powers the actual core of the sun in like, let's say a general sense. And then so that energy is the greatest form of energy in terms of equal fuels of energy. So like if you have equal parts of fuel, let's say nuclear fission, nuclear fusion will always give you more power. But essentially speaking, it's like a power that we're trying to reach now and use on like a regular basis. And if you could figure, and like let's say if you could figure it out, then we will be able to actually have a lot of power and like, you know, to be able to do like various things. So the idea was, is it possible to have some sort of power that we're not privy to in the world of One Piece that is hidden somewhere? And one of the best choices was the moon, in my personal opinion, because there's actual depictions, murals on the moon that indicate or showcase suns. Like there's 3. There's 2, I think, in chapter 425 cover story. And then there's another one, the 427 cover story. I believe it's those 2 chapters specifically. I forget exactly. But there are depictions of the sun in the NL cover story, at least 3 of them. And they're being used in some way to actually power the automata. And then also, what really caught my attention was the fact that in the NL cover story, there is a person that was that lives on Vegapunk's hometown of Baltimore. And this person just so happened to make robots that were identical to the ones on the moon. The robots were called Spacey, Cosmo, Galaxy, and then the other one, I forget his name. But essentially speaking, these robots that the person who lives on Vegapunk's home island on Baltimore are the exact same robots that NL finds on the moon. And then from there, the idea was the space pirates are on the moon, or the space archaeologists and pirates are on the moon. They were digging on the moon to find these ruins. Why were they doing that in the first place? Why? And then I always thought to myself, okay, hold on. We can see that in their Jolly Rogers, they have these elongated heads in terms of their skulls. And even though Vegapunk has the brain fruit, so his head is always getting bigger and bigger and bigger, that doesn't necessarily mean that his head was normal from the rip, because he was a genius, as far as you understand, from the get-go. So he was a relatively smart guy, but how big was his brain? Like, let's say, did his brain get that huge in terms of, say, mass and girth and so on because of the brain ability? Well, let's say, was it always abnormal from the jump?
Right.
So there are various things that I want to find out more about. But the idea is that with these roads, you can easily kind of point to, hey, there's a connection here inversely with Vegapunk's home country, literally, and the moon.
Yep.
That Oda has an address, but that probably means something. And that, of course, locksteps with Vegapunk's whole town structure of there's the buildings, there's all this all these structures where it's all space oriented. So the keys were there, and the matter of, well, how do we get there, I think it's also pretty damn simple too, because we have the introduction now of anti-gravity tech. So anti-gravity tech gives us our gateway to the moon.
Right.
If you combine that shit with, let's say, the Vega Cola for Frankie and the Sun Ego, and in theory is more powerful than regular cola, then we have our gateways. It's just a matter of actually going there in the first place. So that's to kind of see things where it's like we go there in search of a discovery of something that doesn't exist. And I think the moon would be a great spot for the ancient kingdoms to hide some of their like major infrastructure, or let's say power sources or things like that, when they lost to the 20 kingdoms of yore. So that's like the general premise of that video.
And so if you guys have watched my video, right, and you guys now probably really understand why I have King here, because a lot of what, so basically King was saying that, you know, to summarize all of that is like there's more than one, like, I'm also doing because someone just joined and asked the topic. So there's more than one reason for us to get to the moon, and now we have all those pieces right in our faces, especially with the recent chapters, and we see literally with the gravity of Vegapunk's existence that, like, it's not like, you know, before Egghead, people were like, oh, Anel's coming back to the story, oh, like, you know, how many times have you heard like Fujitora is gonna gravity bring the moon down, right? Whereas like now you don't have to be that ridiculous. Like it's in our face. There's tech, there's mirror dimensions, there's Anel is there, like there's so many different ways to walk to the moon. Now, the questions that Cole is bringing up, like, what purpose does the moon have? Dr. Tsukimi's presence, which you guys know I did a lot of focus on. That's like the crux of my Void Sentry video, which is like over, oh god, I keep swiping out. My Void Sentry video here. So there's a detail in there that I think like even the One Piece wiki doesn't know, and I'll just let you know on this one, Cole, was that in something interesting about that.
We could be getting there, but let's hold on, go ahead, because I have a feeling that we may be thinking the same thing, but go ahead.
So this detail is really interesting with Dr. Tsukimi, right? You noted that it was Karakuri Island was where Dr. Tsukimi, the guy with the automatas in the now cover story, and Vegapunk, their islands are one and the same. But something that a lot of people didn't really focus on is, do you remember what climate that Dr. Tsukimi was in?
Yeah, he was like in like a Wano sort of themed climate, which was very intriguing. I'm like, we don't see this at all. Like, it was in this area, it's not snowing, even though Baltimore is known to be like a very snowing winter area. So I'm like, why is this area unique in that standpoint?
Right.
And so like, it didn't matter what the video that I was doing. But then when I thought about it more, I'm like, is he doing some weird shit with the weather? Maybe. But then
so
so that video, you know, I was like, maybe it was summertime. You know, like I thought, okay, maybe it just could be summertime. You know, so I kind of brushed it off. Like, okay, it just could be summer. I don't know, whatever. But it was interesting to see, especially I think it was one of the robots. I think his name was Galaxy, who has like a Shogun theme to him. I'm like, that's interesting. Okay, so you have a kind of like they're eating dongos and so on, and like a Wano Japanese theme like house. And then there's no snow in the area. And then you have one of the guys that's a Shogun themed. Okay. So a lot of Japanese themes there. Named Tsukimi too, which I think is called Moonwatcher in Japanese. I believe, right? So, but again, I'm like, okay, I'm not too sure if this actually is what I'm thinking about, so I just kind of brush it off. But I think we're going the same path here. Yeah, okay.
So
yeah.
so I'm not gonna talk too much about that in detail because that video is separate. But if you guys want to see what I took that detail and made a long ass theory, it's a theory that I had for a long time and I just finally got around to making it. It's essentially talking about an ice age of sorts and how that would be possible. But hold the note about you said the climate thing, and that's an interesting point, right? And then some of the other questions that you brought up was like, you know, the ancient kingdom tech, like on the moon, clearly there's some kind of connection there. That's more or less where my moon video goes. So as you can see by the title of the video there, it says Oda told me why the moon is important, and that's where 1067 came in. So to walk you through finally the thing, so you can kind of tell with the thumbnail where we're going, but it was Joy Boy, or not Joy Boy, it was Punk Records that sparked the thought. Punk Records sparked the thought. And so what my synthesis, and I think it also started from 1065 as well, where we started getting the understanding, you know, confirmed. We always had the idea the ancient kingdom was this advanced civilization, right? Like there was like said slightly and alluded to in a lot of regards, but it was like finally confirmed by the man himself, Vegapunk, to the point where not only were they advanced, they were beyond Vegapunk. They were beyond him. And and the way it was described to us and the way we feel about it is that the past is the future and the future is the past. And I use the quote a lot, which is in chapter 99 at the very beginning. It said, legends that endure in the future existed in the past, or were stories of the past. And so that's like a thematic that I've been using a lot, where it's like the story that we've been following is probably one and the same as the story of the Void Century, just in a different font. And now when you take that to Vegapunk, something that I've always said, or something that I started realizing more and more, was that he kept on telling us what his perfect scenario would be, but he never got to that perfect scenario. In all the cases, the Seraphims, he didn't have enough money. The Aircons, people couldn't make it. The robot, he didn't have the energy source. Every single time, there's something that prevents him to getting to the last step, and the energy source is that main thing. He doesn't
even like the even like the vending machine too. Like there was a lack of like actual chefs and actually technology to actually make the vending machine to actually make all the foods that they could make quite easily if they could. So even that's lacking, stuff.
And so then that's where 1067 came in, because the main thing that we found out about was Punk Records. And what did he say? He said, there is a future where everybody in the world is connected. And so to me, I was like, wait a second, that's really interesting. And what did he say? He said that if the whole world, imagine if the whole world was connected, imagine what they would be capable of. They would be beyond Vegapunk's capability. What did he say was also,
we could create a sea of knowledge that far surpasses even my vast intellect. One day humanity will be able to share a brain.
And something that we just got, I like to say, like, foiled it with, was just previously, or just after that, he says, he could not create the legendary Iron Giant because the technology is beyond him. So we get an example that the ancient kingdom was beyond him, and we get an example of how someone would be able to go beyond Vegapunk. It's by being connected to the Punk Records. So what my idea was that, wait a second, one, just like Nika, right? We assumed that there was a Nika of the past, right? There was a Nika 800 years ago.
Yeah, like a real quote deity. Yeah.
Right. A lot of people are either on the camp that there is a devil fruit that someone ate and they awakened Nika and that was Joy Boy, or it was the deity. One way or the other, it's essentially a similar thing. And the other synthesis of that is that now in that chapter, we got confirmed that Vegapunk has a devil fruit. And to me, I'm like, wait, you said a similar thing. It's like, we don't know if his large head is, could have predated his devil fruit. And that's something I do talk about in that video, where I say that, like, that video or that chapter actually supports my elemental hockey theory, because we do know that those heads are can be created without the devil fruit. The elongated head, we got the example from Fukurokuju.
Yeah, and also strawberry too.
Strawberry one I didn't use as an example because we didn't get like the full face of his forehead, but with Fukurokuju, Oda gave us a bald dude. At 41, he had a normal head. Then after he had his fallout with Raizo, because of his passions, he got so passionate about jutsus that he learned all of them and became the jutsu god. Apparently.
His head starts to expand and get bigger. Yeah, exactly.
And so without a devil fruit, he was able to imitate what a devil fruit is capable of. And so now, taking that part aside, I think there is a fair, like what you're saying, the space pirates, it could be a devil fruit or it could not be a devil fruit. One way or the other, there's something there. But here's how it could connect, right? If Nika existed 800 years ago, what about Vegapunk's fruit? The brain fruit. What did he say? Look, if you look back at what he exactly said, he said, my brain is the largest current brain that continues to grow. And I was like, wait, continues to grow. That means that you could add a stipulation there that it's not the largest brain. There might be a larger brain. Would that larger brain exist 800 years ago? The reason why I think that's important is because imagine if there was a punk record with a different name in the past that connected the entire world, which is why they were super advanced. And what
so
would that...
you would say it's like let's say, and so it'd be like an individual, or let's say a civilization based on a particular punk record, like how basically like the entire world is Egged Island, essentially.
Yes. And so my idea started with during the live reaction. You guys can go watch. I started with I froze in the live reaction. I froze. And I was like, okay. Let me not go off on this 30-minute tangent right now. Let me read the chapter. And then I gave it out where at first I was like, the red line. The red line is huge. It spans the entire world. You could fit a brain inside there and everyone could connect to that, And, I was like, okay, that's interesting. And then another idea, I was like, maybe the tree of knowledge, like the tree of knowledge is super weird shape. It's literally the tree of knowledge. Like it could be that the reason why 5,000 years of knowledge was accumulated there was because a previous brain user was there, which puts Vegapunk and Clover both at the same place. You know what I mean? And there was a lot of interesting things there. But then we landed on something that crosses the entire planet once a day at least. And you see it at nighttime. It was the moon. And at first I was like, oh my God, this is too crazy. This is too out there. There's no way that the previous...
The same way the Earth would be. Okay, so Earth is the Fabrio phase or something. Labo phase is the moon, where punk records is at. And it zaps the signal of the ancient punk records. So the core of the moon is a giant brain. Like you want like Star-Lord's dad to be a celestial body that orbits the planet.
I like that. Star-Lord's that. And when you think about it, right? So what I'm saying is that the moon contains memories, right? Because that's what Vegapunk's giant brain, Punk Records, is the accumulated memories of him, right? But
yes, history, knowledge, that kind of stuff. Yes,
and he'd want
medicine, whatever the hell, all that stuff. Yeah,
and he'd want the entire world to sync up with it at least once a day, right? That's what he has his own Vegapunks doing, at least once a day to sync up to it. And what better time? And we don't know how they sync up. We still don't know. But what better time than when you're sleeping? So basically, while you're dreaming, while you're sleeping and dreaming, everyone shares a dream. Everyone shares their memories, and they reload while they're asleep. And okay, so that, this all sounds romantic, but then it's like you start adding on to the details of it, where this is one of my favorite details of it, right? There was a few different things where it was like, one, Vegapunk has a punk record, right? We don't know the size of the brain, but he says it continues to grow. We don't know if all of Punk Records is the brain or if there's like a room for it. We don't know anything about that.
Right.
But I would imagine if the whole world were connected to a brain, it would explain again how they were so advanced, right? Now, some things that, I was walking towards is like, this sounds out there, but has Oda maybe like led us into a direction where this makes sense? And this is one of the stretchier ones, but when I thought about it, I was like, no, this is kind of crazy. So, you know, when we're talking about the moon, right, you brought up Dr. Tsukimi. Dr. Tsukimi's name is Moon Watcher. We'll get to that in a second because obviously it relates to the moon. And why isn't this video pausing? I'm trying to pause. What the heck? Why isn't... There we go. I'm trying to go to the exact spot where I bring this up. I'm gonna show it to the stream and show it to you at the same time. But there is actually
on stream, or
you can see it on the Discord if you want. I have it streaming to you, I believe, as well.
Oh, remember, my Discord has an issue, yo.
Yeah. So it should.
Okay, I'll go to the stream. Hold on, give me a second. Okay,
let me know when you're able to see it.
Let me go. Okay, I'm live. Yeah. Okay, Luffy, I see the red rock. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah. Okay, so let me. So we actually know of an entire unexplained group relating to the moon, and you might be thinking of one group, but we're gonna get to that group in a second. It's actually Wano.
Oh, there's a lot of who?
Wano. We still don't know why all the clan names are moon named, right? We still don't know. Do you have an explanation why they're moon named? Wano didn't give us that. Wano barely gave us explanations. I wonder why. Oda's holding off on some of those.
There were the families. Outside of the Kurozumi, the other ones are all named after moons in some respects, right? Yeah.
And let me tell you, like, what did
just how the Vegapunks are, you could argue too in some way, because the Vegapunks, you could argue, are also named because Atlas. Because you can argue this, all right? Lilith's name also refers to the quote shadow moon that is it's like a shadow. What was it called? Lilith is a shadow moon that was a sort of like it was a theory out there where one scientist had to proclaim that there was actually a moon that also orbits Earth too on like a bigger ellipse that's actually a hidden. It's like a dark moon, and that was called Lilith, but that was debunked. But there was a theory out there that is actually one of the moons. So the Vegapunks themselves, in some way, Atlas, Shaka, Lilith, Pythagoras, and them, these could have been, because we know based on Clover's ancient or the globe that there were other moons at one point in time that circled the planet too. But where the hell are these moons? No idea. So I'm not sure how many families there are in Wano.
There were six clans besides the Kozuki, I believe. So let me just count them.
See?
So Amatsuki, Kozuki, Fugetsu, Uzuki, Shimotsuki, and Kurozumi. So the Kurozumi would be the last one out, but there are 5 ones. But the number 6 was the one that, when you said the 6 Vegapunks, I was like, wait a second, hold on.
So 6 Vegapunks, potentially 6 of the potentially 6 of the actual Wano country families. Though to be fair, the problem is the Kurosumi, the names are like tar or like charcoal. Yeah, so they're, which
is an energy source, but we'll talk about that in a second.
Okay. I like where that's going.
Yeah, so to let you guys in on a secret, me and Cole are talking about this because I think, in terms of wavelength, which a lot of my channel, we call it mind rope. I think I brought that to you on your thing, where mind rope was essentially confirmed by this chapter, because what is connecting to the punk records would that be? That would be mind rope, essentially being able to connect to somebody telepathically. And we've been getting more and more and more of that kind of power.
And it's oh my god,
Cole. I know I'm shocking you with it. I know I'm shocking with you. Okay, so with let's walk it back to the Moon Clans real quick.
Yeah,
the Vegapunks are defending punk records. What is the clans? What have they been defending? They've been defending Wano, right? The lands of Wano. That's essentially,
which of course we all know equals Ancient and Pluton. It's like,
hold that thought. Maybe Oda subliminally gave us an idea. The Moon Clans defending the lands of Wano. Let's take a look at what Wano looks like real quick. Do you guys see that? Do you guys see what I'm looking at? The shape of Wano is in the shape of a brain. You see right next to it is, I don't even know why Oda put this brain stem right here. This if he didn't add that, it would be a kidney bean. He added this little thing. And it's like, okay, all right. And then, you know, a few other people hit me up in the comments. They were like, and Dax Sake, they were saying that Mount Fuji would be like the antenna that like the Vegapunk would connect to. And I'm like, all right, that's crazy. So I laughed at this one. I was like, all right, this is too.
Because that's something about right now. But hold on, because okay, it's like you can argue that we're a little bit too, like the brain, the way it's shaped. The top is on point. The left is
It's missing something.
Yeah, we're missing something here.
That part is like, you know, more of the brainstem, but it has like the rough shape. But this isn't. This was the joke. Like I you know, if you guys watch my videos, like
yeah, but now we're getting somewhere now.
Yeah. So I'm saying the moon is a database, right? Where when you go to sleep or at any point, some point you can connect to it, right? And you can acquire memories of some sort. You know what's funny? That actually exists in the One Piece story. Let's look at the Sulongs real quick. What do the Sulongs do? They look at the moon.
Look at the moon and they transform.
So the way Jinbei explained it was they access the feral memories of their ancestors to get the Sulong form. That's what they do. They literally just look at the full moon and get that. So if you guys want to see that, that's right here too. So, and I quote, "When the minks stare into the full moon on a clear night, they call forth the wild memories that lurk deep within their subconscious. People refer to their pale, ferocious form as Sulong, the moon lion." So we have an entire race of ancient people. I regard them as ancient because they're one of the most secluded ones in the entire verse that literally look at the moon and access memories.
Interesting, because I thought from like the other way too. Because I was doing a video, because I had a video plan on like Gear 5 and that kind of stuff, and why is it that Gear 5 mimics the Sulong in so many ways? Where Gear 5 Luffy, his eyes turn red, let's go Sulong, his hair goes white, let's go Sulong. This whole image is kind of like modeled after a Sulong in so many ways. And I kind of saw from like, okay, maybe instead of the same way, so you're going through it from a knowledge standpoint. I'm kind of seeing it from more like an energy standpoint, where just how Luffy could potentially gain energy from the moon, which could be in lockstep with the idea of this, you know, sun, this undying flame. The Sulongs also getting the same energy from the moon as well. And then that's why they also and also the sun itself, when you look at it from space, it's viewed as white, not orange.
Mm-hmm.
So the idea was that this energy source that they're all requiring is kind of being filtered in some way through the moon down back to them, if they're actually getting that power from the moon. So, but you're saying it's knowledge, where the moon is actually directing knowledge, or there's something in the moon where they're getting that knowledge from them. Okay, so I guess.
Well.
Okay. Wait, no, I see. This ties back to Tsukimi. So Tsukimi would actually build the robots to know why were his robots the same exact robots that were on the moon? Because he gained the knowledge to build those robots from the moon, since he's the Moon Watcher.
Moon Watcher. That is, so what I was thinking about was that Dr. Tsukimi, his name is Moon Watcher. What if his role was to watch the moon? That was a softer idea, but again, the point was that was really interesting is that Vegapunk originated in Karakuri, so, you know, and his brain fruit might have originated there too. It makes sense that he got it at a young age, given, like, maybe he was a genius and he got it somewhere else, but, you know, it'd be interesting if Oda gives us a story that this is where Vegapunk got the brain fruit, or if he just wants us to assume it is from where his
there was a fruit on the moon. Vegapunk went there at some point in the past, somehow, some way, and then he came. That's interesting. A huge. The idea that there's the fruit that's not on planet Earth. That's actually outside planet Earth.
Dr. Tsukimi could have been tied to that in a similar way, where we were just talking about how the Vegapunks, right? They're all split of the Vegapunks. So what if Dr. Tsukimi was one of those? You just said the Lilith's name is tied to the moon in some regard. Well, Dr. Tsukimi's name is as well.
Also tied to the moon. Yes. Okay.
So there could be, like, that could be tied to the original version. I say original version of Vegapunk of some sort, right? Because we have to, I think it's safe to assume that there was a parallel of Vegapunk in the past. And I talk about this in my recent collab with Sai about what that person might be referencing from. Given that just a tidbit into it was that Vegapunk gave us his dream, the free energy thing. That was Nikola Tesla's, I believe, his like primary goal as well. And when you look at a lot of the things that Ancient Kingdom did with like energy, the stuff, Tesla was attributed to that, even to the point where his dying thing was creating a death ray. But like, I don't know if he named it a death ray or that was like a propaganda thing, in the same light as ancient weapons, where ancient weapons, Shirahoshi, I don't know if she was running around like, I'm an ancient weapon, you know what I mean? More so that was like propaganda naming her that. But again, all of this going back to the idea that, things that existed or we're seeing now that have a higher potential probably existed in the past. So if there's Punk record now and we can already see the value of it, and where Vegapunk says that if everybody in the entire world connects to it, it'd be more advanced to us. I think that there's more than enough to say that it probably existed in the past. Now it's just like, where? And I think that's where me and you got to a similar like crossover of thinking. It's like, well,
yeah, so
where
you think it's knowledge and a brain. I think it's just energy. So that's the difference here. It's like, I think it's just,
and that's where things are interesting because the moon is like a self-sufficient thing. It orbits, it feeds off the sun. If I was trying to get energy, I would put it in space. You know what I mean? Like, and then on top of that, look at what we see internal underneath. Okay, so two more things was that inside, underneath the moon
surface
was that generator, right? That essentially Enel just powered up, and
there were the ruins. Well, yeah, that was a good question. I'm like,
which is
I was wondering, like, why were the ruins on the moon underground? Why are these people, these excavators, there in the first place? Who sent them there? And this is where I have to harken back to Rob Lucci's words about why Vegapunk may have a tie to Lucia Kingdom and that being destroyed, which could tie to Emu. Like, for me, it was it sounds dumb, but even though I know like they're not necessarily a clan per se, I do wonder if Emu also has an elongated head. I really do want that too. Because I have to wonder, like, okay, like there has to be something here where these guys in the first place went there. How? Why? If there was a way where, let's say, this gigantic thing that destroyed Lucia Kingdom, if it has anti-gravity tech, it's also not bound by, gravity. So it can go literally to the moon if it wants to, just like that. Literally.
And I think the energy and the memory thing could be like we were talking about before. A lot of these things, these power systems that we're talking about, are gonna be, in my opinion, synonymous by the end of the story. So memories is something that I talked about in the previous video regarding Big Mom. So like the explanation I put in there is, I think I might have figured out why Oda showed Big Mom with amnesia on Wano. I think it could be something valuable, and it's tied to memories specifically, and which we're talking about, which is again why, like, another thing about my channel is that all the videos connect one way or the other. But when we're talking about the moon, right, one thing that was really odd to me, on top of the giant generator, which for a database I would imagine is really important, Dr. Vegapunk is talking about that too. But 3, the space pirates coming to the moon, and then they're also digging. They also have elongated skulls, and I was in the video I was talking about, like, that's a really odd thing to do. Why would they come to a barren wasteland and dig and then have the thing? What if they know about that brain, and they're trying to find that brain, and they're trying to uncover that brain and access it? And that's essentially their inherited will, because their Jolly Roger is the Vegapunk head, or the elongated head, which would tie back to the ancient time stuff. So that's why
I don't think, like, that's why I'm not gonna say that it's necessarily, let's say, I don't know if there was a Vegapunk of the times, because you look at the actual murals of the ruins, it was the Skypians and the Brickens and the Shondians. They were the ones that were actually building the robots on the moon. So there was a case here that,
but here's
everyone was advanced per se, but there could be one key pivotal feature, or like one key pivotal person that was the architect of, let's say, all of this stuff, but we just don't know how exactly it would work.
But here's the thing, Cole. Here's the thing. I mean, we have this in our world, right? Like, if there's a mega genius and he puts his stuff on the internet, everyone in the world has access to the information now. So that's the beauty of the punk records, right? That
Yes.
if you actually connected to it and you got the whole world connected to it, not everybody has to, like, you know, not everyone has to be Vegapunk versatile, but if you're our Chopper, right, you access the memories, and now what did Chopper say? I can study medicine across the
Right.
world, and other people
Yes.
can also study the same things, right?
Yes,
So it
exactly.
could just be that the Skypeans, those depictions, they had access to the thing. In the same regard, Dr. Tsukimi was able to build the same exact robots. That would
Yes.
explain how people from completely different places were able
Are
to
doing
make
the same thing and link
thing.
up in some crazy ways. There's actually a link up point that's the moon, but
Yes.
no one knows that until we actually get there.
Yes, and
Mhm.
and there, you know, there's a conspiracy theory part where, like, in our world, where I could bring it to, but I don't want to go there here. Maybe I'll bring it in the video, but people don't like these the alien theories. I don't think it's an alien
I
thing.
love him. I love him. I love him. Dude.
So,
I
mean,
I love him.
So I mean,
Bring
this is,
him.
I think Oda also plays a really well on like, you know, cultural theories, you know, cultural like rumors, folklore, like across the world, like things that are really popular. Like I just talked about how the Denden Mushis were apparently based off of the fact that if there was an idea a long time ago, like a midwives tale kind of, like, you know, rumor thing, where if two snails fell in love and you separated them out, no matter how far they were, they would always face each other and come back to each other. And that was a rumor where then Oda apparently in an interview
Established in the story.
yeah, made it the Denden Mushis. And so
Yeah.
similarly, now let's talk about you brought up Emu, and then let's talk about Blackbeard, right? So the reason why I bring up Blackbeard, what did Blackbeard say in Jaya? He said, people's dreams never end.
Never die. Yeah, they never. Yeah, exactly. They never end.
And I'm thinking, what's crazy about that is
He doesn't dream.
he doesn't sleep. And if
Yeah,
I'm saying,
exactly.
so in the video I go about why this is important, because now again the theory wasn't perfected. The 1067 dropped. I immediately wrote this thing.
Trust me, we're in the same camp, because you and me, we have a bunch of different theories we have kind of laid out.
Yeah.
And now I'm like, okay, I have to kind of rethink about some of my theories here, because like my ideas of the moon, the whole brain knowledge thing could be better. Because I had an idea too with Blackbeard and the moon too, and how he doesn't sleep with the moon. And I was thinking, okay, hold on now. If the moon is, let's say, an energy source of some kind, does that actually prevent Blackbeard from going to bed? Because there are certain D-Clan members that actually linked up more with the moon in some respects here. Or it could be the case here where if he is, let's say, because they bring it up in
I love this. Go. No,
I can't. I can't.
I know you can't. You can't.
Film
But
red stuff.
we can. I talk about it in the video where I basically say, hey, go watch Film Red, because this will make more sense. And you watch Film Red and you know how this is making sense right now. But let me hit you with this. Let me hit you with this. You touched on a thing, right? The sleeping thing. Blackbeard doesn't sleep, right? And then, you know, I tied it to the winter thing because, you know, Karakuri randomly turned to winter. That's an interesting thing. But let's talk about this. If you have this is where, you know, a lot of database and IT and computer scientists came in and were like, this isn't exactly how a database works. It could, but there's a lot of different ways, right? But let's just talk about it simply. In the story, there's a lot of people that would reach for the idea. Wait, if you have a giant brain, a memory thing, what happens if Pudding walks up to this brain and she's the memo no mi, and she just deletes a part of it, right? She can walk up to Punk Records and just delete a part of it. And let's say if Vegapunk accumulated 100 years of history or something like that, and then she deleted 100 years of history, what would happen to the people connected to that? Would that create a void century of sorts?
In a way, yeah, it would.
It's possible. There's a possibility. Now, I'm not saying that there aren't a lot of things that need to happen for the Void Century specifically to make sense. I explained a few of those things in that video, but to fast forward through a part of it, We don't know Blackbeard's situation with not sleeping. We assume it's because of the Winter Island thing, but those things are still separate in the story. The reason
we have no idea.
No idea. But what I really liked about this theory off the rip was because if it ties to sleep, then we have a major antagonist who has this highlighted detail about him that goes unexplained for this many chapters, and the two would be bringing them together. And now why would that be important? Because if Vegapunk's system is you connect to it and you you refresh your database, right? So if two Vegapunks, one Vegapunk learns something, another one learns something, it uploads, and then this one connects, and then they both, get the same set. And every day they reconnect and they reset. Now let's take this one, right? Well, let's take out some of the memories. It uploads. Would that delete it from this one? There is a world where that could be possible. Now, why is that important? Because if in the Void Century there was a clan of people that didn't sleep because they were afraid to connect to this brain, that could be why, inherited will-wise, Blackbeard can't sleep, because he has inherited the will of not sleeping to avoid that. Now, why is that important? If Emu is truly at the top of the world, and possibly from the Void Century, who's to say that they can't tap in to the moon? And while the world sleeps and while the world dreams, Eam is not playing Big Brother the entire series. And that's why Eam, though in the hole they are in the Chamber of Flowers, they're able to tap in to the dreams of the entire world. And then, hey, this island's a problem. Let's cross off Lulusia right now. I saw what they were thinking about. I saw the dreams. I saw the visions.
I don't know. Okay, so this is a bit tough, but I will say this. It's like the idea, because Lucia was already open like rebellion. So like they were going to be, so that could be just like an unlucky choice on, But at the same time, the idea of the dream state being the key, it's not necessarily known that the Vegapunks themselves do that, because
we don't know that part. That's
right. Yeah, because it seems like the one that does that, the one that sleeps, the one that eats, and the one that defecates for them is York. So it seems like all their needs, like all their natural bodily functions, are shared through the punk records in some unique way between the Vegapunks. And that's something that you don't see in the World One Piece, where everyone is actually like completely different in terms of their physiology. Like you have angels, you have fishmen, you have long necks, you have long arms, and all these different people that are very unique in times how they operate. But also the idea of like a giant punk records or something of that sort on the moon, I think would probably work for only like a select few people in the World One Piece that have privy access to. Maybe back in the past, everyone could access it, but at the same time, I think now only a select few people can actually access it because of various reasons, if that's actually the case here. So the question would be, okay, why would then, let's say the Marshall D family, right? Why would they be particularly against the idea of linking up with punk records? And I think this will tie back to Blackbeard's idea of freedom, because one of the scary parts that's not addressed is if you have everyone's brain connected to one another and everyone can access this records, then in some sense it does kind of remove a little bit of free will. Not saying that it's because there's now a focal point of control for someone to actually manipulate like the rest of the world, which it's kind of like what you see in Magi, which is like Sinbad. I got spoiler warning, but it's like, okay, that's
like a decade old now.
Fair, but so like just in case there was never read Magi, but it's like trust me, I know like people like I also about Bleach and Bleach content the other day my stream on Patreon. Folks like, oh, that's spoiler. I'm like, really? It's like a decade plus. What do you mean? Huh? Okay, so either way.
Fair. But as you're saying,
yeah. But the whole point here is that if there is like the issue would be, okay, there is a point, like there is a major point of focus that could be tackled and actually taken down for like the rest of the globe, and that would be like the gigantic brain. So my thought process here would be whatever is on the moon is hidden, and it's kept hidden even away from someone like Emu. Like Emu can't get access to it. Like maybe he knows about it, but he can't gain access to it, because that's going to be the key thing here that we have to acquire or utilize, let's say, against Emu. But if Emu can't access it, then we're not playing fair anymore. It's like, how do you even like compete with that in terms of like global domination? That's why I'm more of the sense of it's a systematic shutdown information rather than Emu's actually able to tap into people's dreams through the brain from the moon and actually know who to actually and know who to target. So that's what I would say personally.
No, and Cole, I love you so much that I'm just gonna. I always do this, but like I have a moon, the second version of this, because again, like I want to refine the idea.
There's another version.
Okay. Like a more full detail. I'm gonna go talk about it. I'm gonna walk us through there because what was the thematic I started? I said, I share the same sentiment where I think Oda is especially going towards a world where nature meets science. And, when you look at devil fruits, for example, devil fruits are that, right? You take these tools that are created, right? Let's take the lightsaber, for example. Like that has such a weird quirk where a light attracts bugs. That could easily be a paramecia power, right? Just put that in a devil fruit. Many different...
We're seeing the verse here where we're seeing Vegapunk do actual abilities, like for the warping ability. Von Auger does that. Law does that. Or let's say, for example, I think we saw him last chapter go kind of like stealth, because I think it's stealth. We're seeing, of course, German can do that too with the Reitsu with Sanji, and then of course, obviously, Shady the Rain can do that.
Right.
So we're seeing tech literally mimic devil fruits in so many capacity. So if you flip it around, and this is where I think things get a bit shaky here. The devil fruits themselves, I think, are tech oriented. I think they're actually made via tech.
Mm-hmm.
I think that
that's fair.
Vegapunk, because Vegapunk, he is the foremost master of devil fruits in the world currently. He can actually give a inanimate object devil fruit ability, a zone ability, of course. But the idea is that Vegapunk, I think, has always been trying to catch up to the technology of the ancient kingdom. That's why even no matter what he thinks about, he always thinks about, okay, I can do this, that, and the other, but I need this energy source, and this energy source is always this ancient energy source. It already exists in the past, and I'm just trying to get there. So it's always like going down in order to go to the future, he has to always go to the past. That's how it always kind of works in Vegapunk's mind, which is why I think that even the devil fruits themselves were probably devil fruits that were created by these ancient kingdoms, or by the ancient kingdom.
Yeah.
Because we see Vegapunk do the same thing, but he kind of failed at it. But they are better than him, or maybe one person particularly was better at him in the past, and they can actually make devil fruits.
And like you could look at it like this too, right? Like the concept of inherited will is something that was mysteriously dripped to us at the pre-time skip, post-time skip. We've been understanding inherited wills through Roger, Odin, Kaido, whatever, right? And then we land on Egghead, and we get the full, right in our face, the whole Seraphim situation, where not only does Jinbei Seraphim know Fishman Karate off the rip, and just because of the memories within his lineage factor, it's kind of like
the memories of the memories of the DNA,
and so it's like how do you harness that and then put it into something, right? I think that Vegapunk is stuck on the tech side of things, and he doesn't know how to get to the devil fruit side, which is the nature, the fruit, the tree side, where it's like there's a conversion thing that we're missing that we're gonna probably learn from the Void Century, which I don't think Vegapunk will impart on us, which is why Vegapunk doesn't necessarily need to die, because, though he is the smartest person, he still doesn't have the knowledge from the Void Century. If he did, then he would have all the solutions as well, right? Roger and Rayleigh probably had the answers that he would need, and I guess their roads never crossed or something like that. I would imagine Rayleigh would be able to answer some of the questions that Vegapunk has, like what was their energy?
He knows what happened. So he would actually, of course.
Like he would be able to like, hey, these legendary giants, right? Well, how were they powered? And Rayleigh would be like cola or something. You know what I mean?
This is where I think the giants come into play, because I think the giants. So among, as far as I recall, it depends how far he wants to go, but among the because we know that like the giants are themed as like Norse mythology, kind of stuff. One of the things that has always kind of fascinated me is, and this is where I think Elbaf could be also a point where we actually go from the move. Not necessarily now. It could actually be Elbaf. It's because it depends on how I want to do this. why is there a giant beanstalk in the middle of the sky where this island falls onto when the explosion knock-up stream takes up the knock-up stream takes up a yard? Where? Why? How does that work? Where's this beanstalk coming from? And then one of the things that fascinated me was that there was an idea that was brought up that you can actually get to the Skypiea that Luffy company went to, but through another means.
Right.
There was another pathway there.
An easier path.
Well, no, it would actually be a harder path because people would guaranteed die along the way, but
no, they would guaranteed die along the knock-up stream. So Gonfall said that most people went the other way because it was a lot safer. It's just most people couldn't survive up there because of the air, but that way was safer.
Well, because as far as I recall, it was like the how do you say? It was like he said some to like the effect of like the knock-up stream was like all in one go, like either you all live or you all die. But the other way is like you may have folks die along the way, but you'll get there safer because not all of you are gonna die. I think it was something of that sort. I forgot what he said exactly, but I was thinking about it like, is there a possibility where there are other roadways that kind of stem from Elbaf, or maybe other parts of Elbaf that tie to other parts of the world that we're not, too familiar with? And then this would be the fabled Yggdrasil tree, where like the Yggdrasil tree would be a roadway across the planet that kind of like Kuma's ability, where it'll be a roadway across the planet that actually allow you to get from place to place to place to place. Something of that sort.
I think I feel like it makes sense that the Straw Hats will interact or learn of something, because like Oda gave us that information that there is another path, and I do think the Sky Islands are important. So like if you've seen my videos, what Cole is talking about with the knock-up stream, I highlighted that, right? One thing that a lot of people, the point of that Nolan video was I went through, picked apart the Nolan video and realized, and this is before Leloucia, way before Leloucia. So basically I said in that Nolan video was that, not way before, probably like 2 months before or something like that, where I was basically saying, it's this video 5 months ago. I was saying that I think that in the near future, we're going to get a situation where the Gorosei and Ym are going to delete another country. I don't know exactly how, but the knock-up stream might be one, because I think that the knock-up stream might be controlled by Imu and the Gorosei, because similar to Leloucia, the knock-up stream followed the Reverie. So 400 years ago, Nolan landed on Jaya. He went back home. He had to get approval from the Holy Land to go back on the expedition. And right after the Reverie, a year later, after some setup, I'm guessing, the knock-up streams begin. So Nolan was there for an entire month on Jaya, not a single knock-up stream.
I forget. He actually had to get approval from the Holy Land to go back and actually, really?
Chapter 292, 291, around there. So if you guys are interested in the idea, that one was one of my favorite videos, but like it led to this idea that like, the knock-up stream was curated somehow, because Nolan was there for an entire month, and what we learn is that the knock-up streams happen 5 times a month, and Kalgara didn't know about it, and he never told Nolan. Nolan didn't see it, and then right after the Reverie, similar to Leloucia, boom, it happens. But something I pointed out, like you said, the cloud, which that part, if you guys are wondering about that part, the part 2 to that one is pointed out in this video with the cloud. There's something interesting about the cloud, because the cloud it seemed to move as well. The clouds don't stay in one place, but for some reason it happened to line up with the knock-up stream and be perfectly placed so that Shandora would land right on the giant beanstalk, which is like, hey, whoa,
beanstalk's like out of nowhere. It's like, wait, how? Where's this beanstalk come from, dog?
And
wait, what the hell?
And like, so if you want the answer, guys, it's in that video. And
the beanstalk?
Yeah, the beanstalk answer. So
really?
The answer to that, which is this is why I'm loving this conversation, because you're like, I feel like when I watch your streams, especially, you and I talked about this in the Shanks video, and why the elemental hockey stuff was so great to talk to you about, because the way your analytical mind works is let my brain flood with all the questions that are possible from this scenario, and let me answer the most the most important questions first, and if I can't figure it out from that, then I'll start going to the fringe questions, and you entertain those, which is what I love, because I'm the person who, like, I look at all the details and try to figure out answers to random ass questions, and I think my chat enjoys that because they ask a bunch of questions. But, you know, going back to the idea of the nature and science and it meeting in the middle, you know, the mysticism being explained through mechanics. There's something that's mystical that, like, hey, Punk Records, we talked about it before. If mind rope, right? The like kind of like being able to telepathically communicate with another individual, that is established through mechanics. But isn't that's, you know, we saw
mechanics plus also like natural, like nature connection, you argue, because like everyone, so here's where I think this is like, I'm not gonna say that, let's say, mechanical stuff can be implemented, let's say, through hockey, but everyone in the world has hockey. Everyone has a baseline observation and arm and hockey hardening, or arm hockey, I should say. And the idea is that, okay, we're all kind of connected in some way through observation hockey at the bare minimum. And that's like, that's what presence is per se. So we're living, and as a result of us living, we could connect through this hockey. But the also idea is that, and this is what you kind of see with Momonosuke and Zunisha, they can actually like see through each other's own like visions, which
and so right there, how is that
spoilers?
possible?
Obviously, spoilers of something else too. I'm not gonna say.
How is that possible?
So that's the thing. It's like this
Momo
could
and
be like,
Zunisha do it through Voice of All Things, correct?
yes, they do the voice of all things. Correct.
Okay, so let's.
How is it? Okay. If you want a damn it. If you want a fundamental, because this is what I'm kind of getting to, like another video of mine that I plan in the future. The idea is that, and Vegapunk kind of brings it up in a way too. He says literally last chapter that energy is all around us. Energy is abundant. People don't know how to tap into the energy. Is hockey a way to actually tap into the natural energy that exists all around us? And this is something that I'm kind of thinking about too, where it's like, maybe not necessarily armor hockey, because that seems to be someone's inner soul, like someone's own soul acting as like armor and so on. But observation hockey could be a way to kind of tap into this sort of hockey, because it's more presence oriented, like through this energy that's freely abundant in the atmosphere and so on. Again, it's not mana, it's just energy. It's natural energy kind of shit. You can actually link up with someone on a more natural, spiritual level. And that's where the elemental hockey would tie into, because it wouldn't just be privy to things like people, but actually the elements themselves, which would mean that what Sanji's been doing since like NS Lobby has been hockey. Which is, to me, is like, okay, it works-ish, and I'm cool with it. But at the same time, it's like, I need way more information. But at the same time, oh, God damn it. Are we going to play Film Red or not, dude?
50, I'll ask it then. I'm going to ask a question at the end of this like discussion of who cares about Film Red spoilers. And if it's a large percentage who don't care, like
it is. No, it is. I think it's like 45%. That
no, so that's people who watched it, right? At the end of the stream, I'm going to ask a different question. I'm going to ask, do you care about Film Red spoilers? If it's 70%, 80% say they don't care, then we'll talk about it at the end. But the quote that you said, the I think that there's energy everywhere, right? One, that thing, that is a Tesla quote. Tesla, that is the whole premise, bread and butter of everything Tesla does. There's energy everywhere. We're not tapping into it. But tying it back, if you guys go watch my first elemental hockey video, word for word what Cole said is like, if it doesn't feel like it's armament, and it doesn't feel exactly like observation, but it's somewhere in between of all these things, where I first originally called it the fourth hockey, but I pretty much basically say that I think that there's a spiritual energy, like nature hockey, yes, similar to Naruto, but in a different way. And we get that, we get instances of explanations where in that video, to give you a booster into that video, where it's like, how do people fast in One Piece? We get characters Zoro, Ryuma, or Odin, Green Bull, who have fast for an unhuman amount of time, but yet what does that do? That hones their hockey, it seems like. And how do they satiate themselves? Is that not them training their hockey to bring in nature energy? Is that why swordsmen or people from Wano who like Zoro, Odin, Yamato, everyone who says, not Ushimaru said to Yamato, where it says samurais don't need to eat, right? If that's a normal practice, then maybe that's why Wano is so good at hockey off the rip. There is also, I made a parallel to Amazon Lily. Amazon Lily is an island where everybody knows hockey. I wonder why. And so in that thing, I connected back to Maslow's hierarchy, where you look at the base physiology, necessities, and I think Oda based that off. If you partake in something that eliminates one of those things or a lot of those things, sleep, air, food, sex. So you can look through One Piece and connect that to a lot of these things. Food, Wano. The sex one is Amazon Lily. Obviously, it's a island full of women. I mean, they're losing something there, guys. There's a reason why when Luffy showed up, you know, they were looking for the family jewels, bro.
But every time they give birth to women specifically.
Yeah, and that's another interesting thing too. So nature meets science. Elemental Haki. Let's pull it back to the voice of all things real quick. So, voice of all things, that is a mystical power that we've yet to explain. One of the more mysterious ones that I think we're getting more and more of. Shanks Wi-Fi Haki as an example. That is something that I've talked about. Mind rope.
Yeah.
That's where we talked about it before.
That's where I actually got to bring up something too, because damn it, dude. It's like, okay, if there is energy that is abundant that we can utilize for hockey, ideally, right? Because here's the thing. I don't necessarily think it's like anything, let's say some natural nature energy per se, but I think it's more so like there are certain affinities for hockey that we know exist. So people have affinities for observation, armament, or conquerors hockey, according to Oda. But these things exist everywhere, like anyone can have them. But in order to actually tap into various things, like various elements and so on, you have to like attune your hockey in a certain wavelength or in a certain way to, let's say, gain access to that hockey. And so the idea is that if Shanks could actually impose his will on the very atoms or energy in the atmosphere itself, that's how he could channel his hockey such a vast distance, like hundreds of miles. Or like he's not even like you can't even see the borders of Wano country from where he's at. And he's able to actually pinpoint and channel that somehow to where to where Green Bull was. And there's actually someone, but it's not, it's devil fruit, but you can maybe apply to hockey too. It kind of feels like it's also in lockstep with NL. NL could actually hear people's
thoughts,
electromagnetic waves when they're speaking with his devil fruit ability. And also he can hear that distance given his hockey. So he's combining the two together to make it happen. And with Shanks' case, I'm like, hold on, but he has no ability, like he has no fruit. But could you do it in a natural way that we're not necessarily too familiar with at this point in time? So that's what I'm like, you know, it gets a little bit funky there. It gets funky, but maybe. But I need Oda to just say this is the case. But he doesn't do it. He just like, no, like not yet, dog.
But like you're saying, I think that is the Oda way, where he gives it to you, but he's waiting for the last saga. And we're in the last saga where
we're here. We're here. What do you mean? It's now.
You're seeing the parallel though, right? Like of a devil fruit to hockey, and now we have a tech version of it with Vegapunk, right? Yes. And that's where we're going to, where it's like, wait, if Vegapunk mechanized essentially a voice of all things, maybe voice of all things originates from the original Punk Records or Moon thing.
Tech. Yes. Tech.
And so it ends up because you lose how it works. Like if I had a phone, if I gave someone a phone,
select few folks that can tap into the brain are the people that can use the voice of all things.
Hence why we see a lot of D-Clan members do that. And you know what's really interesting? Hey, memories is a really important factor, right? Like memories is a crazy thing. We see that the Ancient Kingdom has this, from what we know, the offshoots of the Ancient Kingdom. Let's talk about Shandora, Zou, Wano. These we know are tied to the Ancient Kingdom on the ally side at least. Yes. What's interesting about all three of those places, and we could bring in Fishman Island, but they don't have a direct one. They have a different graveyard, but the graveyards, and Forest of Ancestors on
Mm-hmm.
Shandora. Zoe has a village of ancestors essentially. So where it was like with the tree place with the pineapples, that was a very special place where their ancestors.
I forgot about that entirely. Okay, yeah, okay.
Wano has two things actually. They have the Eternal Graves where they
With the
keep
swords,
everyone, and then they also have the Fire Festival. Both ways to essentially tap in or preserve. I like the Eternal Grave ones. It's preserving the dead, preserving the memories, preserving the souls, whatever it may be. Now, what we learned from Hero Luke is that the idea is that people don't die as long as they're remembered, right?
Remember, yeah, exactly. Remember, yeah.
So maybe the Ancient Kingdom was doing that. That's what the whole premise of the Punk records was. It was to preserve everyone so no one actually dies. They're all kept alive within that thing. Now, walk it back to how this could connect. See, something that's always been interesting to me, and I talk about it in that video, the moon one. And this is, I'm going to talk more about it in a future video. I've talked about it a little bit in the past on streams. But something that's always been interesting to me is the idea that Roger has a voice of all things. He can talk to poneglyphs, all this stuff. It's very interesting, right? So he makes it
right there.
Okay.
He can talk to poneglyphs. Why is it even possible in the first place?
We don't have the answer yet, but let's walk.
Okay, yeah, go because because I want to see if we're going the same path here. But go ahead.
Laugh-Tale. Okay.
Yes.
Cool. You go to Laugh-Tale, right?
Yeah.
There's 100 years of history to learn. Is it on a block? How exactly do you and I absorb 100 years of history so much that we know the truth of everything in a sitting, right? To me, most ways that we know of One Piece, it would take days, if not months, to like actually absorb it. I mean, are we all just Robin? Is all of Roger's crew just Vegapunk?
Right.
You know what's interesting? Is there not a parallel there where what Vegapunk explained, if you connect to the Punk records, you automatically get the knowledge within that thing. Now, maybe you don't get Vegapunk's big head. It doesn't, you can access things. You can see them if it's in your memories. Look what happened to Momo and Zunisha. Zunisha literally downloaded his memories into Momo where he could see Zunisha's past, the criminal things. And through word, he tried to speak it to everyone around them and they were confused. That's the separation in writing it in language versus speaking it versus downloading it, right? We see the separation in how much knowledge you can impart through each of those mediums. When Momo got it, he got a lot of history from Zunisha. Look back at Viola and Sanji. Viola was able to give Sanji all the memories.
Hey, that's an ability, though, to be fair. But yes, you're saying though, like they were shared memories,
All these connect, right? So now,
Momonosuke and Zunisha, I thought that it was more so just like they shared their vision at that point in time. So he knew what was going on. Not necessarily he actually imparted his wisdom to him.
Zunisha, at the time, he told us the story of Zunisha, that Zunisha committed a crime of the past, and everyone was like, "Wait, what?
Yeah,
what
exactly. Yeah, but I don't call them actually like sharing the moments that, like,
we didn't see the moments, right? But we saw, like, that's not a current thing.
I just want to clarify that.
Yeah. That's not a current thing that Zunisha didn't commit a crime now that he was exiled and he was atoning for, right?
Right.
So that's some sort of memory that was imparted into Momo that actually like brain blasted him, right? So now let's on Laugh-Tale, right? They have the entire crew. Not all of them are Giga Brain geniuses. Even Rayleigh said that they're not smart, right? They just had the voice of all things. Hey, isn't that a really key line? They just had the voice of all things. The voice of all things. The voice of all things from the Void Century would be in the moon. Could it be that instead of Odin reading a poneglyph of 100 years of history and then telling Roger verbally and telling the entire crew verbally, it makes more sense that they somehow tapped in to the records and automatically got all the knowledge. Now, why is that?
That's actually a case for the One Piece being this brain, not the moon. FYI, that's a better case for the One Piece itself being the brain.
Which I talked.
Unless you want to say it's one and the same, then that's.
I think I propose that in the I like you know, me and Mew share a similar thing where at least for me, none of my theories are like even this theory I like the possibility of it still is 0%. Why? Because I have 100 different theories and this is just my favorite one that's really cool and ends up connecting.
Right. Exactly. Right? Yeah, like a swing possibility. Yeah.
Because
like Because I feel like the memory thing, the memory bank that's introduced in this whole thing, plus the infinite energy, they have to tie in some way, and one or the other have to, or both have to be important in some way too. But how they're important could be relative to just, well, infinite energy, because I think that has to mean something too.
Yeah, no,
there's like a literal power source that they talk about that probably exists or still exists to this day, or that's being kept hidden, or the enemy has it, or X or the other. That thing has to be just as important too as the memory component as well. It has to be just as important.
I agree.
Because
100%.
all this stuff doesn't happen unless it's infinite energy. Or not infinite energy, I suppose.
So some of you guys might like, if you guys are, I don't think we'll be able to fit in all of the energy talk today, but I do think that there's a world where the memories itself like can give energy of some way. And
wait,
that
so
really
whoa, break. DNA?
I mean, we do have, so that's what I'm saying. We're not there yet. We're not there yet, but let's walk there a little bit. So one other thing about Laugh Tale was something interesting that Roger said to Rayleigh, right? It was that part where, like, to this day, it's kind of confusing from two parts, where one, Roger says to Rayleigh, I won't die. Clearly he died. But what do we know in the case of One Piece world? You don't die if your memories, and you are remembered in that regard. Yeah, the pirate.
Remember what Whitebeard said too.
Yes, that's the other one. Where he is
the man Rod Grainford teach. It's not you. What do you mean waiting for?
So
I had a video. I did a video. I think it's like 10 years old now. I did a video where it's literally titled "Roger Still Lives." I literally did like Roger Still Alive.
You gotta link it to me.
Yeah, it's such an old video.
We're gonna bring it back, dude.
Damn.
I mean, even with the elemental hockey thing, right? Like, I might have talked about it in an original way, but I don't think that it's an original thought, right? Like, we talked about that at the Reverie, and one of the main things was that after, the reason why I like talking about this on streams with a lot of creators, because I want people to show me all of the ideas that I might have missed, and eventually, time permitting, I'm able to get to them. And one of the coolest ones was that you had a theory about elementaki also 10 years ago, and like I watched a part of it, and I was gonna bring it up in our earlier like on your stream, but we talked about so many other things. But yeah, the point is like, what if at Laugh Tale you are allowed to then upload your brain into the thing, or it might not have to be Laugh Tale, and that's the point later, where there has to be some kind of apparatus, which again is still in question. Is it sleep, or is there something specific? In Vegapunk's regard, there was the antennas, right? And so this is where some of my commenters actually like gave me the brain blast on that video. So I'm gonna shout them out when I get around to making the video, because I already had the voice of all things part, and I already had a feeling. I have my own explanation for how they possibly got the information at Laugh Tale. There might have been like a medium of some sort that made it that they had to ingest. That probably will make a lot of people think from that, but I think what's really, really interesting is you asked earlier, and I know we're jumping a little bit, but
this video's 2015, dude.
Oh dang, that is a long time. 2015.
I told you this is an old video. Roger Lives, clues from Whitebeard, Rayleigh, and hockey abilities. One Piece theory. Yeah, this is oh boy. If this video comes right at some point in the future, I'm like, yeah, listen, like, guys, everyone's late to the game. I'm early as fuck.
Yeah, to me. I mean, hey, I agree.
I'm taking credit. Hey, listen, 2015. But all I'll say is that I like where this is going a lot, because I didn't think about because the brain thing to me, I thought was just relevant for Vegapunk and what could be the case in the future. But now we talk more and more about like, the idea of like the past, and how like Vegapunk is trying to capture the past. I can also apply for himself as well. And I like the idea that there was a shared memory or a shared like a shared memory that people had back in the day through this sort of like old punk records. And it allowed them to literally like conquer the world in a sense and master the world at infinite energy, potentially even more. Let's say space travel through the moon or to various other moons, and probably even led them to, let's say, create things like the Red Line, because the Red Line probably ain't normal. Like, I mean, it's just, there's a good chance it's man-made. Yeah, there's a very good chance it's man-made. Right. So, yeah, so I do, and I'm gonna give you the link to the video too. But I do wonder if that was also what granted them their power is, and what made them so advanced is also what caused them to their downfall. Because one question we always have to ask is, how the hell did these 20 kingdoms beat this ancient civilization? That is something that we just have to. In that video, I'm going to try and work out somebody, but I think ultimately just comes down to emu treachery. But I'm pretty sure it's more complicated than that. I'm willing to bet a lot more complicated than that.
Yeah.
So either way,
I think even like with all of this idea, I think even if you took other theories and you know, put them on the same realm of like equal possibility, and you think about how the ancient kingdoms would usurp such a powerful thing, I think we come back to a thematic. I'm not saying it's one-to-one, but we come back to the Arabasta thematic, the Wano thematic, where the Mane no Mi comes into play, where it's like some kind of like imitation. I'm acting like this and I'm fooling you. I'm abusing your memories. What happened there? The memories of Momo was abused for Odin. That was his weakness. Just as much of a strength memories can be, they can also be your downfall. They could be your weakness.
Yes.
There are several people. So in this video, I also talk about the fact that something Vegapunk mentions, and he, you know, whether it's righteous or willfully wants to be ignorant about, is the negative possibilities or probabilities of a punk record connecting the entire world. Because the person I bring up is, what happens if you throw a Doflamingo there? That shit is getting tainted, bro. Like you drop you know.
That's what Jimmy brings up too. People have these ideologies that clash against each other, and then these ideologies will create so everyone knows about all these, you know, information, but people's ideologies, and you know how they experience the world and so on, would completely, even still at odds with one another. That would still be the case here. So why did the ancient kingdoms want to fight against these 20 kingdoms in the first place? It's like, what? Oh, there's so many different.
So I actually just talked about Jay. I talked about this with Jay. I didn't tell him all of this stuff, but I did tell him the other part, because this will be in the thing. Oh man, I'm so happy right now.
How long is it gonna be, dog? Damn, son.
Dude, I mean, this is something a lot of my viewers love. A lot of my viewers are like, bro, I need longer videos from you. And I'm like, but if I want to appeal to the larger, I drop a 50-minute video and they're like, it's not long enough. Versus,
oh yeah, you do videos like, you know, like once every few weeks on your channel. Yeah.
I do once a week videos. They're
once a week.
Yeah, okay. They're hard, but it's there comes times, you know, with the kid coming along and stuff, like there was a block of time, and this is when I reached out to you, where I was saying like I want to prioritize talking to all the creators, because once the kid comes, I can still make videos, but I can't talk to everybody on a random schedule, right?
So, of course, yeah. So you have other things to take care of, right? You have your own journey to go through, yo.
Yeah.
Woo! All right, that's gonna be a fun time.
That is gonna be a fun time. That's why I'm loving this conversation, because like, you're matching the, you know, not to put you in the ADHD bubble,
because
like,
Tekking has the same vibes too. It's like Tekking is all about the moons as well. It's like, because Tekking and I, we were like big onto the moons like years ago, and then we kind of got like lost in the sauce of like modern day stuff. But we're like what's going on? Like a lot of the Wano country stuff and Hokigan stuff, all kind of stuff. But like the moons have always been like on our minds, because like just the idea that we saw Clover's globe, there were like 6 main moons. One moon had its own moon. It's like, wait, what the hell's happening here? And then you have these like different themes. Like you have the, you know, like the moons of like the clans of Wild Country near the moons. Then you have, of course, the stuff going on with Ed on his cover story. Then you have the ancient weapons. It's like all these different things that kind of feel. I'll put it like this, okay? I don't think that it was a mistake on Oda's part to have the main backdrop of the Gift of Awakening be the moon. Mm-hmm. I think that that was done purposefully by Oda for a particular reason.
Yeah.
Even though he is the quote sun god, the moon dropped his weapon for a reason. And I think that has to mean that the moon has to play some role, a direct role, into whatever Oda has planned. Which is why when folks tell me the moon's not happening, I can't believe that. It doesn't make any sense, because the moon, I think, is just too damn important. Either way.
No, I agree. I like, you can even say something along the lines of like, someone in the chat said something interesting about part of the theory that it's a really goofy theory, because one of my viewers brought it to my attention a long time ago. I was like, and then over time it started growing, and now I'm like, yo, I'm including this in the video. But
Yeah.
the point being, I think like, so Oda has said that, you know, the power of the world is rotation, spirals, cycling. That's what devil fruits, the earth, the sun, the moon, it all rotates, cycles, right? And if we're talking about energy, it's that perpetual motion. And
also the DNA, double helix, the spiral, the rotation, like it all comes from the same thing. Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And I think that the devil fruits, like we see Luffy, like the moon stuff, I think and then Tama's fruit connects to the moon as well. Like, I think we are going to see, and then Sulong's connect to the moon. Like, I think we're going to see more ties to the moon than not. And I think it ties into, like...
Wait, Kibidongos do?
The Kibidongos, they when she feeds them to an animal, the commands that she gives them expire on a moon cycle. So that was told to us in like 1052, I believe, 1053.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, it is. It is after every month. No, 3 months? No, a month.
No, it was moon cycle. She said moon cycle, and that's.
You're right. She just said moon cycle. You're right. Yeah. Okay.
And that's a reference. Shout outs to Hidden for this. Wano. Japan has in September they have a moon watching festival, and they have Tsukimi dongos, which are moon dongos, and so that's what Kibi Dongo is supposed to reference for that. But yeah, I think the moon is going to be like when you're talking about the energy, right, existing all around us, right? The separation between us using it is simply knowledge, right? So if the energy is all there and we're just wasting it and we just don't know how to get it, then maybe tapping into the moon for the knowledge would give you the energy. Now, the separation of what you're talking about, the moon giving you the energy, that's where I'm thinking that it connects, because I think that the energy is there. Vegapunk just said that it's all there. He doesn't know how the separation is. We don't know. The stuff
is the memory.
And that is the exact problem that Tesla had. Nikola Tesla. He was the first person to, you know, tout wireless energy, and apparently figured it out. But then, you know, met his fate in a similar fashion to, I don't know, the Ancient Kingdom, knocking people out and deleting them.
Right.
And so, you know, I forget where it was, but there's a whole Tesla me and Sai, we had a weekly thing. Clearly I talked to a lot of creators this last week. I talked to like maybe 5 about various things. It's a lot of fun.
Well, Nikola Tesla's on my radar for this, but I kind of look into it because history's not my strong suit. It's definitely not. It's more like math and engineering.
Also, since you mentioned teching before about the moon stuff, we need to run this back with teching on the moon later on.
Yeah, teching has a lot of good moon ideas. You should definitely talk to teching about that stuff. I wonder if he still has them, because it's been a minute now when I talk teching. But teching and I, because we had a lot of moon conversations too. There's so much information about the moon that's just so fascinating, and it feels like it's the one part of the One Piece world that Oda has not really touched upon. When I think it was the filmmaker director that said, like, he talked to Oda about how, we can go to space and nothing will change, or like it'll make a lot of sense if we go to space. Like, yeah, of course, because like there's so many things that are up there, and then just getting there too is relatively simple in theory, because we've seen the little Spacian, we see the robots get there with balloons. The Armada they get up their moons. NL takes a ship up there. It's like you can just fly up there essentially and just get to the moon. But it's a matter of like everything else that's there, like why the archaeologists are there in the first place, why the ruins underneath the ground, the moon.
You can go there, but
like even like I think it was chapter 1065 or 64, where we actually see Vegapunk, Lilith with Pythagoras and Edison. Behind them is like this sort of like astrological like map.
Yeah. I know what you're talking about.
Yeah. And I'm like, wait, hold on. Why is this here? And of course, I'm counting. Okay, how many there are there? Are there 60 of these things? I'm like, oh, here we go. Because I swear, woo, man. Okay.
No,
number 16. Holy. Woo.
Yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about right here. 1065, right in the back. And is that the One Piece world, or are we talking about planets here?
Yeah. That's, oh my God. Oda could just do so much.
Right here. Let me show the chat real quick.
Show chat. Because oh my God, dude.
See if I have my red filter. Oh, there it is, red filter. Just in case. But before I hit Cole with the last part of the idea, because I like, again, like for me the videos are second to the fun and like talking and like seeing like someone I'm not even say as passionate me. I'm gonna say respectfully more passionate than me than about One Piece. But like, and the reaction live about the idea that, you know, I'll make the video later. That's second notch, right? But
Fair.
but you know, I just want to thank the chat for being here. Hopefully you're enjoying me and Cole going off like
That's
this.
the chat. Much love.
Yeah, much love to you guys. I know that there's a lot of super chats and bits, and we're gonna get that. I think right after I hit Cole with this last bit and we talk a little bit about it, we'll tackle those. And then what I really like about doing it that way is that that's a good way to refresh us through the entire stream and talk about things a little bit here and there again, and see the input. And you know, one of the best ways to learn is to remember, you know, go back and revisit those things, right? So
absolutely.
And again, I've been reading all your comments, and when I post the VOD, which will stay up on this channel, which now that YouTube like created a separate tab for all this stuff, it's really beautiful. I'll be looking through the things when I annotate it and look at it. So love all the thoughts. I've been seeing a lot of really cool ideas, and if you might have noticed, every once in a while Cole's, you know, talking, though I am smiling because of what he's saying, there's sometimes you guys are saying something, I'm smiling because it's in the future video and I can't wait for you guys to watch it, or you guys say something that is answered in one of the videos. So if you guys are like, oh, I had a question and it wasn't answered, ask one of the mods. The mods all know the videos and will be able to link you to the right video. And you know, if you're enjoying your time here, please drop a like. That really does help me. Subscribe if you aren't already. And also thank you, Cole, you know, for being here, for bringing the squad, bringing the vibes.
This is some good stuff, yo. We are here, baby. We are here. Oh my goodness, this is some good. That's again. Listen, I'm not gonna lie to you. Like, this is also how I think my fans and also just myself just kind of broaden our horizons on what is possible, because like the brain idea, I just really, that to me, just like the idea of like, okay, this is the thing in the past. It makes so much sense because it matches so many themes of Vegapunk and the story in of itself. And we've always had like these same ideas of like Aki and kind of how this combines with nature and how this could actually influence a lot more of the world than we're privy to. But Oda's not, even though we're in the final cycle, we're not there yet, but we're getting there. And I just the idea of how like impressive Oda's world building is. Like, I think in the future, because I think we all kind of want to give it a shot at some point in our lifetimes, where we're influenced by so many different mediums, entertainments, and so on, that we actually we want to give storytelling our own, you know, our own shot. Like, can we do a story just as good as like One Piece? And just seeing how expansive Oda's world is and how much detail he can actually fit in there with like the most minute things. It's like, damn, it's like you think you know world building, and then you One Piece like, damn, nah, I don't know shit, yo. This guy is on a whole new level. This is crazy.
No, I'm glad you said that, because like, you know, shout outs to Joy Boy real quick for writing the book and the booms, and he sent it to me to check it out. Joy Boy, solid guy, really great person. Interestingly enough, I didn't know a lot of the creators, embarrassingly enough, when I started my channel. But when I started posting my videos, a lot of people are like, whoa, you're like Joy Boy Theories. I was like, who's that? And then, like, you know, eventually I caught on, and then lo and behold, Brago ended up bringing both of us on the same collab early on. And that was like, our tour was also there too. And then we hit it off. We talk all the time in the back, well, not all the time, but we, you know, as content creators in the background, as we do sometimes. And a lot of recently on a lot of my videos, you can see some of the comments, and I've just been like baffled, because a lot of people have told me this personally in IRL, to like, yo, you should, you know, start a YouTube channel. You should write a book or write an article. And, you know, to give you guys context, me and my wife have a business where we essentially like publish people's stories essentially. So it's in that space, and a lot of people are like, you should write a story. I'm like, I don't know. But recently I've been getting comments on my videos like, I would love to read a story from you. And I'm like, I don't know if I'm ready there. And I feel like what you said about Oda's story thing, I need to learn. I need to understand. Even if I had all the time in the world, you put me in the hyperbolic time chamber, I don't know if I could hit the level like Oda in that regard. Like, I think respectfully, he would never want to be called God or Goda or an alien, but you have to ask yourself, like, what, he has punk records, he has his own punk record, he has to, like, you know what I mean? Like, bro wrote the story in like 1995 or some shit, like
and he's found a way to go back and like really incorporate a lot of the subtleties that he's put in the story back then, and then just kind of like flesh it all out. And I think one of the core things that the world of One Piece, I think in his mind was already expansive, but he never gave us the full scope immediately, and it was never like restrictive on just like one or two locations. It was always like the greater journey, and as the greater journey continues, it always kind of like expanded and evolved and evolved. Like he himself even said, he never actually planned to have the story this long. Out came the Shichibukai, and the Shichibukai needed like arcs to actually have them all fleshed out. And then in the process, they just got bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger to where he is probably now. So it probably is not something that you can do off the rip immediately, but something you have to kind of grow into as you continue to write and make your own story. Right. That's my guess here, but I haven't even like have my own framework of what, like, let's say I have the ending in mind, I have the opening in mind. Everything in between is like, how do we get from point A to point B and make it dope? You know, like how do we make it dope as all hell and just something that people could enjoy for years to come? That's where things really kind of get dicey, but it's an experience, and I think Oda's done a pretty damn good job. I mean, that's why he's, you know, like literally like the best-selling author of any comic of all time. Like, right. That's what it is, you know. Like,
and like, I think one thing that I've been harping on a lot with like recent, my videos and streams especially, is that I think somehow I spoke about this with Randy Troy actually in our collab, which another great conversation, because he watched the Moon thing and we talked a lot about this, and he had he has the writer's perspective. He hit me with so many different things, and I was just like, wow, this is so beautiful. And truthfully, a lot of the ideas, the way I'm explaining it makes a lot more sense after bouncing it off of Randy too. There was a few things, but basically I was saying that one of the coolest things about One Piece is that, like, you know, memes aside, the One Piece is real, which, by the way, that's the thing me and Jay and you, and we'll he'll rope you in on later. He's starting a series, The One Piece is Real. He had a first episode with me yesterday.
Bet.
It was a really good thing. We talked deeply about Robin's character, from the way Jay loves talking about stories, you know, the sentimental emotions, like how it relates to people, that kind of thing. And one way or another, right, you listen to that conversation with Jay, Randy's conversation with me, whatever, it was the idea that not only is it just fiction, but it's like the concepts Oda introduces, hockey, for example. How many times have we said, like, yo, that bro has Conqueror's hockey? You know what I mean? That was a Conqueror's hockey moment, right? Like this fictional thing, like we don't do that with jutsus, you know what I mean? Like, yeah, we kind of, like, you don't do that with other power systems in that same way, where it's like Oda's fantastical ideas somehow end up feeling relatable in our world. And I feel like the way the One Piece is, right, when you think about Punk Records, the idea of it is this database where everybody can connect to and essentially understand each other, right? Because if you share someone's memories, like, you know, it's not spoilers to Shippuden, but like, you remember the cloak moment where in the Great War he put the cloak on and everyone feels the memories that Naruto had, right? And like you acclimate that to One Piece for a second. It's like once Zoro felt Luffy's pain, he understood Luffy a lot more, right?
Yeah.
And the way I see One Piece as Oda's Punk Records, where we're all connecting to the One Piece records, that if you just replace One Piece to Oda records, I think we get a view into how Oda sees the world, what he sees comedy, how his brain works, but then we also get a bridge to each other the same way I'm talking to you. No offense, but like, I don't know, if we didn't have One Piece, would our paths cross? Would the chat be here?
It's part of the community, it's like, I think ultimately it's like his story of One Piece is in some ways a representation of his life and his experiences and his memories, that kind of stuff. And part of the thing too is that you kind of see how Oda always says, like, who is he in the story of One Piece he's created? Like, he says that because, you know, obviously I know this, like, he most relates to Sanji and the Strat crew, and overall it's Shanks in the story. Like, he is Shanks. Like, I think he even did his interview where, like, we see his house for the first time. He's like wearing Shanks's pants and stuff like that. You know, it's like he worked at the
Film Red release in Japan. I think he wore Shanks' outfit there, I think.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, right. So it's like there is something way, because the way Oda kind of does it, it's like these are characters, and I guess it's also part of the reason why the Strat crew one of the motifs of the Straw Hat Crew, and some of that Luffy as a character is kind of founded on. It's all, I think, done in Alabasta. I mean, not Alabasta, in All on Park, where Luffy kind of says the line, the very iconic line of like, I can't cook, can't snipe, I can't, use a sword, I can't do any other stuff. All I can really do is kind of kick ass. And then Luffy as an individual, and like you can kind of see it in like the latest chapter 2, where Luffy is accepting of everybody. He's like, you know what? I don't care what you do. Like, for the most part, like if you're like not like a bad guy per se, right? Like if you're like an evil doer, like Luffy, he as a character he wants people to kind of be themselves, and that's why he kind of like, because he understands that in order for him to actually like reach his dream, like reach his goal, he himself can't do it alone. It's impossible. But other people who have their own unique skills that can become Nakama ultimately, they can help him get to that dream and also achieve their dreams in the process too. That's why he kind of tells Sanji, okay, like, like you are who you are, and that's fine. Like he doesn't want to necessarily want him to change. Like it's okay being yourself. Like even Vegapunk, he can be some weirdo that wants to give people energy. Like, it's like, cool. Like I'm cool with that. Yeah, you can join the crew. And I think in some ways it is indicative of Oda himself as an individual, where so many people and so many individuals have helped Oda get to where he is today in terms of like his career. And I'm not too sure if Oda will be like, so as far as I understand, he's not, let's say, as like he's not like stifling or trying to like force people to like do X, Y, and Z other. He just wants to kind of like have his story written now and like expand in like these very cool and wonky ways, and then he kind of goes with the flow. And like there are certain things among his life that I kind of see in One Piece that, for example, like he did work under the author of Rurouni Kenshin, and I kind of see how a lot of that has affected him in the story One Piece, and because I can see various things of, let's say, Wano Country in that I actually used to see in Rurouni Kenshin. So it's very interesting how Oda kind of depicts the story of One Piece through his long life experiences and how he kind of views person-to-person relationships. That's what I kind of see it as.
Well, and if you think about it like that, if the way he expanded out the story, he added these islands of different cultures and views. Like, a lot of people see Skypiea as like indigenous people across the world, the strife that they had. Fishman Island, we understand that one. And then you go to Dressrosa, there's the Latino stuff and the I forgot the word, but they have a relevant history there as well. And the way I see it is like, if Oda didn't have that, right? Like let's hypothetically, this one makes the least sense, but let's delete Fishman Island, for example. You'd lose, if you guys don't understand how much we'd lose, look at the episode.
You lose a lot.
Yeah, look how many creators would be disconnected from the story. Go back to my conversation with Jay on my stream, or the conversation yesterday, or fast forward to the future conversation Jay is about to have it. Go back to Brago's conversation, my conversation with Sensei. So many different people, right? You lose a huge heart of the thing. And at the same flip of the coin, right? I feel like Wano, maybe a lot of us didn't like it off the rip because we didn't inherently connect to it as hard as maybe it wasn't meant to bring us into that world, but maybe give us a window into something that relates to Oda's world, right? Oda's Japanese, Wano's Japanese, right? That's why that's a giant cornerstone of it. And the whole point of it is like, here's your world, here's that person's world, here's this person's world. Right. I'm gonna go across islands connecting. If you don't relate to this island, you'll relate to this island. If you don't relate to this island, you might relate to this one. If you don't relate to this one, maybe in hindsight you can see a connection across these islands. He created a way for you to connect one way or the other, and so like Oda is really ridiculous in that regard. And so the way I want to bring it back to this, the moon brain thing is,
we got cut off track. Yeah, go ahead.
I think it brings itself to like, if that's the thematic of like connecting One Piece, like the world into that regard, then that's going to be a huge thematic in the One Piece world, which is probably why Voice of All Things has been shrouded for this entire time. And you, off the nose of the wording, Voice of All Things, title of the stream, by the way, Voice of All Things, it connects back to the voice of all things being the things that you tap into. Now, the question is how you tap into it. And that is, you asked that before, you were like, when I brought up the emu thing, you were like, it doesn't make sense for them to be Big Brother all the time. I agree, because then it'd be so overwhelming. Fair. It
Yeah.
could be that overwhelming. Oda would have to do a lot for us to like make that like tolerable for anybody to overcome, because then it's because what I would say is that it wouldn't be that difficult, but it would be difficult, because the way to overcome it would be Blackbeard. If you never go to sleep, then Imu can't see into your thing. If your entire crew doesn't go to sleep, Imu loses your sight. That might be how to fall off the radar. But again, that's headcanon theory based off of jumping off of things. So let's focus back on, hey, what could connect us to the One Piece? What could connect us to the Moon Brain? Whatever you want to call it, go watch that video to figure that out. If you tuned in late, this part of the conversation might not make a lot of sense, so I would advise you to go back to the beginning of the stream where me and Cole walk the idea all the way to where we are now, because I think that walk is very important. Actually, to be fair, I wouldn't even call it a walk. I would say me and Cole got up and fucking sprinted, bro.
It was a journey. It was a hell of a journey. It was a hell of a ride, for sure, without a doubt.
Yeah, and so now, how do you connect to it? And something, this is the most, I would say, romantic part of the theory. And truthfully, the person that I thought about was Imu, because I feel like Imu would be connected to it, to this moon some way or another, right? Connecting to getting the knowledge of everything. Maybe they're not tapped into it all the time, but if we do go back to the moments at Reverie where they discuss deleting a light, if you look at how that process went, right? Imu had in chapter 908, so I brought it up here for everybody to see. Imu's in the Chamber of Flowers, right? They have all of these oh, actually no, I'm on the wrong chapter. Let me go back a little bit. I think it's 906. Wrong chapter. I was at the end of the story.
What looking for?
The Imu in the Chamber of Flowers. I know where it is. It's right here about. Yeah, okay. So
before or after the walk? Oh, okay, I got you.
It's right here. So Imu is here. We just come off of Doflamingo saying that that like there's a hidden treasure in Marijois, and we end up seeing the Straw Hat. Now, what's interesting about this is like Imu
in cold storage, baby,
had all of the bounty, the posters, the 4 posters, right? And then here, let me just actually bring it up so that I can show both in tandem. So you see at the very bottom of 908, right? It's Imu is in the Chamber of Flowers after this thing, right? So the way this proceeds is Imu has the posters, goes down to this vault, comes out of it. Now all the things are chopped up. To me, it seems like what is that visit? Why was that visit important? I think a lot of people have thought that the Straw Hat was Uranus. A lot of people have thought that the Straw Hat was important in some way. But to me, I'm like, at the minimum, Imu went down there and made a decision. Imu went down there and came out with a decision, and after making the decision, he or she, whatever Imu is, chopped up the posters, landed on Shirahoshi, but
that's they, technically speaking.
Fair, okay, and then had Vivi's poster here, and then told the Gorosei what his decision was. Their decision was about the light that need to be erased. Whether that's Lucio, whether that's something else. Interesting, right? Now, the thing about what he saw, I was laughing. I was like, wait, what if the Straw Hat, what if in the Void Century, the significance of the Straw Hat was that the Straw Hat was the antenna? That was the ancient antenna that you would need to connect to the Void to the Moon Record, the Void Century Moon Records.
Oh,
and that is a significant part of Luffy having the Straw Hat. Shanks, Roger. We still don't know who gave Roger the hat, but going off of Roger's Jolly Roger, we don't know who that is on his Jolly Roger. But we have to ask ourselves how that hat and why it's important.
It could be him when he was younger, honestly. To be frank.
Yeah, I mean, but his mustache does grow differently. He has it does. The Jolly Roger is a blonde mustache.
Like his mustache actually kind of twirls in the same way like a devil fruit would,
Yeah, the one on the Jolly Roger is really to give you guys, to show it to you, Roger's Pirates. And And again, I'm prefacing this part that this is more of the romantic thought, but at the minimum, we do have to figure out what the meaning was of this spot right here. Doflamingo says that there's a hidden treasure. We follow after. There's a vault. Now, I'm not going to say I'm the only one who thinks this is important. Plenty of people have thought this is important for various reasons. But I think that when we talk about straw power, something Brago brought to my attention yesterday on his the One Piece draft that he wrote me into was that Hawkins like apparently we don't know how he creates his straw dolls, but he made one of Kid. He never touched him from the thing. He never touched him. So Brago was trying to push his agenda that Hawkins just looked at him. But for me, that what I've always stuck to, and I pushed back on that. I did not let Brago spit that nonsense. Yeah, he did not get away with that. We're gonna do a part 2. He did not.
Look at a man made a nah.
See, everyone else was trying to let him get away with that nonsense. I put my foot down. I was like, Brago, that's some bullshit, bro.
Yeah,
but
please, man, good move. We'll move.
But the point is, I feel like, and I've talked to you about this, how the Straw Hat, like, you know, I told you the Straw Hat Beaver card. Oh yeah, I did it at the Shanks Summit with all the creators we had. I brought up the Straw Hat being a Beaver card idea.
Yes, you did. No, you did. Yeah, I was interested in it too. Yes.
And that
problem is that it didn't move, but then there was a horn. It's frozen, so maybe it can move at this point.
Right. This one is the interesting one, right? But I create multiple theories that, you know, could contradict, and the Beaver card is a different one, and this one's a different one.
But like I told you before, I didn't like the idea because for me, the Straw Hat itself being some sort of antenna for such a card, it kind of takes away the freedom of will of the individual. If, let's say, there is a control mechanism about the Straw Hat. That's why I was like, I don't know. Because for me, it kind of contradicts Roger as a character or Luffy as a character, because Luffy always says, well, who am I? I'm Monkey Luffy. Well, yeah, but you're also kind of being subtly manipulated in ways that you're not really too keen by the Straw Hat. And I'm like, that's where I kind of get funky. Personally speaking, right. Go ahead.
No, yeah. and I think that's very valid. So like something that you said earlier that really sparked my brain, you guys can see in the thing where you were like, the Vegapunks were split into 6 and then the Wano clans are split into 6. I was like, wait, could the originators have been the original like split up people from the thing? And then maybe that's the D clans. Maybe the D clans were the original people that were split up from the thing, and they each got a different trait. Maybe they each got a wrath, a sleep thing, whatever, a logic.
Also, like 6 main moons too. It's like, okay.
Yeah, there's so many variations of the idea, and to, you know, pull it back to what you're saying, it's like, again, we don't know a lot about how this brain thing works off the rip, but what we do see at Punk Records is Lilith maintains herself, York maintains themselves, each one of them maintains their own thing, and they could not be connected. There is a way that they have to connect. What happens if they don't connect is what like what you're saying about Luffy retaining the freedom. Maybe Luffy hasn't been tapping into it, but the potential is there to tap into that. Maybe it needs to be a full moon.
Someone in your Twitch chat brought up Ashura. Oh my god, dude. Oh. What you're saying actually kind of ties to Ashura too. I'm not gonna lie to you. This is gonna get weird. But I don't. No, I can't. We don't have that much. No, we don't have that much time. I can't do it. I can't do it. We don't have that much time because it's like almost 8 o'clock.
Yeah.
Because I need to record a video kind of stuff. Damn, dude. There's a lot we're talking about. There's a lot. I will say this, okay? It doesn't have to be a brain. It could be a brain. Yes, maybe it could be a brain. Fair enough, fine. But there's an idea that's brought up in Film Red that I don't want to necessarily tackle right now.
Yeah. I know.
There is something that there is. Do you remember? Okay, wait.
Yeah.
Do you remember the scene at the? I think it was at the end of Water. At the end of Enies Lobby. No. At the end of Marineford War. Blackbeard is dead. And then Ace dies. And then I think it's maybe only anime. But I think it's in manga too. There's a feather. The feather touches one of Ace's beads, and then the bead goes from, the feather goes from Ace's bead to Luffy, and it actually touches Luffy. I think that could be in the anime only. I'm not too sure. Okay, check. But there's an idea out there that it's not something like a brain. It's more like souls. The souls are freely abundant in the world of One Piece. They exist essentially everywhere. And we're not necessarily too privy to that at this point in time. But there is an idea out there that why is it that people are allowed to see Brook's soul? Why Brook talks about the underworld as if it's a real thing. Like the winds of the netherworld. Wait, is it actually real? Is the underworld actually real? And then think about that and then tie that to final boss in the movie. Okay, hold on now. Wait a minute. There's stuff that it doesn't necessarily have to be a brain, but it could be a little more on the supernatural soul sort of thing. That's all I'll say like that. I'm not gonna say it's a actual magical thing, but it's actually more so soul in One Piece is something that's actually tangible. It's real. It's something that people actually tap into. And we're not necessarily too keen on how to do that just yet. Maybe the people of the past were. That's why white people would actually say that line of Roger's not waiting for you, Teach. I mean, what if he's actually waiting?
And the other part of it, and we talked about at the beginning, and I love doing this to the streams. You go back, there's a thematic in every stream where I plan it out, but I think souls, memories, they're synonymous in One Piece.
Fair.
I think, we see the lineage factors, right? The memories are within there. That we have DNA also being synonymous. Hey, let's walk back to my shadows theory. Shadows are synonymous here, where they contain the memories of the person. It's like every single instance, and I think that's what Oda's getting at. Like every part of you leaves an impact on the world, and the way we should operate is by.
Give me a second. Give me a second because my headphones are dying.
Oh God! All right, yeah. Fair.
No. Yeah, I'm changing.
You're disconnected. Yeah, I got you. So I know Cole's swapping out the headphones. I'm gonna ask him if we can do the thing, and I asked the chat if they care about Film Red spoilers. If it's a majority of like 75 plus, then there will be a concerted part at the end of it. If Cole has time for it, we'll talk about Film Red. And at that point, I'll ask the people who don't want to be to leave. But I do want you guys to be here for the super chats and the bits. So it seems like right now it's 82% people don't care about Film Red spoilers. So if Cole has the time to talk a little bit, because I know it feels like, because I feel like everything that we're talking about does line up to certain things. And so again, we're not going to spoil it, but like what Cole just said, like the whole soul thing, the underworld. Is it a different place? Is it a real place? Is it a thing? Go check out my Void Century video. It's not 50 minutes for nothing. I'm just gonna throw it out there that there's a lot of, if I can fit that much in this much in a moon brain video in 20 minutes, imagine what I can do in an hour long video. But yep, Time Lord, I'll be getting to that. So yeah, I think like to cap off all of this conversation, Cole, I think that like one way or another, like I think our a natural instinct of like everything connecting, right? It is where things are going. And shout outs to when we talked on our first stream on your side, you did that Zoro video talking about the Brook frequency thing, and I laughed and I talked about my Zoro video, which was like another one of those things we talked about the same thing but from completely different sides, but then we connected it on that Brook side. And I do that again with the Void Century thing.
Void Century and the moons. We have the same kind of thought, like the moon things, like we go down different roads, but we want them in the same place, oddly enough. But maybe for different reasons, so we kind of it's weird like that. But I think Film Red, we can kind of get to that too. But I will say one last thing. I think that if the soul thing is, let's say, an actual, because I think it is actually a real thing, One Piece per se, that is just another thing that can be manipulated by a tech. That's the whole point.
Let me hit you with
technology has advanced so kind of in a Star Wars way, to the point, or at least at one point in time, it advanced to the point where even souls could be manipulated technology.
Yeah.
Okay.
Cool. I'm gonna give you this thing so that if you want to make your own video, I know you're gonna do it. Whether we could do a stream about it, or you want to bring me on something like that. Special sauce. Do you know what Tesla's bread and butter is?
Dude, go ahead.
It's frequencies, bro. His bread and butter is frequencies. Energy is frequencies. You can manipulate all energies through frequencies. He even has the 369. That's a thing that he said that you could solve the world if you figure out the truth of 369. And apparently he did, and he couldn't impart that on the world. And I know I told you those 3 things, and I know that now once we leave, you're gonna I apologize to your community, but Cole might disappear for a few days and just he comes back with Tesla at like he's gonna have a Tesla coil in the back. I'm buying one actually, but
no. My chat knows I disappear sometimes. Like I'm not streaming for like a week or something. Like yo, like, I need to just do some stuff real quick.
And so the Tesla stuff, the frequency, you're gonna love that. I'm actually gonna talk about Tesla in a different light to make everyone realize how important Tesla is to the story, because we just talked about it. And now again, I just love it when like if you make a video and I make a video and we talk about the same thing but we don't talk, it doesn't overlap at all, and like, and somehow that it's just like, and then we come to these conversations and we just talk for like 3 hours, 2 hours, whatever, off the rip.
If you want to find the secrets of the universe, think in terms of energy, frequency, and vibration.
He's your boy, Cole. We could talk more about it. Listen, I did like in 3 different classes across my lifetime, and my grandpa, like my uncle, I got Tesla knowledge out the ass, bro. Oh, and anime too. There's I watched all the anime relating to Tesla too. There's a few good ones.
Oh shit. Okay. All right. I'll get to this one.
Yeah, we'll do that. Yeah. And you know, so if you guys enjoy this conversation, I'm gonna get to the super chats, and then Cole, do you have enough time to do that film red like section?
Yeah. I got enough time.
All right, cool. So we'll do the super chats. I just want to thank you guys again. Hopefully you guys enjoyed this. It's in my bones. I feel like, you know, regardless of the frequency of me and Cole meeting up again, I think it's in the cards of me and Cole hopping on another stream when we get time and we just lose ourselves on a Monday night. I think our last thing was on a Monday night. You allotted like 2 hours.
Monday night, Tuesday nights are like better for me personally. Because I'm still like working my schedule. So for the time being, those days for me are like my best days.
Same. Works out. You know, we're One Piece creators. We share a similar schedule. Except I'm not on his
similar moon cycles.
Exactly. We're on similar moon cycle. Except Cole has a lot of different sauces. Hunters there. I feel like every time I click on your stream, you're on a different thing. So
yeah, dude, I have to, because like a lot of times there's so many different things that are going on right now. So like One Piece, like I would love to be like One Piece exclusive, and I tried it because I may for the most part, but I also try and dabble other series too, because I do really just like One Punch Man, Hunter x Hunter, other series like that. So like I'm trying to do like a lot of read-throughs like Hunter x Hunter stuff too, because Hunter x Hunter as of late has been like phenomenal. It's been like, yo, this is like some of the best content I've read ever. And so I need to kind of dive into this because it's been such a long time. Hunter x Hunter had like a lot of focus, and so I'm so rusty on it. But fuck, man, there's such good stuff. But either way, yes. So super chats. Let me not stop you.
Let's get to the super chats, and then we can hop into the film red talk, because I think we're both more than excited to talk about that. Because I like film red.
I won't go too far because that video's planned for film red, but yes.
Yeah, me too. Yeah. I like truthfully on these streams, because like the streams are like, these are like the super loyal. Though you get like thousands of people, for me it's like the core people who, you know, will watch my videos regardless. Yeah. But the people who watch my videos may not tune into the streams, right? So I'm like, yeah, let's just spoil all my ideas. It's a lot of fun. Let's see. So 2 hours ago with Zmore, was starting with the bits, just with the cheers. He says, came to say, hey, love you both. Hey, appreciate you. Appreciate Zmore. Okay, let me, this is super far back, never mind. Okay, Hidden Island, we touched on this. Okay, Mr. Bushido with the €5. He says, I don't think the world was that advanced 900 years ago. The tech came from the moon. It was just discovered 900 years ago by the ancient kingdom. That's a fair take on it, right? Because like for me, I think that it feels like the ancient kingdom was the progenitors of the stuff, but there could have been like something that they also went through a similar Vegapunk cycle where they saw something, try to recreate it, and ended up superseding that to a dangerous level that made it so that the world government needed to take action, right? Like the world had Nika level powers and that kind of thing, but the ancient kingdom clearly did something that united the entire, or conquered the entire world, to the point where they needed a world government adversary, right? So but what do you think about that, Cole? You think that
I mean, I I would like to believe that the ancient kingdom of old was probably because for me, I'm willing to go as far as like they were pseudo Star Wars, meaning like they were able to actually travel between Earth and then the moons that were orbiting Earth, or if it's not, let's say moons, when we see it in Clover's globe, more so it was a I want to say a geocentric model.
That is the possibility that it was geocentric, right?
Right, but then the question is like, hold on, how does the sun revolve around the planet?
Well,
And that's the thing.
Because for me, it's like, you know, if that's the accumulation of 5,000 years of knowledge, are they going to destroy a part of it? They might just leave that there and update.
That's the thing. Yeah, it's like because like because I think that whatever the truth about the world is a truth that affects everyone across the planet. There's the universal truth about the world itself that folks are not privy to at all up until it's actually revealed.
Right.
And I get the feeling that it could be similar to the ending of Astra Lost in Space. Now, there's another shonen series that came out a while back on basically about like these kids are going like a space trip because like they live in like in a more advanced world. Mm-hmm. And then essentially speaking, like these to like wrap it all up, they find out that like they go on like a space trip and then they go from planet to planet to planet to planet, and then they wind up back on like planet Earth, their home planet. But then they find out at the end of the series, spoiler warning, I suppose, that actually their planet isn't their original home planet.
Oh, gotcha.
That one of the planets they actually visited was the original planet where they came from, and then civilization had suppressed the information so much so that no one outside of the elders knew that people from their world actually from another world.
Astra Lost in Space. Yes, I
watched
that.
Yeah.
That was really good. I like that.
Yeah. So I think that same concept could apply here if that's the big major reveal of like the truth of the world itself, where like actually not many people actually, if not, I mean, let's say you could even make even let's say more specific, where let's say it was specifically fishmen that were actually people that lived on this planet specifically, and everybody else came out from other planets. Yeah, it's kind of saucy. But either way, that being said though, but they're probably advanced enough to, let's say, I would say travel between at least the other moon/planets. That's what I'd say.
Yeah, I think like to Mr. Bushido's thing, I think what you said is a possibility. I'm just leaning more towards that, like the ancient kingdom might be responsible for the moon stuff, or like, you know, Cole is saying that like there is an outside source and we just lost the information. It might not even be the One Piece planet. It might be one of the destroyed planets. It might be somewhere else. There's so many different ways of what Cole just said that could be applied to what we have in the One Piece world.
Yes, exactly. Yes.
Then we got Ziz with the $2 super chat. He said, One Punch Man gonna run it back again with Roger's base stream? I guess that's to you.
Oh yeah, Roger's doing the best manga of the year. I don't think I'm actually gonna be in that stream. So which is good for the Eden Zero fans, because last year was Villains won that year. Hell yeah. Fuck that shit. But I'm not gonna run it back. I mean, I would actually like to run it back.
Eden Zero is the fairy tale.
Yeah. Oh,
oh, you don't like it? All right, fair. Okay, cool.
I don't like it. I mean, well, I read like 6 chapters and I dropped it. I was good.
Oh, whisper it to me. Are there fans of that?
Of course. Yeah, they're fans. Oh yeah.
That's crazy.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Oh yeah.
That's wild.
I mean, I think even now ask JD, because apparently he changed his mind on it. So you can ask JD about that, because I myself I didn't read it. Well, no, I did read it, but I didn't like it, so I kind of moved on from it. But I know folks do like it, and they're gonna probably push for it hard this year for whatever reason, just to try and get it like in like the top brackets. But I'm pretty sure either One Punch Man should win again this year, or probably even One Piece Saga, because then I guess it depends on how you feel about the ending of Wano Country, because that was hyper polarizing. Like folks love Wano or hate Wano just based on the ending alone. So. Outside of that, I'm not too sure, but yeah. So I'm not gonna run it back this year because I'm gonna put it on stream. I'm gonna be an outside. I'm gonna watch from afar this time around. Good.
Yep. Fair enough. So we got Noor Ganji. I always mispronounce that. I usually just say Noor. I don't know why I did it to myself where I mispronounced the last name. I'm sorry, Noor. Any chance Stussy is a Vegapunk clone number 7? I on my live stream I talked about that possibility or I talked about it with Sai. I think at the minimum she has some kind of weird affiliation, but there's not enough for me to go off of at the moment. There's like that one line where she says she's familiar with here, and then you insinuate from her actions based off of that there could be a possibility, but you know, it's not super strong yet. My synthesis is like, I'm going to be watching Stussy like a hawk, and you know, maybe Cole is gonna be watching Stussy for a different reason at like a hawk. But
No,
like,
no. I'm with you. I'm actually with you because I did my review. I'm like, how do you know? You know, like what's going on here?
yeah,
Is there more to this than me? Like my theory right now is that maybe she had an operation, like the same way Kaku and Lucci, so on, had an infiltration mission for years on Water 7. Maybe she had one on Egghead Island.
yeah. There's a
Yeah.
there's a lot of there's a lot that's possible with Stussy's character, and I think if people don't see why we would go there, it's because the line, at least from my perspective, the line of her having familiarity with the Egghead is completely unnecessary. Like, why would Oda even care to tease her backstory?
Right, yeah.
Right, so like that feels like it means more, because if you just took that out, it would do nothing, and it's something you would never expect. And you know, like truthfully, even if we get it, people might not even want it. You know what I mean? It's one of those things. So I would like, if that line is important, for it to be something that people would end up liking in some way or fashion. And I think, you know, the connection like that would be cool. The first words that came out of my mind was a triple agent, her being like an emperor, CP0 plus like a revolutionary would be.
Oh, you want
really
to go
sick.
deep, Jesus.
Yeah.
Triple agent.
Yeah, that's where I went. That was where my brain instantly went.
Wow.
Like live reaction.
That deep for her, but let's see.
When I read that line, I literally went, yo, she's a triple agent, and then I had to pause because everyone's like, triple agent. I had to explain, and it was fun still. I liked it. But I feel like you have that on your stream too, when you freak out and then you're running around, and then everyone's like, yo, why is he doing that? And
no. There are moments where I'm like, holy shit, everything makes sense now. I got it. I nailed it. Yeah. There's some moments like that. When it comes to like, especially when Oda started to reveal his bag, I'm like, thank God, here we go. Like, let's get it, boys.
Right.
Like the moment I see, like, oh man, like, okay, this is gonna sound dumb, but like, there was one moment, I think it was not during the stream, but after the chapter where Vegapunk like points to the sky, like, okay, like let's go up to grab my stuff. I was like, it actually reminded me of like Luffy put up to the sky too to go to Sky Island. I'm like, hold on now.
Oh.
Does he want to go up? Like how far up does he want to go exactly? Because I'm ready. Like I'm so close. Like,
can we get much higher? I mean, I think we can. And like, I love that, because that's exactly what, like, the symbolism of the positions Oda puts people in. That means so much, in my opinion, right?
Yeah.
And like, that's perfect, because Young Usopp super chatted $2. He said, great stream. He said this 2 hours ago, by the way, so this is at the beginning of our conversation, right before you dropped your sauce, so I'm guessing we already answered it. But Cole, answer this: is Vegapunk bringing us to the moon?
I want to say yes, but I also want to say there's still a chance even after Vegapunk. I'll say it like that.
Yeah, and the other part of it, like between anti-gravity and also time-space warp machine that he did, I mean, we got more than one way. We got more than one way to do it.
There are so many ways. No, just depends on how he wants to do it, dude. Fuck.
Yeah.
All right.
We got Black Lightning, $5 super chat. He says, now Luffy has Gear 5. Do you think he's even gonna need the other gears, since Gear 5 has all of them in one and his new base? Cole, how you feel about that?
It's more power scaling thing. Yeah, of course, because like I think the biggest thing about Gear 5 is that there's still to be some sort of drawback, I'm assuming, like what we saw. But now, to be fair, this drawback I think is more inducive to, let's say, him going Gigant form in Gear 5. But we saw that old man phase in chapter
66.
46, I think it was. Like after he goes into Gear 5, and then he goes to Gigant, and then he turns to like an old man. I think that was a sign that there is something that Gear 5 has in terms of drawbacks. But that being said, the other forms do matter. I can see him using Gear 4, but like I guess like him go to Gear 4 way more freely. So like there should be a time limit on Gear 4. But when he wants to use Gear 4 for, let's say, added hockey, like protection, that kind of stuff, of a Gear 4 statement in Batman. He can do it at will now, like no big deal. And then keep in mind this too, that he does fight against Kaido in base form, like he's in Gear 2 and in Gear 3 with a Kankasaki infusion attack. So yeah, like Luffy, yeah, like because like for example, like if Luffy, let's say, fights against someone like a Minotaur, like one of the Minotaur dudes from Impel Down, it's like, are we really gonna be having to go to Gear 5 a scrub like that? Like come on, like one punch Gear 3, call a damn day, dog. Like be easy. You know?
Yeah, I think my main thing about Gear 5 is we got to know the drawbacks. Every single one has had a drawback that Luffy had needed to overcome, but in this case, we are not aware of an innate drawback that's any different or any more serious.
So far, right.
And maybe that's where Vegapunk comes in. Maybe like Randy Troy saying like the energy steroids, the turning all the fishermen white and old and similar to Sulong and the red eyes, and then also the Sulongs losing their mental state or whatever, their own will.
Right.
Maybe all of these things were drops. Maybe Gear 5 connects all together, and you can go to the Awakened Zone on Impel Down and say maybe they didn't have Conquersaki, so maybe you need Conquersaki to overcome the Zoan will, or maybe you need to have like a law situation where he's demonstrated that through hockey he undid a devil fruit power. Maybe it's just like innate knowledge of your fruit, innate knowledge of another's fruit, and sheer willpower somewhere along the lines that there might be something that like Luffy has to overcome, and it might be a combination of everything that we've seen before. And if that's the logic line I'm using, then yeah, I think the other gears are going to be useful. And on top of that, I think the inspirations for Gear 4, the namings of them I feel like it's gonna be important. Maybe that's connected to the memory stuff too. Like we still don't know why Snake Man and Bound Man and like the naming schemes of those Kong Gun, Rhino Schneider, Oregon Gun, like were those Joy Boy moves? Were those new moves? Like
now we're thinking yes.
Like
they're DNA, yeah. But again, but there has to be, I think, some sort of limit where it's like, even still, Luffy's still Luffy, So like, it's like Luffy acted a bit differently when he was in Gear 5, because that's when it was because he was doing both at the same time, both awakenings, the Paramecia and the Awakening at the same time. So kind of feels like, okay, if he's laughing, kind of going maniacal, but he's still like, what kind of ask, like, who are you? Like, I'm Luffy, dude, of course. So the influence of the zone ability is there, but I don't want to, let's say, have it be so far removed to where he's okay. So even the attacks of, let's say, Joy Boy, Nika back in the day are the same things he's using now. Like, does it have to be the case?
I like the interesting synthesis, and I see Jigga J with their super chat. I'm gonna get that one because it's related to current one. But someone said recently, I forget where, but the idea that like maybe Luffy and Joy Boy are completely different, but they had the same power. But the interesting thing is Luffy didn't know he was Nika, and he relied on the rubbery part, and so the entire story he became a completely different manifestation of power because he only thought he was rubber, whereas Nika had imagination power, and so maybe his power looked completely different, and there was a small overlap. But then
like full on like Looney Tunes, like
maybe that's like the
Warner Brothers.
That's what Joy Boy was, and then like imagine like a joke situation where Joy Boy and Luffy like meet mentally, and Joy Boy looks at Luffy and's like, what the heck is this? Like, how did you end up here with these powers? And Joy Boy has no like understanding of how Luffy got there. And then Luffy hits him with the, what do you mean? I'm a rubber man. You know what I mean? Like,
right. Yeah, exactly. I wonder if they actually find, like, Luffy should find out, I think, in this arc that he's Hito. Maybe, let's say, hopefully, I think
it doesn't matter though. Like when he finds out, he's like, I'm a rubber man. You know what I mean? Like,
right. Like he'll still say Gumu Gumu. Like, doesn't matter. Like,
I don't like. He might even say like, that's cool, Gomu, and then he just jumps, like completely ignores everything that said, and then Vegapunk or whoever told him freaks out, like, did you not listen to anything I said?
Right, exactly.
Yeah, so it might be something like that. But Jigga J, thank you for the $10 super chat. He says, in Gear 5, Luffy starts it by pumping his heart faster, drums of liberation, heart, revive. I don't know if it's faster necessarily, but it's on a rhythm. It's on a frequency. Oh, Drums liberation. Drums.
Oh no, relax, easy,
Oh god,
easy.
yo, Jay. Jigga Jay.
We're just gonna be like hell important that Nikola Tesla is actually gonna be comparative to Luffy, not just Vegapunk, Luffy.
Yeah.
Luffy. Like this is gonna be important because this is energy, frequency, vibration. Why vibration?
Drums. So something Hidden Island, he made a video recently about the truth of devil fruits, and so you guys should definitely go watch that, because he's another one of those creators where like we talk about a lot of similar things but completely different aspects. And one of the things he was saying was like drums were the first instrument of man. And so that might be why the drums of liberation is important. That might be why, yes, music is important to Oda, but if you go back to the core of humanity, it's drums that are important. That's rhythm, that's frequency, that's vibration, that's everything.
I like that.
Yeah.
I like that. Okay, rhythm, vibration.
But reading rest of Jigga Jay's chat, he said, what if to get this unlimited energy, you need to have an undying heart? Ties in laws of mortality surgery and plays on heart pirates. Again, I think that like all of these things are synonymous. If you think about the heart is a drum that beats the blood through your body, right? Like there's a romantic way to explain the heart. I'm sure in past textbooks that could be references Oda used that, the original, like, so for example, in my Sanji video, I always talk about how Oda might have used the first books of emotions and passions and gastronomy, which food and emotions for Sanji makes a lot of sense. Yep. Interestingly enough, those first books came from France. The French philosopher René Descartes for the emotions and passions, and it makes a lot of sense and mirrors Sanji's arc in Fishman Island. Go watch my Sanji video to figure that out. But in the same light, maybe for an when scientists learned anatomy and started researching that, maybe they paralleled the heart to a drum of some sort when they were first researching. I'm just spitballing, but that's a possible idea here. I do like that. The undying thing. I mean, that connects to Cole's idea with the whole. Where does the energy part come from? How does the moon, the spirals, if it exists everywhere, frequencies, Tesla? I think we're hitting the note here. All the right notes, pun intended. We got the.
Damn. Okay.
Yeah, we got the script here.
Yeah, we do. Yeah.
So next we got Abyssal Leviathan, $2 super chat. Thank you. He says it's gonna be crazy when Lucci destroys Gear 5. See, I don't know if you're in either one of our streams, but he ain't no way, bro. If you want to see the breakdown, I'm sure Cole talked about it. I talked about it with Sai. That shit ain't happening. Oda's gonna put an interruption. He's not doing, like, think about it like this, okay? 8 chapters into Egghead, Luffy Lucci fight. That's fan fiction. That doesn't make any. In what arc? In what fantasy does that ever make sense that we would get a Lucci Luffy fight 8 chapters into an arc, right? At least Law and Blackbeard, those are concurrent characters. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like the one in Boa's instance was Rayleigh, but like even that, it wasn't too much of a stretch given the Shaki revelation of her being an empress, right? But Lucci coming back like that and having the run back from Eni's lobby, bro, 8 chapters into the arc.
Yeah,
I don't know if we're doing that. Like, I don't know.
Look, I would just say this: like, if they do fight, I think there's a good, because again, I think power scaling does matter in terms of like things have to make sense in terms of, like, it's shown in battle manga to begin with anyway. So I just don't see Lucci being that guy to actually press Luffy like that, especially after he beat Kaido, right? It's hard to believe that Luffy's gone through all that to be pressed by CP0. Because then if Lucci's that good, it's like, hold up now. Why would you guys afraid the Yonko if Rob Lucci pressed Luffy now? Like, what are we talking about? He goes Gear 5. If he goes Gear 5 against Lucci, it's so he can sandbag him. He can just test his powers out and just do weird stuff. But if it's not Gear 5, then base Luffy should be enough. Honest to God,
I feel like the fight would go in the same light as Ulti. I feel like that's a respectful way to handle it, where Luffy fights in base, and he's just like, oh, I gotta go a little harder to make this an efficient fight, right? But we know Luffy clears ulti at the end of the day, and we should know that Luffy clears Lucci. But I want it to be respectful at the same time, but I don't want it to be disrespectful to the story by having Lucci slaughter Luffy by some means. Like, that doesn't make sense at this point, right? Like, it's just it's I think there has to be an interruption that doesn't put Lucci in this situation, and so hey, I'll eat my words if we see next chapter Luffy's knocked out. Hey, actually,
if Lucci's able to do like the craziest shit on the planet, okay, fine, fair enough. But I get it. But even still, it's like, you beat Kaido, your ceiling should be like, okay, we're way too high for most people on the planet outside of a select few people. I don't think Rob Lucci's one of those guys. He's nasty, but I think Oda's gonna show us, hey, listen, man, like, Lucci's pretty good against Luffy when he's not using like gear 5 or even gear 4. But once he goes 5, it's like, oh, oof, this is a bit and he's literally turned into a jump rope. Like, he's gonna grab his tail, he's gonna go Tom and Jerry, ouch, and he's gonna no, it's not gonna be pretty. It's not gonna be pretty. It's
back
not.
To Tom and Jerry. That's not fun. That is funny, actually, when you think about it. But here's a question, Cole. I'm curious. I'm genuinely curious because I see a window, and a lot of people might not like it. A lot of people will like it. A lot of people are grabbing onto this. Lucci reintroduced. Conqueror's Haki or nah?
No.
All right.
Hard no.
I just
Hard
need to know.
no.
All right, you're
Massive
on that side.
No.
See, I asked on Brago's stream, and a lot of people were like, "Yes, there's a window. Will it happen?
Insane.
Will it happen?" They were no, but they could see it. Whereas you don't even want to see it, right?
Full stop. Hell no, dude. Whoa.
Right. I'm glad I asked. All right, here we go. Next super chat, Ziz with the $5. Appreciate you, Ziz. Also, Ziz, I'm assuming it's Sky King Ziz on Twitch, right?
One of my dudes.
All right, gotcha. Oh, he's one of your homies? I recognize him from the Twitch.
Ziz is one of the tier 3 guys. He always
yeah,
pulls up.
I recognize.
Always, yeah.
Sky King Ziz, because I'm not seeing the Twitch chat names as easily at the moment, but Sky King Ziz, that I remember.
Okay, fair.
It says, I think the voice of all things was what the Old Kingdom used to connect to each D member and not the brain fruit. Fair. Again, like, if you walk back with our conversation,
telepathic communication with each other, the D clan. Okay,
maybe
then why?
Maybe it's D records. Maybe it's just the D records.
D records, yo. Oh my god, I don't know. This is okay. Is there a possibility that the actual There's a chance here that the Death Fruits themselves didn't exist back then, and that would mean that there's no availability of having a brain or D records at that point in time. That's possible too.
True.
Because if they made the fruits at that point in time, so let's say have their powers be passed down through generations later on, then there would be no availability for a D records or Moon records.
So, and that's where at the very beginning I was talking about how Nika, right? You were saying that it could be just a deity without the devil fruit that existed, right?
Well, deity. Like, I don't know what that.
Right. Means, like, in the One Piece world, that's a loose term, but for us, Sun God Nika, let's just say a Sun God Nika was there, right? And so in that same light, I think, and this goes back to my elemental hockey videos, and actually the video title, still one of my favorite titles, is Devil Fruits are training wheels for peak hockey. Which is essentially this thing where it's like, if Nika got the powers that they did from pure hockey, from pure thing, and then there was some way to create a devil fruit from Nika, whoever ate Nika's fruit would have hacks, a shortcut towards Nika's powers. They wouldn't have to do as much as what Nika did, or whoever the original Vegapunk brain fruit user was, a Nell's fruit, all those people who the fruit originated from did the hard work, and the fruit allows you to access that part of it, right? And yeah, like, again, these are the first videos on my channel, one of my favorite ones, and I'm gonna be revamping them. A lot of fun. If those interest you guys, definitely go check them out.
You don't have a disagreements on that, but I think that there are some similarities in terms of, like, devil fruits and hockey can match up to an extent, but I think that devil fruits are still, because one thing that's noted too is that devil fruit changes your actual genetic makeup like more. So if that's the case, I think it's more like a species. I'm showing my cards. Fuck.
It is interesting because we have the thing with Big Mom, right? With Big Mom, she has the soul fruit, but it doesn't pass on. But not all genetics need to pass on. And then that's where it gets interesting, because like the long leg tribes that passes on. Does
Yeah.
Fukurokuju's big forehead, does that pass on? Like that would be that would be the knowledge I would need
If
to
that's
know.
hockey related, like that could be just what he can do in terms of like his species. Like maybe he is actually a member of this clan, but let's say members of this clan can only actually utilize their powers given us certain stresses. Like
Right.
for Strawberry, he gets sad and his head gets taller.
Right. And that goes back to the whole elemental hockey, where I think the mental aspect of it, like when do we see hockey bloom? Mental stress, right? All of these stresses come out, and it's like,
that's why can some folks do it, but other folks can do it?
And that is the special sauce that we got to ask ourselves, right? The D clan, the giant stuff, like Oni stuff. If you're wondering about the Oni stuff, by the way, check out my recent Big Mom video, because that would explain it.
Okay, cool. Because I have only things in the past, so I'm not sure. I still hope I'm right about the Oni stuff, but who knows? I'm gonna see.
Yeah, I think the Oni stuff, basically to tease you, to interest you, Cole, is there might be more Onis in the verse than just the one with horns, because in folklore, Onis weren't just with horns. Onis in folklore, in Japanese folklore,
but Oda already has so many different. But Oda has like so many. He has already so many different species. It's like, are we really gonna have it the case where, okay, like, are there gonna be Oni but they have no horns, or they have like one horn? It's like, wait, I mean, maybe, but it's like that to me. It's like you have already so many different things going on. Like, why even bother?
The question there, right, is like, what are the ancient giants? Are those Onis? What are the numbers? What are Kaido? I think
they're giants. I think they're probably all just giants, but they're subspecies of giants.
Subspecies. And that's where that video goes, explaining a logic line where in Japanese folklore that exists, where regardless of species, there's a subspecies that across every form of life, there's a way to become an Oni, and that is in Japanese folklore. And so if that interests you, chat, go check it out, because I think the Oni stuff is very interesting, for sure. And spoilers, the thumbnail might give you an idea of what we're talking about. But moving on, I got DX Nasty, hit me with the follow on Twitch. So he's new here. I saw him hop in. 5 gifted subs. I appreciate that. And you also ended up gifting my wife a sub to my channel too, which is pretty funny.
Good man.
Yeah. Look at that RNG. It's beautiful.
That's for the baby. So,
yep. Yeah. Exactly. We got Time Lord with the bits. He says, what role do you think Celestial Dragon and the Gorosei 5 Elder Stars play in this? Moon names and then the government with star names. Perhaps this helps hint that the Fishman steroids from the Tamate Bako box were meant to be a way to mimic the ancient power source. Maybe a way to understand it is that amplifies your frequency, and so your frequency moves at a higher level and it ages you or something like that. You have to have a rubbery body to be able to tolerate,
handle that,
the frequency, the vibrations of it. If you don't have a rubbery body, you can't handle the stressors of that. Interesting. Well, do you have anything on the Celestial Dragons Gorosei thing? If not, we just... All right,
not really. No, I'm good.
Enough. Sky King Ziz again with the bits. He says Blue Nitro sent them. The Blue Nitro? Do you know?
Blue Nitro are it's a Toriko thing.
Oh, I know Toriko, but I don't know the manga. I watched the anime. I loved it.
No. Watch the anime? You like the anime? No.
I was younger. We came out at a younger time. You know, I was, Toriko. It was with the Goku, Luffy, Toriko.
Yeah. But like, okay. If you can, at some point in the future, read the manga, because the manga's way more graphic. The manga's way more fun. Has way more hype panels. Has way more.
I've been on your streams and you talked about it. I've seen some of it. I want to check it out. But I gotta get a One Punch Man first. I have to prioritize One Punch Man.
Fair enough. It is ongoing. I'll give you that. Toriko's gone for the time being.
Yeah, I heard 2023 there was like rumors.
I'm hoping there's some news about a Toriko remake. I'll be on that shit like a hawk on hand. I will change channel structures immediately.
Goddamn.
Okay.
So we're almost there with the super chats, I believe. Mega Buster, $5 super chat. He says, I think the way Vega made the other Vegapunks is that he's awakened. The Vegapunks are machines and Vega had his brain grow in them. Huh. Like he can clone his brain? That's interesting.
Yeah, because like they're clones, but then we see Atlas in the last chapter. What happened to her? Atlas, she got Rogue Ogun, and then her face starts to crack like she's a robot.
Yeah.
And then she explodes like a robot. So they must be at least somewhat cybernetic in some ways.
Yeah, yeah.
And then also, but they may also have probably actual organic parts to them too. Other than one of these like organic parts, you know?
Yeah, like there's someone in between like Frankie and Automatas, right? Like somewhere in between.
Yeah, that'd be the assumption. Yeah, something like that.
Makes sense. I don't know about the awakening part, but
like, no, not even that. Yeah.
Yeah, for me, I feel like the awakening would be like this entity in the Void Century, similar to how Luffy awakened his fruit after 800 years. Maybe the original brain fruit user did what he did through an awakening. That could be a thing, but I don't even know what that would be like, because then it would be like if he can remember everything infinitely, then the awakening would be like he could turn anything into him. Oh, is that what a poneglyph? No, that's not what a poneglyph is.
Yeah.
No, we
can turn something into a brain. Yeah,
that'd be okay.
That'd be the idea. Yeah,
yeah, that's
or he'd be able to like manipulate other people's brains somehow, some way.
Yeah,
at the bare minimum.
Interesting.
I'm not too sure if all fruits can awaken. I'll be real with you.
Yeah,
yeah,
I agree. Though I'm on this like slow sort of agenda where it doesn't filter my thoughts, but there is a lens there where I think that there might be like a mythical Zoan or a Zoan agenda, that more things might just be Zoans than we realize. I do like that. Like Robin's fruit is one of my favorite ones for that, right? At the moment.
No, I hate that. I mean, well, okay,
you gotta watch the video before you hate it.
Yeah, fair, but like the idea that, okay, myth is out of the question. No myth, no mythical like actual dragons running around, or let's say there's actual phoenixes that fly around and heal. Like, no, there are no weird like Orochi snakes. I would just say like, because myth to me is where things kind of get, is it myth or is it magic? I want to avoid magic as much as possible, because I just hate the idea. Like no spells, no incantations, no Wingardium Leviosa, none of that.
I'm gonna hit you with something, Cole. I'm gonna hit you with the dragons flying around. Let's look at Ryugu Kingdom. What their castle on top of it has a giant dragon, looks exactly like Kaido. If they never existed, but that is the thing, where did that dragon come from? Hit you, and you said Orochi, right? Amazon Lily, the very center of it is a Hydra head.
Yes.
We get several places where
it could easily be in the
guardian
past
deities.
You're right. Yeah, like, because I don't know what a deity is in the world of One Piece, but like a deity in the One Piece, because I mean, okay, maybe, but the problem is that these I would like to believe that these things may have been like man-made. It's like possible. The same thing that Vegapunk did.
Yeah,
not necessarily like actual real things. Yeah.
My synthesis is that like the way Rayleigh, I mean, this is anime only, but I think that I would like to attribute this to more anime canon than like just made up anime stuff, because it attributes to Rayleigh and Luffy like on Ruskaina in the training thing, where Rayleigh says like reading animals is easier because they're less emotionally complex, and that's not exactly said in the manga, but that was said in the thing.
I remember that.
And like that's one of those things where I feel like that's not a huge stretch to say. And so for me, what I see these like mythical Zoans as are these are animals who reached a level of haki. They were able to manifest haki on their own.
Oh, and so
because
that's not a bad idea.
Yeah, because if we're talking about Nika, if we're talking about any of these people turning into devil fruits and it's willpower based, then why not animals? Why not an animal? Like if you go back to Kaido's, like the lore of the carp and the dragon, that story, it was the one carp that had the conqueror's will to climb the waterfall to become a dragon, right? So if you take that and you attribute that to these mythical Zoans, then these are the animals that had enough willpower to ascend. And you look at an example in Wano, Gyukimaru, Onimaru, the fox had enough willpower to, and he has the mythical Zoan as a monk, but my topic is more so this fox, he's an animal first, had enough willpower to want to defend against grave robbers and stuff like that. Like now think about an animal that has to defend during the Void Century, right? Like where the powers are greater, everything's greater. I
agree with you actually, because not think about it too, because I thought about it too. It's like, for me, because actually I separated them from other animals, but I guess other animals could transform into them. Because my idea actually was specifically about Sea Kings. Sea Kings, I think that they're unique because they can talk to each other telepathically. So is it possible that Sea Kings can actually use haki or like in the same way that humans could use hockey. So can they use armored hockey? Can they use armored hockey? Can they use even conquest hockey? Even right? So is that possible? Animals actually, so sea kings use these things. So I guess we go supply to other animals as well. Well, like they can actually grow and get stronger over the course of time.
I mean,
They
let
can
me
choose
hit you
that.
with something, right? Like Poseidon's known to be able to sink the world, right? One thing that Poseidon, the actual god, what was known for was
Mhm.
the three things. He was given the realm of the ocean, but he was actually the god of horses, so horses and
Oh,
earthquakes. And so the
oh,
earthquakes ones is really important because now if you're saying that the Sea Kings could have hockey, imagine if a lot of people are downplaying Poseidon and ancient weapons. I'm gonna say you're crazy, but imagine if the Sea Kings all had conquerors and that's how they could create earthquakes that way. Like,
they can create gigantic sequence earthquakes even better than Whitebeard could, and like, they can actually like sink like entire sections of like
yeah, and
archipelagos and so on. Okay, I'd be
that
crazy.
would be 1-to-1 with the actual Poseidon lore, where horses
Fair
and
enough.
earthquakes. Yes, the sea control,
Mm,
he's a god, right?
right.
One of the big three, right? So obviously his realm, he's gonna have control of it. But the earthquakes ones was interesting because like, are the Sea Kings just tackling their heads into the red line and creating earthquakes that way, or is there another way they do that? I don't know. I'm not gonna say that they have hockey, but I'm not against them having hockey because what I just said.
Yeah,
Like,
right. Neither am I. Yeah, yeah. So that's okay. This is actually that's a good idea. I like this is going. I do.
yeah. So we got Jigga J with the $5 super chat. He says, seeing the chat talk about the Eye of Horus in ancient. Oh, the chat was going on ancient Egyptian mythology earlier.
Okay.
He said the eye is also comprised of 6 different parts, each its own symbol. God bless you.
I have a horse.
We have a lot to. Yo, Cole, we might have to have like a study date. Like,
There you go.
like we go hop on our voice.
Because a lot of times I try to keep things like just to like. Oh, the Eye of Horus does have that swirl at the end that has the Deathroot swirl at the end too.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I've seen it. We talk about it before. So
Huh.
yeah.
Someone put the Eye of Horus in a brain.
Yeah, there's a lot of ways there. We got Sky King Ziz with this bits. He says, Cole, bring up my Coalition of the Sun picture. That was 2 hours ago, so I'm assuming we don't have enough time for the sun picture, but
Yeah, because actually, the super chats are longer than I thought they were. So I'm like, oh wait, hold on, shit. Like the
yeah.
time, because
Yeah.
it's almost 8:30. Okay, hold on.
We can breeze through the last bit.
Okay.
There's a
So
few.
actually, because I just like what it is. So because I have to give it to you right now because my thing is like fucked up. Okay, because yeah, I was like, hey, actually, I could give you a tweet. Actually, I'll tell you. Basically, the coalition of the sun is like there are certain, like, the symbol, like the main core symbol of the
Oh, are we talking
of
Arabasta, King Neptune,
Kurazumi clan.
Kurazumi? Okay, the 5
Yeah.
shells. Okay,
So
got you.
it's Alabasta. So it's Alabasta. It's Zoe. It's Water 7 in his mind. It's also Elbath and God Valley and Wano Country.
Yeah.
And so it's various islands that were the coalition of the sun actually teamed up to create the ancient kingdom long ago. That's the idea, essentially. Or like something of that
Gotcha.
sort.
Yeah,
And then there are actually markings of people that have these emblems on them that are very similar. There's actually one place that's actually no one's talked about before. It's a very weird place when I think about it. But I'm like, you know what? I'm gonna set for a video. So I'm gonna say anything right now. I'm gonna set
Is
for
it
a special
Skypea?
video. No.
Okay, got you. Because the one I was thinking about is Skypea, but that one I think
Oh.
is also in the picture. All right.
Yeah.
All right, save the special sauce. All right, let's get through these things now. Okay, so Fola became a member. Yo, I appreciate you, Fola. I always forget to say this, but something that YouTube members do get on my channel is early access to my theories, so in audio form. So there are 3 videos that are not the public does not have because I have to edit them, but as soon as I record them, they're uploaded. You can hear them. The next 3 are pretty cracked. I'm pretty sure I'm bringing 2 of them to the reverie as taglines, so they're pretty fun. They're pretty fun. And so if you join as a member, you get access to that. So nice one, Fola, and I appreciate you. Thank you. Time Lord with the bits. He said, what if the world government quite literally caused the world to forget about the ancient kingdom by using an awakened memo? Because technically destroying the memory, the knowledge of the kingdom is exactly the right move if they were looking to make the ancient kingdom die, as you only die when you're forgotten. I think like that Cole has the thing where it's like not all fruits have to awaken, but I would imagine if you could awaken that fruit, maybe that's how it would operate, but that's also That's correct.
And again, assuming that fruits even were around at that point in time.
Yeah, I feel like it would be okay. This is a Naruto reference, but like I'll say it like it's Shippuden. I like hate that I have to do this, but it's Shippuden, whatever. Like Shikamaru's dad and Inu's dad, like the way they were like hive minded, you know, connected. So like I would imagine you would need, I think you would need pudding plus sugar, for example, or pudding plus Hawkins or something, and so he could connect everyone with straw and then erase everyone's minds or something, like some kind of amplification, or like Doflamingo's string, parasite, birdcage, something.
Fruits combine together to make like some sort of like network, and then they make the internet. Exactly. They make the internet, and then they link up, and then block. No. Okay, look.
No. I want to hit you.
Yeah. Fair.
I want to hit you with something. I forgot to add this because this is a part of the second, the part 2 of the moon thing. Was there actually might be, besides the Sulong, there might be an example of someone connected to the network already. The Denden Mushis. They might be the ancient connection. That might be. They might be connecting, and I mean that one was a stretch, but we still don't know how they managed that connection in the first place.
They have antenna on their backs, don't they? At least some of them do.
No, I don't think so. But what is interesting is that Doflamingo's birdcage cuts off Denden Mushi communications.
It does, yes. That's true.
So there is a very interesting line of connection that's possible. Like I would be interested to see how Doflamingo's birdcage works on Vegapunk. Could he
his strings cut frequency?
Yeah. Oh, exactly. Right. Like because a lot of people, when I put that video out on my Mind Rope video, it was saying that, you know, Doflamingo's thing is supposed to represent Faraday's cage and holding in you know, charges in that regard. So it's not far-fetched, but you know, there. Really got to breeze through these last ones because I do want to get to the film red stuff. So
yeah, quickly too, because I do have to back you bounce for like a few minutes.
Yeah.
Like
Fluffa Bunna FT. I apologize for mispronouncing that. $5 super chat. Love to see 2 great content creators talking about this topic. If we are going to the moon, do you think it will be before or after Elbaf? Now, Cole, this is actually a question I did want to ask you, and we just got carried away. After now hearing my ideas about the moon, do we necessarily have to go there, or does this satiate your moon importance agenda, that this whole moon brain idea?
We still have to go there for sure, without a doubt.
Okay. Right.
But it's just a matter of when, and that's what I'm thinking. Like, there are options here. It's like we can either go there after, let's say, let's say we go there after Egget Island, or we can go there. Because I'm not too sure if Elbaf is going to be happening after Egget Island. Like, it could honestly be because we're kind of building up for like the Blackbeard capturing Law, maybe capturing Law. Already has Pudding, Kobe screwed. So, okay, we may have an actual Blackbeard war on Fullet Island, potentially. But we could maybe do the thing where we go there after Elbaf, too. It just depends. Because if it's more in lockstep with the One Piece itself, then it could be after Elbaf. If it's not, we can go right after Egget Island. I'm cool with that. Doesn't matter to me. But eventually, we'll get there.
All right.
We'll get there.
Yeah, for me, I don't think we necessarily need to go there. Maybe Anel comes back with the information, or maybe the information of the moon gets slotted in from poneglyphs or something. Because if it's Ancient Kingdom related, then maybe one of the poneglyphs in the future ends up telling us about it. Or maybe the moon ends up being that connection that we need, and we find out about it on Laugh Tale. So, and you know, but that's not to say I don't see a way we go to the moon. Honestly, like I said, 1065 to 1067 was put me and Cole on the same wavelength, where the moon is hella important, right? Like, I think going there grew in importance after Vegapunk. Like, you know, prior to Egghead, like, people who said like Fujitora bringing down the moon, like, that's not as crazy, but I don't know if it's bringing down the moon more like going to the moon, you know. And like, again, why introduce like anti-gravity and time-space warping if we don't use it in some way? And that would be a great way to use them.
Yeah.
And Sky King's apologies, said, how would a brain as the One Piece make Roger laugh? I think that would still it's not necessarily the One Piece made him laugh, it was the tales that Joy Boy told,
right?
And this would be the medium of that story. Like, he would have literally talk to Joy Boy, essentially, the essence, the soul, the memory, whatever you want to say.
That's why he said, like, I wish I was born during your time.
Yeah, because and then he would know, because he would be able to see it. He would be able to see everything. In the same way that Momo saw Zunisha or understood Zunisha's things, or Sanji saw Viola's past in those instances. It'd be very similar to that. And if you're curious about that, like the mind rope stuff is a growing agenda. It's being confirmed left and right. We'll talk about that in a second. And go check out that video. It's another favorite. Jigga J says, oh no, we got here. Okay, we're caught up. We're almost caught up. Okay, so Sky King Ziz, another one says, Cole, run back the frequency idea to the 2016 theory of Phantom Luffy passing through objects. I'm assuming you might want to save that special sauce for a video.
No, that one I don't think I'm ever touch again, because I don't think it's gonna be happening anymore. But like the idea was essentially like, okay, Luffy was able to actually change his atomic structure with his rubber abilities to where he could actually phase his molecules through objects. That's the idea. So like he basically pulled like what's her face from X-Men, like some I think her name is Cat. Yeah, so like he actually changed his atomic structure with his rubber abilities and she phased through matter itself. That'd be the idea.
Yeah. No, I feel that. That's it. Yeah. I like that we stretch the ideas, because my first video is a different version of that, where I thought like Luffy was doing gear 3 and he's kept on getting bigger. I thought to beat Kaido, I made a parallel of how he beat Doflamingo, Katakuri, and Kaido. They said a line, and the line Kaido said was finesse, and like he needs to focus or whatever. And so I was thinking that Luffy would get infinitesimally smaller, and instead of getting bigger, he'd focus all his power into like a pin drop. And that would, like, if you focus all your energy into one spot, it does way more damage than spreading the energy.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah. I see what you're saying.
I still like that video. It's the first one. It's a fun one.
Well, okay, Luffy can actually do a lot of these things still, because he's not. Yeah, just the way we see actually, because like right now, Oda's just kind of doing like some. Luffy, I think, has yet to actually touch even like the baseline of his actual powers like Gear 5, because we even see come the end of the fight with Kaido, he does the like eruption of fire on his body. It's like, wait, what the hell is this weird thing? And then he beats Kaido, because Oda has that line about how, well, he won't beat him with a punch, and people are like mad because, wait, he said him with a punch. It's not a punch, it's a flaming punch. So they're different. They're different. I'm saying they're different.
Fair. True. It is. Yeah, he is. I think also it's like my take is also not all of this. A lot of people still want to say it's an Aspel, but like Luffy combusting in flame, not even Red Hawk. Go to Punk Hazard, look at when he runs with Smoker. He combusts the ground, and he thinks that's just how it works. And I think Smoker's like, that's not how it works, Luffy. And then Luffy's like, exactly, whatever. Like,
I brought that up too. The same thing involving with him. Let's say after he takes the last breath, he shakes it off, and then he runs on the ground, or he runs in the air, making a flaming track. Why is there a flaming track when he runs? Why? Hello, what's going on there?
It's because he believes it, right? Like there's something there, and the Shadows theory might explain it. There's a lot of different ways they can explain it. Vibrations, imaginations, whatever you want to go. But like I think the legitimacy of what me and Cole are defending here are definitely there. Mega Buster with a $5 super chat says, also, I'm on the boat that Blackbeard doesn't have Conquerors, and low key, one of the reasons why he has the Gura Gura is to compensate for Conquerors. I like the idea there. I think he's gonna give him Conquerors. I think in the fight with Law, we saw that Black Lightning. I don't know if that's the Gura Gura. I don't know if the Conquerors. I know that there's an argument one way or the other.
Yeah, because like the way it's drawn, because that was a bit too like in my community. Like the way it's drawn is that like if you go back to, let's say, the actual if you go back to in the pre-time skip, the Gura Gura has like a focal point that all the cracks kind of stem from in the artwork. But in the case of the Law and his Karoom crash versus the Blackbeard Quake, the lightning sparks are around the actual bubble that Blackbeard makes. And even so, because they're around it, it's probably hockey at an actual focal point that stems from it.
And even like on the ship one where he's blasting the ship and there was that black lightning, that looked more like what Shanks is doing. So it's like, if we just saw Shanks use Conqueror's hockey, black lightning, I feel like we have to go with the recency of how Oda's drawing it. Probably more similar than different.
Yes, agreed.
Matt Cypher.
Okay, I'll be right back. Give me a second.
Okay, I'll just hit these. Matt Cypher says, I believe Sea Kings use Voice of All Things to communicate, which explains why Luffy, Odin, and Roger could communicate with them. Yep. Yeah. And yeah, we were talking about that for sure. I think Cole agrees with that. We ended up managing to talk about that somehow, Matt Cypher, but appreciate that. And it'll be interesting to find out the source of it. I do think it'll be interesting because we know the poneglyphs can trigger voice of all things too. So it's sea kings, poneglyphs, like what, like, you know, the poneglyphs have voices in them. Let's see. Matt Cypher again with the 10 bits. He says, so in Egyptian mythology, a soul was composed of different components, one of which was considered to be the shadow of the person. You're right. I remember you bringing this up with me. It might be a good thing Cole's not here for the shadow agenda. But hey, if you're from Cole's side and you should bring the shadow theory to his forefront. But yeah, I definitely think that there is Egyptian stuff. I mean, like, Arabasta is supposed to be there. They were super important. I think there's gonna be some lore regarding how Arabasta was, and I have a future video on it. I just haven't written that script yet, so it's a little, I don't even know what's gonna come out this year because I have like 3 videos to edit right now. I have 3 other videos to record and edit, and then I have 3 videos ahead of them to write, but I wrote the outline of it. And then there's 4 videos that are just bullet points, and then that's one of them. So I have a bunch to do. But as you guys know, I just appreciate being here, sharing this time with you guys, talking with you guys, with Cole, with other creators, with people with passion. And, you know, you guys, I see a lot of names here that have been here for the entire time. You guys, shout outs to you guys. I'm gonna save this last super chat for when Cole is back, but I'll talk to the chat. I know, I'm sorry guys that I haven't been responding to the chat. I want you to know I have been reading. It's just, I feel like with me and Cole, like, I have focus problems and then Cole has focus problems, and then when you mix the two, it's like we just woo, you know what I mean? And then, like, if we do this already, like a spiral, and then we start going off on here, then this will be a 9 hour.
Yes, I've ADHD.
Yeah.
I'm a mess. All right, what's up?
Me too. I was just telling them that, like, I would apologize for not looking at the chat more, but
I mean, we get there. I mean, yeah, like, because you have what, 2 chats to read? You have the Twitch chat and you have the YouTube.
Yeah. So I saved the last one. It addresses you in the front. I didn't read the whole thing, but then this is the last one.
I do have to leave in like, we'll go try to get 5 minutes. So
all right. And I think we can hammer out some of the Film Red stuff really quick, because we got all the base stuff and we just had to drop the spoilers. So I want to get this. And So he says, Par, have you or Cole seen the animated movies of Atlantis? I think the Ancient Kingdom power source will be kind of similar. I mean,
these are old movies, aren't they? Hold on, they're old movies.
That's an old one. But if we're talking like similar to what Wakanda Forever did, then
the
Fair.
vibranium.
Yeah, fair. There's
that's not bad, dude. Yeah, that's not bad.
mean,
that's not bad.
Vibrating frequency.
Yeah. Fair. I mean, it's like
the
okay.
whole
Look, I don't know if this actually matters in this case, but I think that it could be possible for something like that, or it could be also nuclear fusion. It really could be like, boom, nuclear fusion.
Well, if you think about vibranium, one of the main things about it is that when you hit it, it doesn't accentuate vibrations. So it somehow is able to negate vibrations, and that's the vibranium name. Isn't that the thing about it? When like Thor hit it, it didn't shake, and then he got knocked away or something like that. Like that's how it's supposed to function.
Oh yeah, it like disperses the shock waves, the impact of it to like other parts.
And the vibration, like the vibranium name is attributed to the vibration stuff, because vibrations is such a powerful thing.
Vibranium research.
Cole's adding that to the notes. Okay, so we made it.
Tabs are my notes. People always wonder, like, why have too many mistakes? Why have so many tabs?
Bro, I got 200 tabs.
Yeah, there we go.
Yeah, we hit a lot. Matt Cypher, I will address the thing, but I want to get to the Film Red conversation, so I'll address it after Cole leaves.
So I got like 4 minutes.
Yeah. So
be real.
There was an 86% out of 371 votes of people saying they don't care about Film Red spoilers. So for those of you who do care, this is your warning to leave the stream. I want to thank you though. I want to thank you for tuning in. I hope you enjoyed the stream, and I hope you like understand the situation where the movie's been out. We want to talk about it. So I'm gonna give like a minute, like a 30-second buffer. Thank you for tuning in, and with that, Cole, let's start dropping some of the Film Red stuff.
Okay.
With this, so
because I have so many videos because I have video to talk about all this film red stuff too. Okay.
Yeah,
so if
you
you're
hit
here
me
now,
with it. I'll talk about it a little bit, but I'll talk about the rest while you
I
drop
can't
your
go
sauce.
I can go too deep, so I'll give like an overview because, basically speaking, what Shanks has a flaming fucking sword. We see his flaming fucking sword, and I'm like, okay, this is ridiculous because he has the flaming sword that he's doing like he's kind of like manifesting. And if I'm going to assume that A, he's not, let's say, utilizing a different for a sword, or B, it's not a dial. That was the thought of my hold on, it's like a sky, like does a sky on dial in his griffin somewhere? Probably not. And the likely option is that he's actually using hockey in some way to actually create the fire. Or this is a figure land thing. This is a figure land thing. It's not a thing that actually applies to hockey per se, but people of the figure land bloodline can actually utilize fire in some unique way, like a Lunarian could. So I thought, okay, hold on, time out. If that's the case, and Sanji can do this, who the hell is Sanji's mom? Like, what's going on there?
And I think a few of my videos talk about like lineage. We might be surprised that lineage is connected more ways than one. It doesn't have to be that like it's a direct lineage. Like, for example, one of my videos is talking about Fishman lineage, where it's like if we're talking about slavery and Fishman, real history of slavery is that there's a lot of procreation that's involved, and what comes from that is mixed DNA. So we might be surprised there's more characters with Fishman DNA and more people, Figarland, Lunarian, whatever it may be. My thing is it, for me, it makes more sense that there's a mechanism that there is remembered in their lineage, a trauma, a memory, emotional trauma that lets them easily access those things, but it's accessible by everybody. It's accessible by everybody.
Maybe.
The reason
because Oda said specifically that folks have affinity for hockey types. So that affinity for hockey types, that's where I think it comes into play. Where like your history or your lineage or that kind of stuff, that would apply to you be able to use either Conqueror's hockey or be more effective with Conqueror's hockey, armor hockey, or observation hockey. But the hockey elemental thing is where things kind of get iffy. Particularly how Sanji, when he does Ifri Jambe, he differentiates his hockey to his fire. That's what things kind of get a bit wonky there. Like they're separate things for him. So, and like he uses hockey as a fortification to actually handle his own flames.
And that's where, so like, Cole doesn't have the time to watch a 1 hour and a half video on Sanji. No. But you guys should watch that video because, like I said, Sanji's arc in Fishman Island, which gets slandered through the roof, parallels like word for word Rene Descartes' book on Passion of the Soul. And the point there is that when you're emotionally driven, when your emotions are at the forefront, like it is for Sanji, moving your soul, which is what hockey and willpower is. It's moving your soul, making Conqueror's hockey, dictating something, manifesting something. That is willpower. And Sanji is the person who can access that the most. And so if you look at Enies Lobby, if you look at Ashura as a Conqueror's hockey type of thing or a spiritual type of thing, then on the flip side, Sanji demonstrated an elemental hockey thing. And so, and whereas Luffy might have demonstrated a devil fruit ability. So we get on Enies Lobby like a trifecta of that, which fits so perfectly well. And if you watch the Sanji video, I break it down even with Zoro's character, the stoicism. That stoicism was the exact thing that prevented us from understanding emotions. If you guys didn't know, emotions was a word that was invented in France after years of we never had a word for emotions for all those years. It took emotions. Emotions, by the way, what do you think emotions means? The etymology of it? Emotions means to stir. By the way, that's what emotions.
Okay, maybe. I mean, I think it's more so just the different thing because he is the German. They all have they all have the swirls and mine.
Let me hit you with another one.
Like Niji, Yonji, Niji, Ichiji, and Rage. Niji, Ichiji, and Yonji, they don't have any emotions per se. So,
and that's the important thing, right? They access their powers through the raid suits, no? They are able to mimic it or whatever, but
Well,
that's
not just race suits too, but also like
Right,
the
right.
natural bodies, because Niji can do that without his race suit.
to a certain extent. It's not to the level
Yes.
Sanji can, right? And that's
Right.
the important thing, where we have to figure out if they can even use haki, right? Because if Judge took away their emotions, can they do Conqueror's haki, for example? They're
We
supposed
had
to be
okay. Listen,
Conquerors.
no, you and I got to do a
separate thing.
Red.
Right.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
going back to Film Red.
So let me just kind of block through some of these things real quick.
Yeah.
Then you kind of like mull over them like in your mind. So number one, you have of course with the whole thing with Shanks and fire, so on and so forth. Okay. Number two, the idea that Uda brings up about how when she's going psychotic because she's ate the wake shrooms and she hasn't had any sleep, that kind of stuff. The idea that you can have souls that exist separately outside of the body, and that doesn't necessarily matter. That does bring to question a lot of the importance of soul. Like, how prevalent are souls in the world of One Piece? Because if you can have like that many people die and like their bodies are gone, but like their souls are elsewhere somewhere in other dimensions, that kind of stuff, that actually brings up a whole new possibility of the One Piece paradigm that we're not aware of. And actually does bring a lot of credence to, let's say, Brook's ability, Mom's ability, and of course the idea of the underworld's brought up, which then coincides to, of course, Top Musica, who is a quote demon king of some kind that existed independently of anything, but activates specifically with the song user, particularly singing the right tune. So the idea of the Demon King also kind of brings up, so that's why I bring up the whole thing with Zoro and Brook, because the frequency of the soul, Demon Kings are real, the underworld is kind of real. When Zoro saw Death pull up, is that actually a real, genuine Grim Reaper? And then that, again, well, if Demon Kings are real in some ways, this also could coincide on the flip side with gods being real in some capacity, i.e. heaven, i.e. Nika. So, yeah, but that blah, blah, blah. Because one thing I will say is that, wrap it all, I suppose, there's a chance that coming in the series, Luffy does die. It's a sad situation if that is the case. But if he, let's say, does die, let's say he does die during the final festival, because I think that's the case. Like, there's a final feast for One Piece, right? There was a scene, or there was something that I remember Ace said during the Yamato flashback, where he mentions how him and Luffy should have a drink with this great man that Yamato is talking about. And I always do wonder if there'll be a scene like that, where, let's say, during the final feast, everything's all said and done, but the souls of the people from the past also come and congregate with the people. Like, it wouldn't just be, hey, people are living now, but would it be people that are actually dead too? They kind of manifest as like specters, and they also enjoy this global party that Luffy is the orchestrating. So people that have died. So Roger, Ace, Luffy could literally be on the same table, whether either Luffy's dead or Roger Ace, and so let's say he goes up the spirit world, whatever we call it, like on some Yakusho shit, or it's vice versa. They come down to the world and they all have that celebratory, kampai, those three on that table. Okay, I'm done.
Okay, so before you go, Cole,
there's a lot there. I know.
I want to hit you with what's gonna bring everyone together. The Bell of Shandora, bro. The Bell of Shandora that's supposed to bring all the ancestors together, bro. We're gonna bring that shit. They're coming. And on the Souls thing, right? If Top Musica, someone asked, is that actually canon though? Top Musica doesn't need to be canon. Why? The director knows the end of the story. So Top Musica is probably relevant to what might look what a parallel version of Top Musica, or a like what Cole said, it's independent. A song ended up like awakening it, or it awakened from a song. Drums of Liberation.
But it already existed by itself. And then when the music started to play, it moved on its own to find Uta.
Right.
So it's like, hello? How can it move by itself? Because it's independent. And it's not, as far as you know, it's not an ability awakening. It's its own entity.
Yes.
That's a big deal.
And on top of that, this underworld, souls, all this stuff. Watch my Void Century video. Watch my Big Mom video, because my point is in those videos, and this is in Japanese lore too, it's like the underworld is one and the same. It coexists. Like, look at Brook's soul. Where did his soul go? Where does the souls on Shandora go? They're in the trees. They're here. They don't leave somewhere else. No, everything is still here. We just don't see it. The frequencies, the vibrations, whatever. You need a song to see it. You need to ring a bell for them to congregate. You need something, the drums of liberation, for them to dance or be happy. It's all there. And like, if you're asking what the movie is,
oh my god, okay, I hate you because I'm late. Do you know what you reminded me of just now?
What?
Do you remember the scene? It's in the anime, of course. Do you remember the scene in the last opening of the pre-time skip? That beautiful song. And then there's that scene of like Luffy has a straw hat, it's on a rock, and there's some weird like radish tree in front of him. Ace in like spirit form comes behind him and just pushes him.
Yes.
And then he moves forward. Yeah. And I'm like, wait, you have the sacred tree thing, you have the straw hat, you have Ace pushing Luffy. Luffy turns around, Ace is not there. Ah, shit, I gotta go. So it kind of reminds me, it's what you're saying reminds me of that, actually. Yeah. It actually wraps up all in that. Like, Ace was there the entire time. Luffy just can't right now feel him or sense him. Yeah.
Right. And it makes too much sense. And there's like, before you go, Cole, like the power stuff, the elemental hockey thing, the sword, like I literally predicted in my elemental hockey set, I said a thunder sword or a fire sword, someone's gonna have it. And in all those videos I said the Shanks or Dragon are going to be those people, and Shanks shows up with a fire sword. But let me hit you with one other one which surprised me. Mind rope was confirmed in that video. I said that Usopp was a peak observation.
I was surprised about that, and that was one of all things in the actual canon manga, but the Usopp and Yasopp, Katakuri and Brule, and even Luffy and Shanks were seeing each other's perspectives through one another,
through another dimension. Another dimension.
Another dimension. Wait a minute, that's a low key big ass deal, because that would mean that the hockey is more intertwined than you would first. Now, I'm not going to say that this is a global mind rope, but what I can say is that folks that have strong connections to one another can actually link up mentally, and that can potentially stay there indefinitely.
And that's what, like, so go watch that mind rope video, guys, because what I said there was, I think that Shanks would, last year, I said Shanks would be a person that would be able to send images, be able to speak at a distance through mind rope. And what did we get in chapter 1055? And people thought, like, they were like, oh, that's not telepathy. Whatever it was, it doesn't matter. Luffy saw an image of Shanks. Ryokugu reacted to something through a lightning bolt. Like, what is that?
Well, he had a feeling. Luffy had a feeling.
A feeling, right? I kind of a sentiment, feeling, whatever, right? But then you can be doubters. Then you go watch Film Red, because you guys here watched it. Usopp and Yasopp, 100% mind rope connected. 1,000.
They shared vision, yo.
Literally, exactly word for word what I said. I've been waiting to make this video because, like, people technically, they were like, you know, my mods were protecting me, but when people saw Film Red internationally, they were commenting on my videos, on my old videos, and I just couldn't go back and watch I couldn't look through any of my comments for like 4 months because I didn't know if people were spoiling me.
There was a lot of stuff going on, so I'm pretty sure they probably want to make sure, because like you have probably a lot of videos they want to get out there before like you like see the movie yourself, and it's like, okay, I don't get spoiled, because like my mom do like the same thing, like the spoilers about, you have to make sure everything's protected. So like, don't watch this, don't get this video, that kind of stuff, which makes sense to me, because it's like, oh man, there's just so much here. But it's like, Film Red, I think, introduces a lot more than folks give it credit for. They think, oh, it's a musical, but no. Even in parts of the music, it's like that stuff is super important, because frequency, Nika drums liberation, music. It's like there's something going on here that we're not privy to that's important. So like, I always figured that all the folks that Luffy gathered will also be important in some way, relevant to like the final party. Like, it wouldn't just be Sanji making like the final feast for everyone across like, you know, the world, some shit like that with the all blue, but also music, right? Like, isn't like one of the first people he wanted in the crew a musician? You know, like Luffy, like I think he said that to Shanks or to I forgot was it to Vivi?
I think it was after. No, I think it was when they were going into the Red Line. His crew, he's saying like, we just need a musician now or something. Right. Like that. Something like that. Right.
Exactly. Yeah. So, and then lo and behold, like, you know, someone like Brook, whose music can touch someone's soul with his frequency and so on and so forth. It's like, well, now we're seeing someone like Uta who can actually manipulate the world in both good and in bad ways with her music. You have music-based demons and stuff like that that are actually like independently living, and of course Luffy himself, the dumb drums liberation. It's like it's
Like,
which all stem back from Sky P. It's like it's oh,
isn't Zoro's Ashra and Brook's Soul King forms reminiscent of Top Musica just on a smaller scale? What happens if you expand that? What if Zoro becomes an actual demon? I'm scared of Top Musica.
And then also like the idea of good and bad music also come in the form of how the main antagonists work in and it's Skypiea, because Luffy drums oration, good drums, chill the party. But then look at the other side, NL, bad guy. Main attack a lot of times comes from what? The drums on his back. Yeah. He beats the drum a certain way and he creates these monsters. He has the tiger, the hawk, and then the giant dragon. It's like, so, you know.
Yeah. Cole, I just want to thank you.
How do you go? Hey, fuck you. I'm late.
I want to thank you for coming to the Voice of All Things to line up our wavelengths. We'll meet up again soon. Thank you. We always do this. We run late on our conversations.
Yeah, we need to start. We need to focus better. I don't know how we're gonna do it, but we just focus.
I mean, we just need more time. I think more than that, we need time. I think we need a hyperbolic time chamber or some shit.
We should like 10 hours just to, you know.
Yeah.
Spoilers up the ready? Wait, what? Someone's in chat.
Wait, what? Oh,
spoilers drop for 1096. Essentially not dropped already.
Yeah. That's what I was saying. Like Monday, Tuesday streams are scary, but
well, they're getting earlier and earlier, dude.
So. Yeah, my mods will lock it down hopefully. So shout outs to them. And we won't keep you any longer, Cole. Thank you for coming through.
Pleasure to be here. Yo, shout out to the Parvagers community. Love you guys. All right. You guys know where to find me, hopefully. Hopefully, mods are giving you plenty of my links. I have a lot of links for anime reactions, manga chapter reactions, my Patreon, blah, 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 the whole king of Buddha, okay? But this has been a treat. As per usual, Morgan and I, we just do things. Things just happen, and we kind of flow. So just take your time, chat, wrap your head around things. Videos to come on my part, on Parvagers' part for damn sure. But I'm gonna see you guys later. All right, everyone, stay safe, be easy, take care of the next one. Par, dude, pleasure always. All right, I'm gonna see you on the next one, dog. All right.
Yeah.
Be
Talk
easy.
to you soon.
All right.
You too.
Yep.
Stay healthy.
I will try to. I'm trying to lose a weight, and hopefully the kid stuff works out well.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you. Yeah.
That's coming soon, actually, or like
very soon. Anytime.
This month or next month?
Yeah. No. Anytime.
Fuck, man. All right. Par has a new journey ahead of him, man. Woo!
Yeah,
all right, that's gonna be fun. All right, boys. Take care.
Thank you. We will. All right, guys. I got some bits to get through, and I'm gonna talk to the chat. I know there's some Film Red stuff. This is a special instance because we are talking about Film Red for the first time, like on my stream, where I kind of like because Cole was here. I wanted to talk about Film Red, and truthfully, I should have gave more time to it, but you guys could see like the how much we got lost in the sauce. Like we got very lost in the sauce. Goddamn, looking forward to the day Part ends his stream because he needs to go Matt Cypher brings up a point where it's one of these streams that drag on, they're not sustainable, and that's why they're dragging on now, because there'll come a day where the time is decided by the baby. I'm not the captain of the ship. It's my wife and the baby. So I have to leave the captain's helm there. Cole is gone, but peep the VOD. All right, Rafts. Yep, we'll still be talking about Film Red since this is we cleared out the Film Red people who are afraid of the spoilers. So I do want to talk to you guys a little bit about that. Let me just get through these bits real quick. Matt Cypher says, I think Luffy's fruit was called the Sun God fruit because it was capable of breaking the laws of reality to create its own sun. The sun is the ultimate source of nearly infinite energy, and Luffy is the final piece of the puzzle Vegapunk needs for its unlimited energy. That'd be very broken. It's fair. It may be possible. Maybe the world used to be geocentric and then Sun God Nika made it heliocentric. Maybe. I don't know. Matt Cypher again says, why would you name the fruit Sun God unless it's a god that could either control or create or even represent the sun itself? The other gods may have been responsible for other aspects. Earth God creating birth, rain God creating the oceans, forest God creating the forest. Forest God would be land, right? Like Earth God, birth, forest God. Forest, I get it. Trees, nature, right? Oh, you can have land without nature. Oh, that's important. You can have land without nature on it. And finally, a sun god to create and generate energy from maybe nothing / the environment. And so, going back to that, that's the sauce of the shadows theory. It's trying to figure out the meaning of the sun god thing, right? Shadows, you can't have shadows without light. So if you are the manipulator of light, you are also the controller of shadows, right? Being the controller of shadows does not mean you're the controller of light. We see that with Moria. Moria is the ruler of shadows, but what does he need? He needs a giant flashlight to create the shadows that he can pull. We see that in the Luffy scene, I think like chapter 458, 457-ish? No, 458, I believe. But yeah. And then Matt Cypher, again with the bits, he says, hey Par, on one of your streams, can we do an analysis of the songs in Movie Red? For sure. Eventually, there's a lot of priority stuff, right? Like I mentioned, I have like 16 videos in queue. And then these streams, I like to talk to the other content creators. And then off of that, I just like to enjoy my time on the off streams as much as I can before the baby comes here. Because like those Pokemon streams, can't be doing those all the times. The watch parties, those are the reasons we indulge in those now. So if you guys you guys enjoyed my presence here, the conversations here, and you guys want to see more not One Piece related, but truthfully, every time we do a not One Piece related stream, we end up talking about One Piece here and there, even in Blue Lock, even in all the animes we talk about it. News, talk about Australia. Australia is a One Piece island in our world, like 1000%. So definitely love that. And so again, I want to thank you guys. I'm gonna close out the stream in like not a few minutes. The chat generally pushes me a little, not pushes me, encourages me to continue, especially because I may not be able to do 3-hour streams in the future, so 4-hour streams. And so with that, let me get to some of the chats here. I see, God, these talks are always so fun. Mr. Rubix, I appreciate you. I'm glad you enjoyed it. Really enjoyed the stream, man. Reptar, shout outs. Thank you. I'm glad you guys are having a great time. I'm glad, like, that each stream, like, if you guys go back to the VODs, I don't write notes, but I have an idea of what makes the conversation for the other person interesting, and we kind of go from there. And I feel like each time it's a gamble. I hope that the chat enjoys it, but I feel like we do a good job. So glad you guys are here. I see Shimada says, do you think there could be some kind of spirit world since there was different dimensions introduced from Film Red? I think the other realms could be escapes, if that makes sense, right? So again, if you guys are here, giant Film Red spoilers thing, leave ASAP. Like when you think about willpower, and like I talk about this thing, Devil Seed users, which I hadn't brought up with Cole, but there's several characters in the One Piece world that have Devil Fruit like powers. Polly, Wanze, Miss Golden Week, Django, the Oniwa Banshu, so many people, Devil Fruit like powers without the Devil Fruit. Where do those come from? Now, you think about willpowers. If you create an oppressive entity where you can't escape, even in your dreams, going back to the moon brain theory, right? If you truly could not escape the world, even in your dreams, you're connected to the world. Let's equate it to the internet, right? The internet. You create this world where we're always connected, social media, blah, 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 right? You'd want an escape. That might be where a mirror dimension is, right? This is a personal thing, but like when I was a kid, I was isolated and parents didn't let me have friends and things like that. I sat in front of a mirror and like, I was just like thinking. I wasn't exactly speaking out loud, but I was like imagining a conversation. And like, you could think about that, like the thematic of isolation in the One Piece world. Mirror dimension could be from that. The Blue Note thing. Like, I know that there's like a few stories where the idea that you open a door and instead of leaving your house or you go into like this place that you don't want to be, you escape into a fantastical place. Isn't that the story of like Narnia, right? Like, so when we're talking about these other dimensions, it might be that the dimension, the state core dimension, was so oppressive that the willpowers of these individuals created other dimensions. Another one, Mont Dior. How many people escape through books? I mean, we're all escaping through the One Piece manga, right? You open up the book, you escape through it. Each page is a different way of escaping. That might be what's being told here. In Film Red, music is an escape, creating another dimension where how many times have you guys had a bad day or whatever, you blast music in your car and you just escape. You just, you know, you leave what you're doing. I think that's what music is for a lot of people. That might be why Oda loves music, and I think that's why the world loves different artists, different genres, different music. It's all a different frequency, different vibe. So hopefully that answered that question, Shimada. That might even be the whole video. I haven't done like the Film Red stuff yet. Again, in that 16 videos of things that I have to do, I didn't even count the Film Red videos. I have like 4 videos for Film Red. I just don't have the time. I need another version of me or something. Like I need another person to like edit the videos or something. But we're getting there. Y'all, Curtis, y'all vibe the best with this conversation. Love it. It's like kicking it at the cookout with family reunion. Yo, Cole. The thing is with me and Cole is a hard dude to reach, to talk to. He'll say, I hope he admits it, he's a boomer in terms of tech, like a little bit. I won't call him out, but he called himself out. But you know, and then he's so busy with all his streams, but the moments that we get to talk, it's like, bro, like we could go on for years, like literally years. Love the stream and the drip par vision. It was a great stream and discussion. I love Cody. Thank you. Yeah, I wore this specifically to because I figured the conversation, like the moon stuff, the swirls, the gear 5, we'd be talking about it, devil fruits. I bought this shirt specifically because I was like, yo, when Luffy goes gear 5 in the story, I'm gonna wear this on my live reaction. Because it's vibey, bro. It's vibey. And the conversation went there. Arc reactor is nuclear fusion. Vibranium absorbs vibrations, and excess is turned into glowing light or reflected. Oh, thank you, Will of Dreams. That's important. That's great. Let's see. Just caught you 2 days in a row with Jay yesterday and Cole today, enjoying the content. Hey, Milo Cake, you actually missed me on Brago's stream. I was after Jay's stream at night. Brago got me on a One Piece Fantasy. Me and Jay actually both were there, so that was great. TV no me TV dimension. Exactly. Like if TVs existed, then yeah. But if you watch Film Red, that was discussed as well. He's getting it all out before he has a baby. He doesn't have time. Exactly. Like I'll get back into it soon. It's just, you know, at the beginning, gotta get, you know, my ropes down as being a dad. Schedules, life, yeah. But I told Cole, I was like, we've been having our collab planned out, or the stream planned out for like 2 months. Our dates never lined up, and then like last minute I was like, yo, how's Monday? And he was like, Monday works, let's do it. So your mind ropes down. Exactly. Me and my wife's mind ropes have to be strong. Baby's mind rope gotta be connected. You know, the first few months are the most important. I think the statistic or the fact is your baby's brain grows the most it'll ever do in the first 3 months of being born. So that's the most important time to spend. Well, it's not the most important time. Don't just abandon them. Don't be Shanks. Don't be a deadbeat dad. But you know, the first 3 months are really important. When are you getting a straw hat for your baby? I got to. Yeah, he has a bunch of One Piece outfits already. My wife got them. All you gotta do is hit up Vegapunk for a Parvision light. Facts, Krampus. I need one. Music can also be triggering. Like, I think to that point, right? Like, Film Red showed us how a good thing can be a bad thing. Music was weaponized. In the same light, ancient weapons could be a good thing and a bad thing. I think that thematic is through. And this is a personal thing. I think all good things without control and too much abundance can become a bad thing, can become demonized, devilish, and that could be the thing about the ancient kingdom. Maybe laughter, maybe that was too much. Maybe it started becoming at the expense of the ancient. Oh, I didn't hit him with the emu part. We don't have time. It's fine, no regrets. Souls outside or no body are called ghosts. Yeah. Poltergeists, right? Like manifestations of spirits. Luffy will die again, probably, right? Like, why not? Luffy will have to die to ascend. As far ringing the bell from Skypiea, Straw Hat, yo, 100%. I'll do it. I'll be the one. Part in any interest in the card game that just launched for One Piece? Yes, I am interested. I have two of the booster decks. I have like a special deck from Film Red, a special booster deck. I have two starter decks and a booster deck. I just haven't had time to like devote to other things. So soon, one day. Mosh DMC, if you guys don't know, he's one of my homies, a creator on YouTube, primarily on TikTok though. He is a huge One Piece card game fan, so if you guys are interested in that, go his way. Oh, DK Mr. Fly, what's up? How you doing? First week is rough as well. I just had a baby and team no sleep. Yeah, Sierra the goat, thank you. As my community knows, I don't exactly sleep regardless. Like that's kind of a thing that's like actually, to be fair, like today and yesterday, this entire weekend was like maybe 3 hours of sleep probably. Like I mean I slept in between here and there, but I definitely need to catch up on sleep. But yeah, we are operating on a little bit, but hopefully I do want to apologize. I feel like that hurts my quality in portraying my thoughts. I personally felt that more when I was talking to Jay yesterday on stream, because we were shifting gears. It wasn't theories, it was emotions, and so I was stumbling a little bit more than I would. But hopefully you guys enjoyed it regardless today, and you guys didn't feel the tiredness there. Let's see. Good or bad behavioral state can be triggered. Yep, exactly. They don't burn the trees, the ancestor spirits wouldn't need to be summoned. Yes, the trees need to be burned for the things to go away. The going merry. I think fire is the way you properly set a soul to rest, and that's Norse mythology, which I really like, because it seems like Oda is taking a bunch of underworld concepts across the globe and creating a rope, a connection of some sorts, and creating one seamless one that doesn't necessarily, because one thing that I don't like about that, and here's a soft thing in Marvel seems, I use this word maybe aggressively, but I would say they kind of bastardize a lot of mythos in a way that's not, they try to make it too one-to-one, where when they do it, it doesn't feel respectful, whereas Oda's clearly making his own spin on a lot of things, right? So it's not, it doesn't feel in the same light of like just ruining a culture. It's like he's creating his own, and he's creating creating meaningful parallels to this one, where you can connect and it relates to this, but it's not the whole picture, right? Let's see. Toki is from the Void Century, so the Toki no Mi was around in the Void Century. Toki's fruit is very interesting, because Toki, we don't get, did she eat a fruit? Right? Like I think Odin said that she has one of the weird powers, but I don't think she ever said she ate a fruit. That was never a thing. She just said she had a power. So Toki might be the progenitor of that power, which might explain why the Toki no Mi doesn't exist now, because whatever process there was to go from person to devil fruit wasn't applied to Toki, right? Like that could be the separation, Milo. Oda goated calling out music industry and devil acts. They promote violence and drugs and black culture. I wouldn't even say it's just black culture. I think that's in across all cultures. I think to say that it's in one culture versus all of them, I think like I've seen documentaries on many songs, some in metal, some in pop culture, across the board. It's just right now one of the more popular ones that gets the highlight is probably black culture, but that's also because black culture kind of like drives that industry right now, so they get a brunt of that pain. But that's a whole different discussion. But I do agree with you that music is powerful and it's deliberate, right? Like when you go back to ancient cultures and ancient religions, and then even the monotheistic ones, music is involved there. Music is in every single version, right? So there is a spiritual level to music that's holy, that's demonic on all sides, and it's not restricted to one culture, one race, one geography. It's across the board. And it might be that Oda chooses to focus on a specific one with Top Musica. Dream Theory has been on Par's mind since seeing film Red. Rabbithead, you're... Duh! I need to find the VOD where you first said that, and I want to ban you. And now I see the rabbit vision. See the 6 Vegapunks upload their experiences once a day, right? Like Punk Records. But do each of them have access to each other's experiences, or just the original Vegapunk does? I think it's a shared one. Any chance Kaku has a chestnut on his head? Oh, you saying Nolan connection? That'd be wild. I don't know. I've never thought about that, honestly. I have a few things to say in the chat about Emu. Emu is one of the 3 most intriguing mysteries in the series, for sure. I have an emu-centric video coming up soon. If you want teasers, the Randy Troy video collab. I liked what I said there, and then I said a little bit about emu in this one, and in my what's it called? My Void Sentry video and my Moon video. Those two. Just opened my 2 boxes. Trash alternate arts. I'm butthurt. Trash alt arts. I don't understand what that one's saying, but welcome to stream, Ryan Stone. I'm sorry about your 2 boxes. Do you have confirmation Dragon was not a part of the Rock's crew? I mean, we don't have confirmation against it, but we also don't have confirmation for it that I feel is strong enough to make that logical leap. But if you have some details, feel free to join the Discord and share those. I'm sure a lot of people would love to see that. Bro ate a sleepless room. What up, Par? Yo, Darvis. Yeah. I think I have the Blackbeard quirk to a certain extent. What if a song could be played on a global scale? That would basically be a way to control the entire world or liberate it. Yeah. And you know what's funny about that, Shimada? It's like, what if the world government, their side, just didn't like that song? Like, I know Sai doesn't like Bink Sake, and he's a world government fanboy, a Marine fanboy. What if they just didn't like the song, and that's why they created their own thing? That's funny. And that's why they banned music. There's like, never again, never going to a concert. Par, you missed my last bits. Oh, okay, let's see. Matt Cypher, 10 bits. Oh no, I clicked on that. Oh, I was stuck on that one. Okay. What if it's called a liberator because the original user liberated the planet from the sun it used to orbit? Call out the Dax newest video. I haven't seen Dax's newest video. I know some of the details though. Liberated the planet from the sun it used to orbit. Yeah, I mean, Cole was talking about a variation of that earlier. We were talking about the vibrations. There is a logic line with that with the geocentric model on O'Hara. So heliocentric model could have been created rather than existed, if that makes sense. So I know the based off the thumbnail and some discussions with Dax what he was talking about. And yeah, like I think Liberator, it could make sense. Shout out to Dax for that theory. A lot of people just flip the Romanji of Emu's name to get Umi, but if you flip the katakana, you actually get Mui, which means inactivity or idleness. I so in one of my videos I did reference that, and then afterwards a lot of people pointed that out, and I think if you watch the Void Sentry video, the Shadows theory actually Shadows and Void Sentry. You watch that one, the inactivity or idleness, it fits. Also the moon one. If the brain is a moon and you watch Film Red, everyone's sleeping, right? Everyone's sleeping in Film Red. Idleness, that's the idleness that gets the that alludes to that, right? And then you think about the moon brain thing. If everyone syncs up during the brain, and the way to control the world is by everyone staying asleep. Yes, Tsukiyomi, but it's almost like a reverse / greater than version. I know a lot of comments have said that, like, it sounds like Tsukiyomi, but it's also like way crazier. And I do like that because it's like, it creates a lot of importance on Blackbeard not sleeping. It creates importance on dreams. It creates importance on idleness. It ties in Film Red. I think me and Cole touched on so many different things where it's like, Film Red confirmed elemental hockey to me, literally word for word. The things of my Sanji video, my elemental hockey video, my Devil Fruits are Peak hockey video, 3 of those word for word were matched up in the movie. And again, Film Red is not largely canon, but how many times have we seen the abilities in movies that weren't canon become canon? I mean, even go back to Strong World. El Thor was how he defeated Kaido. Go back to my Strong World video where I was basically saying everything in the time skip matches up with Strong World, except I made that video before Luffy's Bajrang gun with the lightning on it, right? So El Thor, lightning punch through the clouds is a replay of what happened to Kaido. Go to Stampede, the giant Kong gun. It's like that. Was that not like what Luffy did with Bajrang gun, right? Like the Super King Kong Extreme whatever gun. Like the point is in Film Red, especially because volume 4 billion, right? In 4 billion, they gave us the Vivre card or whatever of these abilities. 1, that has to be canon. 2, the demonstration of the abilities in the movie, I think are canon. Now, Top Musica, I will say it probably will never show up in the movie, but again, the director knows this end of One Piece. And if I were tasked with writing an endgame movie for One Piece, I would create training wheels for you to understand. Now think about this, guys. If you didn't watch the movies, we stuck with manga, and we go from Wano, we go to Egghead, Last Saga hits, and then we hit with a Top Musica like entity. Nobody would be prepared for that at all, period. And the important thing there is that, like, that's the purpose of my elemental hockey video, my Mindro video. You can see me, I think I say it in the videos itself, but also in the comments, also in streams, where the whole point of that is like, I was so convinced that these things would exist, and so many people were so opposed to it that I wanted to ease people into it. That's why my whole channel, it connects, because like one video talks about like part A, part B, part C, part D, and then at the end I put them all together in one thing, so then you can ease into it. And I think that's what Film Red is. Film Red is an ease into the Last Saga. The concepts of Film Red are teasers to the concepts that we're gonna see, that are gonna parallel and probably dwarf Film Red. I say that. Think about that. Dwarf. For example, I didn't even bring this up. Shanks canceling Haki. Go back to my previous videos. I said that power would exist. I thought Emu was going to have it. I thought Emu was either going to have the power of all devil fruits or the ability to cancel Haki. Shanks has it. If Shanks has the ability to cancel Haki, what else could there be in the characters that are missing? Later, Rafts. Have a good night. Like for example, my Mihawk is a sword video. One of the comments I really, really loved that came out after Film Red, that people posted was, if Shanks has the ability to cancel Haki, Mihawk might have the ability to suck Haki. Pause. But what's his name? Dracula Mihawk. Vampire? Suck Haki? Life Force? Blood? Life Force? Is that not important there? Now, the other thing is, did we not just see a sword do that to Zoro? Enma literally sucks the Haki out of Zoro, right? And so the point, Mihawk is a sword video, I did not think it like that. But yeah, if you made Mihawk into a greater level sword, what's to stop him from doing that? He doesn't even need to be a sword. That could be a whole power on its own. You know what I mean? Like, and it would parallel. If Shanks is able to cancel Haki and Mihawk is able to absorb Haki and like a vampire, name. And then we go to Emu. If Emu is able to create, right? If like, and this is how I discussed it with, I believe it was Hidden Island. I think it was Hidden Island or Daksake. We're talking about light theory. No, it was Daksake. It was on our Voice of All Things stream, where Luffy might be able to manipulate matter, light, right? Blackbeard might be able to delete it, absorb it, black hole. Emu might be able to create it, all through different means but all might have a core in hockey in some way. Meaning the devil fruits that Blackbeard and Luffy have are the hockey, hockey byproduct, whereas Emu might be the source, which is why he has the creation ability. And at this point, I can see something like that. If Shanks has the ability to cancel hockey, Emu has something cracked, and it's probably something beyond that. Because if you can cancel hockey, then why is Emu even scary, right? 16 videos recalls to count them. Encourages bullies, holds hostage. Wait, what are we talking about? Gear 2, born in a movie 2. Exactly, Pavel. Red Hawk says, which is why I believe that Emu can nullify devil fruit powers in particular, but also because of the Sea Devil. If I can post it on here, I'll post a link to a Reddit post that goes into so much. Post it on the Discord. I think like the YouTube doesn't allow links or something like that, but you could post on the Discord, and everyone here can see it. And you guys should join the Discord because that's where the big brain community that we got is there. Parvision's World Tree, if you want to become a One Piece scholar, or if you just want to see what the scholars are brewing, come through, enjoy, even if it's for a bit. I mean, to be fair, we have a World Cup chat because I love the World Cup, I love soccer, and that's another way to connect with people. Definitely enjoy that. Don't make clones or Vegapunk yourself. Wait, why? Why can't I do that? That would be so helpful. That's not too helpful. Speaking of Nolan, might be a stretch, but there are golden chestnuts on the golden bell structure. Interesting. Oh, the One Piece card game. Piece card boxes got Croc, Jack, alt arts are the chase cards. I don't know the terminology. I gotta brush up on that. I apologize. Let's see. Mind rope to set up connection sounds like One Piece version of. It's not like that. But here's a fun one. Shanks could maybe get instant teleportation like not Dragon, like Goku. Or Dragon could have the instant teleportation. You watch the Mindro video, think about it like this. Mindro video sounded crazy when I made it, but some of you guys believed it. But there was the concreteness of it in the story was flimsy. But as we progressed, 1055 with Shanks increased it. Film Red increases it. But then we get to Punk Records, it increases it. It's there 100%. Like, and like when you think about how the world will learn about the Void Century, Mind Rope makes the most sense, right? And the point being is, if you go back to the Mind Rope video, if all of those things were right, what about the synthesis of it? The Shanks power-ups that I was talking about, the Doflamingo connection, the pudding connection, like all of the things, the going married, the Thousand Sunny, the laugh tail, all the stuff that I talked about there, right? Watch the world government legally plays Qatar. What do you mean? Like, isn't it all free? At least here Fox is for free, and I mean I'm supporting Fox then, but Disney owns Fox, right? So I'm supporting Disney, which isn't better technically. Yes, exactly. Who's your World Cup? I don't have one. I wish I watched more intently, but Japan, I'm so sad about today. They had an arc going. It was beautiful. It makes sense that they lost to the finalists of the last World Cup. But it's definitely an anime arc. I like, the thing is, like, I don't have favorites, but like I watch and I just, each game I which team is better, which team is playing better, which team has the better tactics. Like I love dissecting that. We probably for the finals or the last 3 games, we'll probably do a watch party on my stream or on the Discord, whichever way. You crazy, Par, 4-hour stream? Yeah. I had a long day. I've been up since like 8 a.m. Went to sleep at like 5 a.m. And I'm just grateful to be here, to be able to speak. You guys know why I'm grateful to be able to speak, period. I'm grateful for the time I have now. I'm grateful for you guys making this connection. Because again, you go back to Jay's stream yesterday, today's stream, all the streams. One Piece is going to end, guys. So for me, I think like if you're gonna make the most of the story, the minimum, make those connections, make friends along because of One Piece. I think like a lot of us, we didn't have real life friends that talked about One Piece, and it's like you know, it's hard to make friends, real friends on the internet, but I think it's definitely possible. I've seen many. I mean, at Anime NYC Comic Con, people met for the first time, and it was like me and Hidden met for the first time at Comic Con, and we were like bros, like actually, like, you know, even the way like he cared for my family and I care for his, like the way, the camaraderie there, right? Like One Piece is incredible in that regard. Do you think Mihawk eyes? Yes, Shimada. I have a video that I will be updating in tandem with the Moon video. One of my earliest videos, Possessed, the double layered eye series. So if you ever heard the double layered eye theory and its importance after Nika, it might have blew up after that, but this was a year ago. This is a long time ago. A lot of people forgot the Sulong thing, and I was one of the first people to bring it up, to the point where on stream with Brago, Artur, Joyboy, I predicted that Luffy, when he awakened, he would get ringed eyes specifically because of this theory. Now, double layered eyes and ringed eyes, yes, are different, but the importance of the eye structure was something that Oda wasn't just doing as an art style, it's something he's doing deliberate, and he's doing it in an increasing fashion, just like Hockey, just like Devil Fruit, just like Awakenings, all of that stuff. The eyes are important, and when you look at the characters with the eyes, Emus, Sulong, Mihawk, and then we talk about the moon stuff. Hey, what's Mihawk's connection to the moon? Do vampires have connections to the moon? I don't know. We gotta talk about it. The way we think about Mihawk, he's so knowledgeable. Hey, wasn't there a scene that was not explained yet where Mihawk was somehow able to know what happened at the Reverie without being at the Reverie, being islands away? And he got a newspaper, but he knew more or something like that. Hey, I wonder how he knew that. I wonder if he's tied to these moon records. Very crazy, right? And Shimada, like, so I gotta check that out. I want to let you in on a secret. I gotta make a trailer for my channel, but one of the secret sauces is all of the videos connect. So if you want to enjoy the channel in the best way possible, I would recommend in chronological order. But I do a thing in my video, and some people don't see the vision of it, but in each video I mention the video that's most related to it, so you can island hop like that. And if you want to start on the most recent ones, those will create the hype because they connect back to the first ones, and the chapters we're going through right now connect back to my Vegapunk and Chopper videos. The Chopper video, just a few W's from this, and the Vegapunk video. I said that in this Vegapunk video, I said that this picture of Vegapunk was wrong. Vegapunk would not look like this. It would be a misdirect. And what did we get? It was right. Like, these arms, the proportions not right, and there should be a tongue there. Oda was misdirecting us completely, 100%. There's so many small W's and big W's in there, but there's also L's. I don't care about getting the W's either, because if you watch the stream today with Cole, you would recognize that me and Cole, we just like we love letting our brains be free and going where our brain takes us. And that's the fun part, you know, and sometimes that might not be fun for the viewers, but I think Cole has a community that enjoys the way his brain works, right? It's different for everyone on the internet. It's hard to tell exactly people are meaning through text. Exactly, Manaman. Do you think the tale of Jack the Killer of Giants can be relevant story? I mean, Giant Jack exists. Yeah, Jack is a very important name. Yo, Sebastian, how you doing? Yeah, the fit. We had to pull out something special with Cole here, you know. We ascended on the stream. Me and Cole went Gear 5 a few times, actually. One Piece is a great story, but a terrible parenting guide, for sure. Yo, Sebastian, I'm so sorry I missed today's stream. So if you guys don't know, Sebastian's from that One Piece talk. Also, why aren't you on your signature Seb account? Like, what is happening? That One Piece talk, which I have been on their podcast many times. I love those guys. They stream nearly every day on One Piece stuff, from power scaling to just conversations to the chapter to conversation discussion. Really love them, and I was going to redirect you guys into their stream, but me and Cole were going off the rip, and we just went. I think we went without pause, like 1 hour and 30 minutes straight of just him talking, me talking, him talking, me talking, him talking. Then we took a break. Then it was another hour of him talking, me talking, him talking, me talking. It was crazy. We could not break that flow. Power, I need to dip. It's been fun. Thank you, Matt Cypher, for being here. Thank you for the support. Swap between accounts so I can triple like the video, my guy. Yo, I appreciate the Sebastian. Thank you for all the likes and support. It's not just you, but also the stream, the chat. Appreciate you guys. And that being said, oh my god, I said I was gonna end the stream at 9:25 and it's 9:51. All right. You guys know I hate like odd numbers. We're gonna end at like 10. We're gonna end at 10. Hard stop at 10, or when I catch up with the chat, we can do that. Okay, let me catch up on the thing. The conduit for Pluton is Kaboterman. That's why the only ever time we saw it was with Luffy's the Straw Hat ship. A mirror to Pluton might have been Joy Boy's ship. Majin's let me scroll up real quick. Let me scroll. Wait, why isn't it scrolling? There we go. Let me scroll. Let me click on. Let me highlight this thing. I think I figured out the dark truth of Pluton. Joy Boy's ship. That might be a video you might like. It's honestly unfair how good One Piece is on sometimes. Yo, that was the break me and Cole had, where we were just like, Cole was expressing his desire to maybe one day write his own story that, you know, is an expression of himself, and me as well. I would love that. I think a lot of people, my wife especially, has been on my ass for the better half of like 5 years for me to write something. And she, you know, like I feel like I need to continue to learn from the master, which is Oda. And I don't think I'll ever be able to overcome, like, there's no story in our lifetime that can do this. Like, Oda's an anomaly. He's like, you know, like they say Mike Tyson for fighting, like he's just a monster. Like he's just not a monster, and respectfully, he's a great guy now, and he's doing a lot of good things and all that stuff, but like his fighting mentality and everything, he's like essentially Kaido in the real world. Yeah, I think Oda is like that for like words, you know what I mean? Like he's that for words, if that makes sense. Interesting. Gotta check out that video. So your kids are at least 10 before you throw him in the jungle to survive. Yeah. Or do you think Kuma or Paw Fruit can reject or take out knowledge, intelligence, memories? If that's what the person desires and they are able to understand it, yes, Will of Dreams. And I said that in an important way. I'm gonna have a video on Kuma soon, some point, but I think like Law, right? Law was able to counter Doc Q's sick fruit. Why? Because he is a doctor. Law knows antibodies, medicine, all that stuff. He's a doctor. So let's take Luffy for an example. Maybe Luffy could overcome it through sheer willpower, but we have seen examples where Luffy was under an ailment and he couldn't overcome that. And if you're saying that like a devil fruit sickness is different from like a queen plague or something like that, sure, maybe that's the case, but I don't think so. Like maybe it is one and the same. We never saw Law get sick in that regard. He could probably heal himself. I don't know. But the devil fruit one of being a woman, it's not like being the woman part. It's not the same thing as the ice oni. It's not the same thing as the sick plagues or whatever, the zombie plagues that were in Udon. Law just wanted to be back to his original state, right? So it's not like he needed to get better in that regard, which clap back to the whole being a woman is a disease. We're not going to talk about that. But the overall point being that like, I think that when we're using devil fruits, when we're using hockey, it's someone's affinity toward how they use it, right? Like who they are as a person matters and how they demonstrate that power, right? Luffy is unique in the Gomu Gomu or Nika fruit because how many people would use it like him, right? How many people turn themselves into a balloon or a UFO or whatever, right? And that's important because when you think about Kuma, he was able to repel pain. Maybe he is very knowledgeable about pain, that he is able to isolate that and separate that from a person. And that is a beautiful thing because he can also, you know, spare someone of their pain. But at the same time, that tells you a dark, dark story of what Kuma's backstory might be, where his pain is probably immeasurable, immeasurable. To be able to understand pain to the point where you can separate it out of Luffy, that's my synthesis of it. I've never said that on the stream, and I've been wanting to put that in a video, but we're 4 hours into the stream. There's 200 plus people here. I've seen you here in things, so I wanted to share that. So thank you for being here, Will of Dreams. Vegapunk to Straw Hats like he did with Luffy. Yep, the fit though. Thinking about Emu. Oh god, I catch up. All right, we're almost there. Basically, about Emu is that I believe Emu is a she, tied to the Sea Devil somehow. A lot of the Sea Devils are women, clarifying there. So she has access to all Devil Fruit powers, whether she is the Sea Devil or Usopp the powers. Yes, I think one way or another, that makes sense. So I said that in this video. I believe it's in this video or this video. No. It might be this video. It's probably this video or the Karma video. I'm trying to think. Oh, it might be hockey. It might be this one. Kid sucks at hockey. It might be that one. I think it's that one. One of those. The kid sucks at hockey is sort of clickbait. It's explaining why his hockey's not great. Professor Turo is the par in the Pokemon world. Exactly. Don't do Oda, do you? Yeah. Don't do Oda, do you? Yeah, I mean, that's fair. I think admiration and respect are an important thing, right? Like, imitation is a form of flattery, but that's never been me, right? Like, if you guys have been in all my streams, I hate, like, not that I hate copying, but more so like if a path is laid out, I purposely go the other direction. Like in Pokemon, everyone was just like, oh, you do this, this, and this. And I was like, all right, so people aren't doing this, right? And then so I'm like, I'm doing that, right? Stories are about characters, and Oda creates great, simple characters. Yeah, for sure. Red Post referred to gets a lot more into Sea Devil. Gosh, you Red Hawk. Yeah, there's a few people who've talked about that. They might have even shared that Reddit post if I'm being honest, because I feel like I remember seeing that. Some of my mods / members probably have shared that, because the members and mods are longtime viewers and contributors, you know. Par got the Gomu Gomu by stretching the time. Yeah. Collab on the skunk creation myth Par. Yes. Sabat, we need to do the big not the big mom, the rapper one. We got to do that video soon. I don't have much time yet, and I apologize for that, but hopefully soon. And that one could be a blockbuster movie, bro. I've seen some of the recent movies. I'm like, yo, this, after we add some of these elements, it's beautiful. Like, truthfully, Seb, I think the things I added, like your foundation plus the things I added, we got all genres in there. We got that romance, we got that betrayal, we got that pain, we got the inherited will. Oh, it's beautiful, right? Let's see. Brooke was gonna take over the world with music. That's why government had Rumbar Pirates killed. Yup, exactly. When it drops a chapter, it's like getting hit in the face with Thunder Bagua. Yup. And what else would have been able to separate pain like Kuma? Yup. Exactly. World government uses viral warfare. Nice idea. Seen a spoiler for next chapter. It's going to be 10/10. Glad you enjoy it. No spoilers here. We have film red spoilers, but not the other one. Why Skunk Smell series coming 2023. I'm down. Oda's work is even more incredible if you consider the fact that he releases a weekly for 25 years straight, harder to capture interest and retain mastery level. And when the story apparently was created, it was at a time when we didn't have the internet. We didn't, like, you know, think about this. The time when he probably wrote this story, the internet was as obscure, if not more obscure, than crypto is right now. I'd say crypto isn't as obscure as it is doubted. If that makes sense. Whereas the internet was just obscure, and then it was doubted. So it had two humps. And Oda wrote this story at the time. And obviously he has the benefit of adding punk records. Maybe that's not the thing. But we think about the voice of all things. Some of these things had to have existed. But even more than that, the references, the connections that he had off the rip. Oh, crazy. Absolutely crazy. No one will ever be Oda, but that doesn't mean you can't make something great. Yeah. Fire. And that's why like I'm shouting out Joy Boy. He wrote a book. He mounts it at the Reverie. He sent it to me. He was excited for me to read it specifically. I feel like we share a lot of similar tendencies. Not in how we think and how we go about it, but more so the freedom and creativity. Like it, we share vibes in that regard. So like, you know, I'm about to be inspired for sure. Do a full I'm doing a full review for it when I finish it. To some, treasure isn't power or wealth, it's knowledge. Do you think the Void Century may have been a war over treasure trove of infinite knowledge? Shimada, gotta watch the recent Moon video, or I don't know if you tuned in late on this stream, but that is the concept I proposed. What was exactly said there, exactly word for word. I think I figured it out. And in One Piece, memories are regarded as a treasure, right? Luffy didn't want the memories of somebody else, the stories of someone else, to plague his own experiences, because he wanted the memories on his own, right? He wanted to create those. In that regard, he wanted to create his own treasure, right? He didn't want to get someone else's treasure. He'll find someone else's treasure, but that's not, we don't know if that's related to his dream or whatever, but like, I think it's super nuanced there. Mihawk's sword is his fang that cuts and sucks Haki instead of blood. Exactly. What if there's a mythical moose? I've been waiting for it. Can Enel's lightning help him increase his physical strength? We see lightning in other... I mean, if you gave me the fruit, yes. If you gave him the fruit, no. He's still somehow slower than Luffy pre-time skip. If you gave me the fruit, I would solo every single verse. You give me electricity, like, this is what I said. Go watch the manga, not the manga, the One Piece draft that Brago hosted last night. I think it's on his stream. I was there. I drafted Enel and Vegapunk. You get Enel and Vegapunk, it's raps, bro. The limitations, there are none. He has infinite energy and he has the essence of energy. Like, he could be that, right? Like, it's insane. 4 hours, G's, yep. And we are closing it out in a few chats. I feel like Oda must have been inspired by an amazing teacher or something that got into the world of mythology from a young age. Yeah. Must have joined after you said it then. Yeah. It could have been Shimada. Someone like Hero Luke or Dr. Clover who have very similar designs or coincidence. Exactly. 500Q, that stream par. Appreciate you. That is the only right answer. Your new thumbnails are fire, by the way. New artist. Yep. We have an artist. There's a few. I'm going to try and highlight a few artists as well. And so it was just these ones I was busy, so I had to rely on a specific... Oh, actually, I made this one. Technically, I made that one. So shout out to me. But yeah, we out here. But with that, guys, I don't even want to look how long this stream was. But I can say nothing but thank you for being here. Hopefully you enjoyed it. I'm assuming the people who stayed here for as long as you did, even though that this last part typically isn't structured and we just kind of bounce off ideas and conversations. I'm glad I got to share this time. Thank you for your time. And I'm looking forward to speaking with you guys more in the future and sharing more of the time. So with that, thank you for listening to the Voice of All Things with your host Parvision. And this episode, wouldn't have been as amazing as it was without our honorable, I don't even know what title to give King of Lightning, but GOAT, King of Lightning, Cole, King, whatever he goes by, Kingu, Cole Requiem, whatever, however he wants to splice it. But yeah, it was a great time. Highly recommend rewatching this, or not rewatching, watching from the beginning, because this one was a roller coaster ride for sure. So with that, the next stream will probably be Wednesday watch party on Twitch. We watch Bleach, Chainsaw Man, and Blue Lock. And we just chill, probably play some Pokemon. But One Piece schedule ones, I stream live every week. when there's a chapter dropped for the knock up streams where Oda knocks us up with the latest chapter. And this week is no exceptions. Ready to get knocked up. No protection, no sauce, or all the sauce. Sorry, all the sauce. And yeah, and look forward to the videos. Hopefully I can get out some tomorrow, in the next few days. Have a good one, guys. Have a good night. Thank you, Dan Demand. Have one on the way in January, so you gotta get ready. Yeah. Shout outs to Baby Vision. All right, guys. Have a good night.